Thank you again for reading. I do apologize again for the very delayed chapter. I had been experiencing a bit of burnout after the last chapter and thought I could work through it, but found that I needed to take a break from this story for a while to recharge my batteries, and thankfully, I was able to get through it. I just wished I could have let you all know beforehand about this so you all wouldn't be left in the dark and think that the story was dropped. I'm gonna try and upload a little more often now I've got some creative juice in the tank. Now enjoy! The skiff soured through the sewers and passed into the abandoned subway system, gliding by derelict trains and stations. It was here that Azula was able to feel the biting cold beyond the dome, and she could see icicles forming on the ceiling, suggesting this area wasn't properly sealed off from the outside. Hope none of you are too bothered by the cold? There's a couple leaks here and there, Sundel said. We're not actually going outside in the cold, right? Skeeve asked as he began to shiver. Course not. What do you think, I'm crazy? Subway connects to old geothermal transport tunnels. We don't have to set 1 foot out in the tundra. Cetro took his word for it and shifted his focus to the injured member of their party. How you holding up? Sev shifted his weight a little with his face twisting in pain before being masked by a cheeky grin. Just a scratch. I've survived worse. He then indicated with his prosthetic leg. That knife wound was still pretty deep. I suggest you not move around so much until we get you back to Bevel. Lectro cautioned him. Cetro ran a hand over his head in a tired fashion. Great, our tank is out of commission, leaving you as our sole powerhouse, Absol. He said to Azula. Azula, she corrected again. Ain't that what I said? Cetro disregarded this and went back to the smuggler. Please tell me your ship is ready to launch. Sundel sneered at him. I radioed ahead and informed the rest of my crew to begin launch preparations. All we have to do is load up and we should be good to go. This time we'll all load it up so we can get out of here before the Suns eventually find us. Fine. Do whatever you want. Thank the Maker, I'm ready to get out of this place. Lectro said warily. We're not out of the woods yet. We still have to actually get off Ginza and hope they don't chase us all the way back to Kazima. After several more minutes of traversing the subways, they found a tunnel that led them out of the city into an old geothermal plant. It was a sizable structure built into the side of a large rock outcropping. The outside of the building was decrepit and falling apart, with frost covering almost every nook and cranny, with icicles formed on every surface as the facility was partially buried in snow. Its long dead chimneys resemble stone ruins that almost blend into the rock outcropping. The interior was lived in but contrasted greatly with the rustic exterior, with well-maintained floors and hallways, fluorescent lights, and heating that kept the overall environment cozy. The pipes and machinery that belonged to the building's original purpose were caked in a layer of dust. The skiff soured through the wide-open corridors until it reached a large hangar where a large yellow rustic wedge-shaped ship sat, with its rear cargo bay door open and waiting to receive them, with a member of the crew coming to meet them. He was a yellow-skinned Kukyuvan with a thick dark blue stripe tattooed over his eyes, splitting his face. About time you showed up. Ship is fueled and ready to go when you say. He stopped when he noticed the others. Who are they? Is that a Pandaren? Are we smuggling them now? You'll also like. Not a Pandaren. Azula scoffed back. Sundel hovered past him. We discuss this later. Gold Suns hit the storehouse and are probably on their way over. Get the doors open and the supplies on board now. The Kukyuvan followed his order and shouted for the other crewmates to follow. Get those doors open. We launch in 10 minutes. A crewman ran to the door controls and attempted to open the doors, but were unresponsive. Doors stuck. What do you mean the door's stuck? Skeeve said, exasperated. Meaning the door is stuck. There's probably ice lodged somewhere. Cetro pinched his brow. It's just one thing after another. Isn't it? Absol, use whatever powers you've got to melt that ice. Lectro, go with her. Sev, Skiv and I will stay here and get everything loaded up. So much for not having to go outside. She sighed tiredly. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not as bad out there as everyone makes it out to be. Lectro said optimistically before finding himself shivering violently with his teeth chattering despite being wrapped in layers of warm clothing as he walked with Azula dressed in a similar manner. Okay, I was wrong. It is that bad. Lectro shouted over the howling winds who didn't respond and focused on the task at hand. It was pitch black outside, the only lights being the flood lamps outside the facility along the catwalk and the glow of the domed city. The biting winds howled as they threatened to throw her off balance, which didn't sit well with the pair as they traversed a shaky and rusted walkway that seemed to shake with every gust of the wind. Even in her insulated clothing she could still feel the chill of this frozen wasteland and wondered why anyone would want to settle on such a frigid wasteland. They were directed to the massive double doors by one of Tsundle's men where they could clearly see a thick sheet of ice covering one of the corners. Here it is. Don't know what you guys plan on doing, their guide said before leaving them. Azula looked at the thick crust of ice in disdain. How am I supposed to deadhaul that? That is a very good question. Lectro followed up. How did you increase the temperatures in Slater's engine? I just saw something glowing and focused my energy on that. Then there's your answer. Look for something glowing and increase its temperature without making it explode. Please don't make it explode. Easier said than done. I still don't know the limits of this ability. She removed her thermal glasses and almost felt as though her eyeballs would freeze over after a frigid gust of wind blew her way, but bore through it. Squinting her eyes, she could see faint glowing within the frame of the door that took the form of coils of light crisscrossing, clearly energy running through wires. The sheets of ice seemed to dampen her view of the extent of the glowing network, but it was just enough to help her. She outstretched her arms, reaching out with her bending, feeling the warm energy within the door, and focused on making it grow hotter. The process was arduous to say the least, as the energy was faint and felt like it would slip away like hanging on to something while the hand was coated in slime. To regain control, she focused on her breathing, finding that like all firebending techniques, the breath was key. With each breath the door grew hotter and the ice covering the door was beginning to dampen. It would take a while for it to fully melt, but hopefully she can weaken it enough for it to crumble away. It took almost an hour for her to melt away a good portion of the ice with her having to take a break. The process felt as though it was sapping the heat from her own body to achieve her goal, and all she felt was cold. Lectro took notice. Are you all right? You look tired. I am. She looked at the ice sheet as it was drenched and dripping with several bits of it crumbling. I think I weakened it enough. The door should be able to break the rest off. Great. Then let's get out of the freezing cold. As they left, she looked out into the horizon at the domed city. It was a marvelous spectacle, and quite literally the only thing worth looking at in the tundra. She noticed movement from the sky. After closer inspection with her thermal vision, she could see the heat of thrusters, and when they were close enough she could see the shape of 4 ships, the same type of ship she saw in the hangar when they had arrived. Before she could do anything, a series of torpedoes was launched and made their way to the structure, colliding with the door and exploding in a fiery blaze. The shockwave threw them back and destabilized the platform. She climbed up the platform like a ladder, reaching the edge until it snapped, with Lectro diving to catch her hand before she could plummet to the lower levels, and pulled her up. Of all the times they could show up, Lectro said as another explosion rocked the building, sending icicles plummeting down. I'm starting to believe I wasn't really born lucky, Azula said, picking herself up and running with Lectro to the door back inside. On one of the small police cruisers following the Gold Sun gunships, Slater stood over the pilot watching his screen. Slater's second, Slick, approached him. We've scanned the structure and found a single freighter parked inside the northern hangar. Good. He pressed the button for the comms. Gunships, which one of y'all has a fully charged las gun? Gunship 3, our las gun is fully charged and ready to fire. Take out the ship. Are you sure about using the las gun, sir? Slick asked, unsure of this decision. I thought we wanted to catch them alive. Don't you think that's a little overkill? Strike teams didn't work, so now we bust out the big guns. Explosions rocked the building with lights flickered and dust falling from above. We have to launch now. Azula shouted, throwing the insulated clothing off. Tell me something I don't know. Cetro said, as he helped Sev up off a bench with Skeeve and B3 at his side. Sundel floated by barking orders as the doors finally began shifting open. Hey. Crimson Storm. Hurry up and get on board, we are leaving now. So unless you all want to stay, get go dash. A bright red beam of light cut through the hangar door, carving through the ship like a blade through butter, resulting in an explosion that engulfed Sundel, with the shockwave throwing them back. Azula recovered from the blast and saw the ship, their only hope, was slashed in half and on fire, with the hangar door melted open, letting in the biting winds as the surviving crew members tried to save themselves. Skeeve dropped to his knees with his hands on his head as he looked on in horror at what had happened to the ship. How are we gonna? The tunnel. Cetro shouted, focusing not on what just happened and more on what he can do. Get back to the tunnel now. They ran back further into the building as the ceiling began to collapse, with the surviving crew having the same idea. Through the crumbling mess that came down around them, they reached the lower levels where several spare skiffs waited. Some of the surviving members took a skiff and sped off ahead of them. As they jumped in their own skiff, a las gun blast cut through the tunnel, collapsing it behind the earlier skiff, cutting off their escape. "Oh no! How do we get out of here?" Skeeve panicked. Cracks spread through the ceiling from the blast, with the rest of the tunnel coming down around them. The gunships circled around the geothermal plant, showering it with plasma and collapsing the building. Slater watched the destruction unfold. All right, ceasefire. I think we've done enough. Are you certain that anyone is still alive down there? Slick asked. Only one way to find out. Get a search team down there. If you gotta scrape their brains out and stick it in a jar, then that's what we do. If not, well, guess we're gonna have to get that fabricator the hard way. I would suggest getting this done quickly, sir. The pilot said, forecasts are saying a blizzard is coming soon. Then I guess we better get to it. Slater dismissed. Right, sir. Slick said, going to make a call only for his device to ring. Slater supposed it was a shame that his targets were undoubtedly dead and that Myral might not be willing to trade the fabricator for what he could scrape up of her crew from the Ruble, so now has to figure out how he's going to brute force his way into getting it from her. Sir, we've got a problem, Slick said. What is it now? Our red sand shipment just went missing in the system. Slater snapped his head to him. What? Another one? How long ago was it? An hour ago. Damn it! Ureta is already on my case. This is only gonna piss her off even more. He considered what to do next. Have the investigation teams found any connections with our ships and civilian ones? Yes, sir. They've reported that all ships that had gone missing in the past few months that stayed in contact with stations, planets or individuals, all said that they had picked up a distress signal and went to investigate, only to never be heard from again. This matches all of our ships that made periodic reports, with most of them saying that they were responding to such. It would seem that our culprit may be luring ships into a trap with a phony distress call. Slater scratched his chin as he took this in. There is nothing more terrifying to a space traveler than being marooned in open space with limited oxygen and supplies. A distress call would be the only form of salvation, and even then the vastness of space didn't guarantee that anyone would hear it. All space travelers knew of the importance of this, with it being an unspoken rule by many to answer every distress call heard, and it was seen as a great taboo to weaponize it, with not even the most vile of pirates would stoop to such a level. Get my ship ready for launch and call in some of our gunships patrolling the system. I got an idea. It's about time we nip this in the bud. What about the Crimson Storm? I'll leave that to you, Slick. Find them, or what's left of them, while I take care of this. Slater ordered as he contacted one of the other cruisers to pick him up and take him to his ship. Azula's head was spinning as she regained her senses, where she found herself under some rubble that she pushed off her legs. Thankfully she wasn't seriously injured, but was covered in dirt and even more scratches than she already was. The tunnel had collapsed almost completely, with the end leading to the city blocked off by melted stone and metal, while the way back to the upper levels had also collapsed, leaving them in a ruined pocket that was barely managing to stay up and not crush them. It was a miracle that they weren't dead already. She looked around, finding the rest of the group getting each other out of the rubble, but relatively okay. "Hey, fire spitter." She turned around to see Sev trapped beneath a piece of the ceiling, managing to hold one end up with one arm. "Help me out, I can't pull myself out and hold this up at the same time." She went to his side without thinking and used as much strength she could muster to hold up the large chunk of debris while Sev pulled himself out. He struggled getting out, no doubt from the stab wound, but as he tugged he felt his foot was caught on something. "What's taking so long?" Azula asked, struggling to keep the stone debris up. "My foot's caught on something," he answered as he yanked again, and with it the sound of metal tearing and wires snapping came as he got free and pulled himself away just as Azula's arms gave out. His right prosthetic was missing its foot now, with sparks shooting out where it once sat. Crap. Gax is gonna throw a fit when he sees this. The ceiling stirred as chunks began falling again and support beams buckled under the weight. "Hey!" Setro called out as he pulled some stones away from the wall, revealing a somewhat intact emergency exit. "This way. Hurry!" They all made their way to the exit as quickly as they could, with Sev limping to keep up until the cavern fully collapsed behind them. They ascended a long flight of stairs until they climbed their way out into the tundra, where they saw the smaller cruisers begin landing, dropping off teams of armed troops who then began sweeping the area. Gold sunships soared through the air, covering the wreckage in searchlights. The geothermal plant was completely destroyed and covered in a vast fire that illuminated the darkness of Ginza. The tunnel to the city collapsed, ship demolished, Sundel dead along with a majority of his crew or lost, with Azula and her allies now stuck outside the dome in the freezing wasteland. "Oh no. No, 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 no. We are screwed," Skeeve said in a defeated voice as he paced around frantically. "Hold on. Let's not panic. We just need to figure something else out." Lectra tried to calm him down, only for the rodent man to retaliate. "Not panic? Our one-way ticket out of here got blown to pieces, we're surrounded by gold suns, and we're stuck out in the freezing cold. I don't know about you, but I think this is the perfect time to panic." Setro sat down in a piece of rubble, exhausted. "I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've got nothing. So if any of you have any crazy suggestions or ideas, I'm all ears. I would suggest finding cover first." B3 stated, "Enemy forces are in large numbers, and I am detecting an incoming blizzard from the west." "Great. Now we have to worry about turning into a frozen statue, just like your good old pal Kanzo," Skeeve said to Setro, who in response rose from his seat and stood over Skeeve. "You've got something you want to say, Skeeve?" "Yeah, I do. This whole mess could have been avoided if you had just checked in with your pal beforehand and made sure he wasn't dead before we showed up. And my name is not Skiv, it's Skeeve." He then shoved Setro. The older engineer didn't take that too well and grabbed him by the collar with his top set of hands and hoisted Skeeve into the air. "You really think this was all my fault? Who was it that blabbed to them about the fabricator, huh? Guys, fighting isn't going to help us," Lectro pleaded as both he and B3 got in between them and tried to stop the fight. Azula rolled her eyes at the sight before her. Typical for a weak-willed group to begin fighting amongst themselves after a few setbacks. Instead of watching the exchange of insults, she approached Sev, who was uncharacteristically quiet as he held a hand over the metal plate that was his ear, with his eyes flashing teal in deep concentration. "Hey! What are you up to?" His eyes went back to normal, listening in on their comms. "Might as well see if I can pick up something." "Anything of note?" Yeah, apparently another one of their ships went missing and Slater is going out to investigate it. He's leaving the planet? Yeah, putting his second in charge of finding us. The gears in Azula's head began to turn as a plan formed. She turned to the rest of the group, seeing that Lectro was struggling to keep Cetro at bay while B3 held Skeeve away with ease. Hey! She shouted, taking all of their attention, I have a plan. Cetro relaxed, pushing Lectro off him, all right kid. I'm desperate enough to hear it. Seb's been listening in on them and another ship has gone missing. And we should care, why? Skeeve asked. Slater is going to investigate it himself, meaning he's leaving the planet on his own ship. Lectro's eyes widened as he connected the dots. Wait a minute. You're not suggesting. Exactly that. She answered before he could finish, we're taking his ship. Both Lectro and Skeeve stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed. That's suicide. Skeeve stated. It's our only option. At least the one with the best chance of success. It's a bad idea, though. Of course it's a bad idea. I would have liked to get out of this frozen hell by any other means, but do you see any way of doing that? No one had a response to that. If we can take his ship, then we are home free. It will not be easy, but at least there will be a chance. I say let's go for it. Sev said, it'd be nice to go on the offensive for once and I'd love to have the chance of exchanging some words with Slater. He then cracked his metal knuckles as if to punctuate his statement. We're gonna die if we do this. Cetro said, then took one last look at the destruction around him, the oncoming blizzard and the distance to the city, but, if I'm gonna die it might as well be swinging. Let's take that ship. Lectro followed up, although his confidence wasn't up to par with the rest. Since the most accomplished members of our group are going with it, I guess that means I'm with you as well, even if the idea makes me want to curl up into a fetal position and cry. All that was left was Skeeve, who only looked at them incredulously. You're crazy if you think you can actually do this. You're welcome to stay behind, Skiv. But that means you'll be the one they torture for information when they catch you. Cetro added. You mean if? Cetro took a step closer using his added height to loom over him. What makes you think there's an if? Skeeve's ears lowered, realizing the truth in that statement. All right, fine. But how do we get to his ship? I've got a good idea. Sev then pointed to one of the small police cruisers that had landed. Slick stood over the shoulder of the operator, looking over the helmet cams of the extraction teams going through the wreckage with one of the surviving team leaders of the previous sewer teams, accompanying them as he held an ice bag over a bandaged gash on his head. You really expect there to be survivors? The commander asked. No, but the boss wants us to be thorough. Slick responded. I don't see how he expects us to find them before this blizzard hits. Questioning the boss is above my pay grade. The commander rolled his 4 eyes, like we're going to find anything. It's not like they're going to come walking up to us. Funny you should say that, actually. A voice from behind grabbed all of their attention, where they saw Sev shutting the rear door behind him with a smirk. Azula and the others watched as the vehicle shook fiercely, with the muffled sounds of a struggle being silenced by the howls of the wind until it ceased, with Sev opening the door and giving them the thumbs up to enter. After pulling the 3 bloodied and bruised individuals, they dumped their unconscious forms into a pile of rubble, quickly booted up the engines and took off, leaving the power plant behind. As they took to the sky, the cloudy wall of frost and snow overtook what was left of the power plant, snuffing out the flames and coating the area in a blanket of snow, and had the added benefit of scrambling radio signals, keeping anyone from noticing the vanished shuttle or calling and letting others know if they noticed. Minutes later their shuttle landed in the civilian dry dock Sev directed them to, after listening in on where Slater was just before the blizzard hit, where they left it behind and made their way to the hangar where Slater's ship is being held. They entered through the top level of the space and looked down to see the crime lord's ship. It was a long and thin ship whose sleek shiny obsidian black paneling gave it a powerful and dramatic smooth shape. The bridge extended out from the midsection overlooking the pointed nose, with its smooth edges looking like it was sculpted on rather than built. Tall vertical wings folded near its rear with large twin engines stacked above each other at its rear and a gold sun insignia painted in shimmering gold on its sides. Its silhouette reminded Azula of an Empire-class Fire Navy vessel as it was the same size and similar shape. Azula could tell it was a luxury vessel rather than one built for battle, which made her wonder what he was planning on doing with such a ship if he were to go after whoever the culprit was. Sev whistled in admiration of the impressive ship. That's one fine-looking ship. And expensive too. Lectro commented, you have to own a fortune just to have something like this. Cetro snorted, looking at the lavish ship in contempt, figured he'd own a star yacht. At least we'll be traveling in style. Azula commented, so, do any of you know how to fly this thing? I could, but something this big is gonna require someone being in engineering. Cetro commented. I could fly it. Skeeb said, back in the Death's Head we would always salvage and repurpose old ships we'd find in pirate dens or buy from second-hand ship dealers. They'd always make us low-level grunts fly them back to base. I flew a few older models of star yachts before, so this shouldn't be too different. You're positive you can fly this back to base? Azula asked, critically wondering if he was simply lying to make himself look useful. Skeeb smirked, does a flying Kelvin crap in the woods? Azula only gave him a blank stare, having nothing to go by with that response. Skeeb sighed, yes. That means yes. Then just say that. Lectro looked down at the many people in the hangar, noticing the large number of Gold Sun soldiers outfitted with even more tactical gear than the extraction team marching into the ship's rear cargo bay. How are we supposed to get in? There's like 100 people in this place. Azula looked about the hangar, noticing the various amounts of hangar staff dressed in dull gray uniforms running about. There are a lot of people. It's going to be difficult to be able to sneak on board without drawing attention. Hey guys, check it out! Lectro pointed to the cargo that was being loaded into the ship's rear cargo hold. Isn't that from our ship? Yeah, that is. Cetro snarled, what are they doing with our cargo? An idea came to Azula, I know how to get on the ship. They all discreetly made their way to ground level, where they took a separate door that led to a loading area where another large truck-like vehicle sat with their cargo resting in its bed. The various workers in the area were too busy offloading the supply crates to notice them sneak by, but this also made it impossible for them to get into the vehicle and hide amongst the crates. Until Sev managed to knock over a stack of fuel cells to draw their attention away long enough. They managed to find several crates to hide in with the next hover loader coming to collect them. This is actually working. I can't believe it. Skeeb said with a bit of hope returning to his voice as he sat pressed up against the crate wall with Sev sitting in between him and Azula. The crate was large enough for them to fit, but still small enough that Sev had to remove his legs to fit comfortably, and even still was pressing his two companions against the walls. Shut up! It won't work if they hear their cargo talking. Everything was going smoothly as they were coming onto the ship, until Slater appeared before them, prompting the driver to hit the brakes hard as he strutted by, speaking to the ship's pilot, a small 4-foot-tall alien with stubby legs. Why did we stop? Skeeb whispered. Azula ignored him and pressed her ear against the wall, listening in where she heard Slater's distinct accent. I want to be ready to launch within the hour. Load up all the goods that we found in that Crimson Storm ship into my cargo bay. I want us looking like a sweet treat on holiday when they find us. The pilot struggled to keep up with Slater's confident and quick stride. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to put the supplies on a more armored ship rather than your personal yacht? Bait needs to look good. Bait with a whole lot of guns is bait that sets off alarms. If we're gonna catch these guys, then we need to be alluring. I'm just concerned that this plan might be a bit dangerous? Slater cut off with a smirk. Yeah, it is. If you want to get things done, you gotta get your hands dirty, but don't you worry, my dear pilot. We gon' have a good and well-armed escort to jump them once we snag them. Our gunships are gonna light up the sky. He then looked at the load that housed the Crimson Storm members. Cut it after this one. Can't be looking too good, that also sets off alarms. He then dismissed them to continue. As they continued up the ramp out of hearing distance, Azula spoke. He's using his own ship as bait? And now we are on said bait. Are we really sure we want to take it? Too late to back out now. We just need to take it before he executes his plan. After being stored in the corner of the cargo hold, the non-essential personnel began to filter out and were replaced with the tactically equipped Gold Sun members. The plan to board had been a success, with the sleek ship levitating out through the ceiling entrance, its wings unfolding into obtuse angles and extending as it soared through the blizzard with ease until leaving Ginza's stratosphere, being accompanied by several gunships. Azula immediately felt the effects of leaving the planet, with her removing her thermal glasses, finding the glow of warm objects becoming fainter. She waited for a while before leaving the crate first, as her smaller and more nimble form made sneaking easier. The cargo hold was wide and spacious, with a second level. Crates were neatly stacked and sorted in rows, clinging to the ground through magnetic locks, with some of the load being Slater's personal cargo, such as an expensive-looking hover car and what looked to be containers of red sand. However, the most dangerous aspect about the cargo hold was that it was crawling with heavily armed Gold Sun troopers. Thankfully, none of them noticed her exiting or sneaking around as she made her way to a smaller crate. She unlocked the top of it, where Cetro jumped out, taking a gasp of air. I could barely breathe in there. Hush up. There are guards everywhere. She whispered, yelled at him. We got in. Now what? First we get rid of the cavalry here. He gestured around them as he pulled them behind cover when a trooper walked by overhead. Any ideas on how that's possible? Cetro scanned the area and saw a panel on the far wall. Lock yourself in and hang on to something. Slater sat in the captain's chair, admiring the panoramic view of the bridge as his 4 bridge staff worked, with his 2 bodyguards standing behind him. The communications officer alerted him. Sir, I've got a signal being broadcasted 500 kilometers from our position. No audio, just a simple message on repeat. What's the message? Ship damaged. Pirates. Low on fuel and supplies. Send help, please. The officer read aloud. Slater looked over the shoulder of the navigator. Any other ships in the area? Negative, sir, just the one vessel. The navigator answered. Can we tell what type of ship it is? We've got an image, but from this range its resolution is poor quality. We'll have to get closer for a detailed scan. Let's see it. A blurred-out gray blob appeared on the main viewing screen that was indecipherable. All right, we'll play their game. Send a message back saying we'll pick them up. Signal the others to follow, but stay out of scanning range and keep their reactors on low power. We don't want to spook them, you hear? He ordered, going back to his chair. Also alert the strike team, tell them to be ready for a possible boarding. All hands to battle stations. Target is within range. Strike team is ordered to take their assigned positions. Be prepared for the possibility of being boarded, the announcer said as emergency red lights flashed. Azula looked on at the flashing lights as strike team members got into position around the cargo hold, as she and Cetro tried to stay hidden behind a stack of crates. We need to hurry, he's enacting his plan. I heard the intercom, kid, I'm not deaf. Cetro said as he worked on getting access to the panel. Meaning hurry it up. The last thing we need right now is to get caught up with whomever is stealing ships. Almost got it, and there we go. I've got access. Hey! Who are you? One of the troopers shouted, spotting them with his weapon drawn. They froze with their hands in the air. Cetro, if you're going to do something, do it now. Azula said to him as others began to take notice. Cetro grabbed hold of a nearby ladder and pulled Azula close. Hang on, kid. With a quick press of a button, the doors to the cargo hold opened, with the resulting decompression sucking out the strike team and anything not secure out into space. The pull was so great Azula felt as though she was in the middle of a cyclone. If it hadn't been for Cetro shielding her with his own body, she would have been sucked out. Cetro used all his strength to get himself closer to the panel and closed the door just as quickly and repressurized the room. It only took a few seconds, but they managed to get rid of an entire strike team, with the large open space only being filled by them and the cargo. With the room now empty of hostiles, the others came out of their hiding spot. "Holy crap! That actually worked," Skeeve said, surprised. "Yeah, but now they know we're here," Cetro informed, taking out his blaster. "That looked like a good chunk of them, but there's probably more throughout the ship. We need to secure the engine room and the bridge. Sev will escort me and the bot to engineering. Azula, you get Lectro and Skeeve to the bridge. Take out anyone who gets in your way. Got it?" Sev smirked as his arm transformed into a blaster, with pleasure. Azula smirked as well. "This will be hectic, but we might as well have some fun." Slater sat in anticipation as his ship got closer, with the resolution of the image slowly getting better. His anticipation was interrupted when the ship suddenly stirred with turbulence and the bridge was flooded with emergency lights. "Sir." There was a sudden decompression in the cargo bay. The pilot reported. All personnel were sucked out into space. The co-pilot followed up. "What?" Slater shouted, jumping out of his seat. "What the hell happened?" "Someone opened the cargo bay without permission," the co-pilot answered as he frantically typed away at his monitor, pulling up the security footage. "Sir, we have intruders on board." The footage went to the main screen, showing the Crimson Storm members separating. Slater gritted his teeth in fury as electricity danced around his tightened fist. He was finally able to find the culprit to his missing ship problem, only to have a separate problem interfere. "How's the target?" "They don't seem to have noticed anything, sir. Get whoever's left on them now." Azula jogged down the corridor, blaster drawn, as the alarm sounded off, and bathed the Preston white walls in flashing red lights, with Lectro and Skeeve following close behind. They rounded a corner where they found a pair of remaining troopers running to intercept them, with Azula managing to blast one in the shoulder before he could raise his rifle to her, then shot the other in the thigh, sending him on his knees. Not wanting the fight to drag on, she leapt onto the one with the wounded shoulder, wrapping her legs around his domed helmet, and used her momentum to throw him to the ground, then fired into the other one's chest before turning the weapon onto the one trapped in her grasp and rolling free. "Keep going," she barked at the scientist and engineer as she continued her trek. Skeeve and Lectro ran past the bodies in shock at how ruthlessly efficient she was without her bending. The small engineering team of the ship continued their work tirelessly despite the alarm going off, and continued their focus on making the ship function until the sound of blaster fire caught everyone's attention, where they saw Cetro standing at the main entrance of the engineering room as he held a smoking blaster to the ceiling with Sev and B3 at his sides. "Excuse me, everyone, but if I could direct your attention to me, I'd like to inform you all that your services are no longer needed. So if you could kindly get out of my engineering room in an organized and timely manner to the closest escape pods, or I could have my big friend here rip you to pieces and dump what's left of you out the airlock." Sev grabbed the head of a nearby service robot and pulled it off effortlessly to prove Cetro's point, with all of them staring in fear. "Well, get to it," Cetro shouted before firing in the air again. The engineering team quickly ran out for the escape pods. Sev let out a groan of disappointment. "That was way easier than I thought it would be." "What did you expect? This is a pleasure ship. Of course the engineers here aren't going to be the fighting kind like us," Cetro said, making his way to the main console and ordering B3 to connect to it. Sev took a position behind the main entrance, keeping watch as Cetro worked. "Keep me covered. I'm gonna cut off all connection to the bridge so they can't shut us out by causing a full system reboot. Then we're gonna make an extra-dimensional jump out of here." "To where?" No clue, can't put coordinates from here, need the bridge for that, but this is just to get us out of here so we don't get caught up with whoever Slater's after. Sev gave him a strange look. I'm all for danger and risks, but a blind extra-dimensional jump? Ain't that suicide? That's why it's gonna be a small jump, so we don't end up in uncharted territory. As Cetro was continuing his work, several gangsters and 2 troopers appeared down the hall and began firing at Sev, who hid behind the door and returned fire. How long you think that's gonna take? Not long, but not quick either. I've got a question. Skeev said as they went up a short flight of stairs. Since this is Slater's ship, won't he be at the bridge with all his big security guys? Azula halted at an intersection, signaling them to stop and hug the wall as 3 more strike team members ran past them towards engineering. He has a point, you know? Lectro commented. You let me worry about that. Focus on your own tasks. She barked back. She led them through a door into a grand open atrium filled with luxurious furniture. Decorative plants and what seemed to be a metal statue of abstract art on display on the 2nd level, with the ceiling entirely being made up of transparent material presenting a splendid view of the starry night sky. On the 2nd level, a gangster spotted Azula and began firing at her and called out, alerting the others of her presence. Cetro locked the 2 auxiliary doors into the engine room on the top in order to filter the enemy towards the main entrance for a better defense as B3 continued to break through security. Come on. Robot, give me some good news. Cetro said as a yellow bolt zipped past his head after returning to the main level. Security measures breach is at 77%. B3 reported. Cetro went to Sev's side, joining him in repelling enemy fire. This more up your alley? He said to the giant. Definitely more exciting. Sev responded as he narrowly dodged a plasma bolt. How do you think the others are doing? The bridge is probably the most secure place to be right now, but I don't doubt the kid will be able to handle it. That is if she's as good as you say she is. Trust me. She'll get it done. Firewall breached. Reboot control accessible. B3 reported. Cetro wasted no time getting back to the console and initiated a system-wide reboot. The power went out all over the ship, with the lights going dark, engines cutting out, and controls to the bridge going dark before slowly coming back on moments later. Pilot! Slater shouted from his captain's chair, "What's going on with my ship?" Someone just rebooted the system. We don't have control of the ship. Sir. The communications officer said, the enemy ship has ceased its distress transmission. Slater focused back on the blurred image of the enemy ship now in distress, that his target might have noticed their predicament and might be sensing his trap. Sir. The other ships are trying to contact us and are changing position. I told them to maintain radio silence. He growled as he made his way to the communications station overlooking the screens there. They must have noticed our systems going out. Tell them to maintain their heading and stick to the plan. I can't, sir. The communications terminal hasn't fully come back online yet. Slater noticed the navigation screen came back online and showed the gunships having broken formation and were heading towards his ship to investigate, coming within scanning range of the targeted vessel. No. 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 Slater repeated as everything was spiraling out of control, and he ran to the other stations trying to find some way of regaining control of the situation. Sir. I'm detecting an extra-dimensional jump from the enemy ship. The co-pilot announced. His eyes widened in shock and desperation. The enemy knows it's a trap and is trying to escape. His gaze shot to the screen where the pixelated image opened a distortion in space and disappeared before his very eyes. We lost the target, sir. The co-pilot said nervously as Slater stared blankly at the screen in a silent rage. The room was silent as no one wanted to say anything in fear of how Slater would react. He took a deep inhale of air through the nose before launching his electric fist into one of the screens, cracking it. He heard the sound of blaster fire outside the door into the atrium and turned to leave. "You too." He pointed to his two bodyguards as he pulled out his personal blaster. "With me. We're going hunting. The rest of you get everything back online and trace that jump point." He spoke in an eerily calm and restrained voice. Azula continued to take cover from the blaster fire barrage. She peeked out and fired, managing to hit one of the three thugs and making him fall through the glass railing on the second level. Her aim was getting better with each battle. On the third level of the atrium, the door to the bridge opened with Slater's bodyguards exiting first with blasters in hand as they joined the firefight, with Slater appearing close behind. Azula noticed him and had an idea. "Wait here, I'm going to draw them away." "Are you sure about that? We're in space and your bending is getting weaker," Lectro pointed out. Azula smirked. "Is a turtle duck's rear watertight?" She reached out with her heat bending, causing one of the thug's blasters to overheat and explode, setting his clothes on fire as he too fell from the railing, grabbing Slater's attention. She dove out of cover, taking potshots at the crime lord, with his bodyguards shielding him with their bodies. He noticed her running across the atrium, remembering her ferocity in the sewers. "After her. That one is more dangerous than she looks," he ordered as they ran down the U-shaped stairs. With the danger now gone, Lectro and Skeeve were alone in the atrium, free to access the bridge. Lectro looked down the hall in worry. "I really hope she knows what she's doing." Skeeve followed him up the stairs, but couldn't help but ask aloud, "What the heck is a turtle duck?" Azula sprinted down the corridor, sliding behind a corner as bolts flew past her. As she returned fire, two more strike team members appeared from the opposite end of the intersection and forced her to continue moving until she found herself back in the cargo hold, this time on the second level. Before going any further, she hugged the side of the door and waited for one of her pursuers to appear. The pursuing trooper hopped out of the doorway, where she fired at his side several times before wrestling the rifle out of his hands and using it to fire down the hallway. One of the thugs flanked her through one of the other entrances, forcing her to keep moving, and when doing so ran into another flanking thug who picked her up effortlessly and threw her over the railing and onto the hood of the hover car. She rolled off and took cover behind the vehicle as the plasma bolts came. Slater entered the room with his bodyguards and smirked as he watched the teenager taking cover. "What's wrong, little girl? Where's all that fight you had in the sewers?" He taunted as he fired at her himself, nearly grazing her head. Annoyed with his taunts, she jumped out and fired at him, forcing him to take shelter. The four that accompanied the crime lord descended, with one thug jumping at her side, grabbing hold of the rifle and pulling it out of her grasp before attempting to land a blow to her face, only for her to pull away and push-kicked him. He lunged at her, wrapping his hands around her neck, attempting to strangle her. She grabbed his hands and used her heat bending to burn them. As he jumped back in pain, the remaining trooper fired at her. She grabbed the burned man, using him as a shield before kicking him at the trooper. She caused his rifle to explode in a fiery blaze, disorientating him long enough for her to roll over the car hood towards one of the bodyguards, kicking his weapon away, then swiping his feet out from under him before running behind a stack of crates right into the swinging fist of the other bodyguard. She caught his arm and sent him face first into the crate before snapping his wrist and kicking him away. As she recovered to keep moving, she found the barrel of Slater's blaster in her face. She instinctively sent a blow towards his face, only for him to catch her by the wrist and deliver a surge of electricity throughout her body before kicking her away. "Come on, Azula, don't disappoint me now. You got my attention, so make it interesting." He raised the weapon to her again. She quickly made the weapon overheat in his hands. "You're just full of surprises, ain't ya?" Both of his hands sparked with electricity as he approached. Azula's thermal vision wasn't as strong as it was on the planet, but she could clearly see the glow in his arms and was ready to exploit this weakness. She extended her own hands, reaching out with her bending as his electric ones came for her. He froze in place as he felt the electrical organs in his arms growing hotter. He had no idea what to do now. He tried extinguishing his electric charge, but when doing so the heat continued to rise to unbearable levels. The ship system finally fully came back online with Setro working at the console and jumping to other sections of the engine room. He finally got everything ready to make a jump as Sev continued to hold back the troopers. Setro returned to the main console. "All right. Get ready for a jump." He then pulled a lever, and in moments the ship created a distortion and entered extra-dimensional space before the other Gold Sun ships had a chance to dock. The ship rocked as it made an unprepared jump that shook everyone. Azula felt the loss of her heat bending immediately, along with her thermal vision returning to normal at the worst possible time. She had Slater in her grasp, literally, and was about to take him out permanently, only to bendingless and at the Chundri's mercy. Before she could do anything else, the strike team member struck her in the back of the head with what was left of his rifle, while the two bodyguards grabbed her by her arms and forced her in a kneeling position. Slater, now recovered from feeling the strength of her heat bending, marched up to her. "That's some neat party trick you got there, kid. Put the fear of the Maker in my soul, I tell you what." He then kneeled down at eye level to her. "So, what was the plan here, Azula? Steal my ship and run on back home to Mama Myrelle, huh? Real stupid plan if you ask me, but I've got to commend you on making it this far." She only gave him a look of defiance as he grabbed her face and forced her to look at him. "You got cocky though. Did you really think a little OL thing like you could take us all on by your lonesome?" She gave him a defiant grin. "Yeah. I did. At least long enough to keep you busy." Slater let out a laugh. "Gotta admire that confidence. But that's right, you ain't alone. I got so worked up on catching you and your freaky exploding trick I almost forgot about your buddies, but I ain't too worried. I still got people on board that can make short work of them." "What happened to keeping us alive in order to make the trade?" Azula mocked. "You know, I really did want to keep y'all alive so I could get that fabricator the nice and easy way, but after this little fiasco, ruining my plan, hijacking my ship, throwing out my strike team and killing my men, I ain't playing nice no more. I'm gonna tear your friends limb from limb, mail 'em back to Myrelle in a series of packages so she knows that I mean business when I come for that fabricator. But for you, I think I'll take you to Urette and let her decide on what she wants to do with you, and let me tell ya, there ain't no end to her creativity." He then snapped his fingers to the trooper knife. The trooper unsheathed his combat knife and gave it to him. "But before I send you to the boss lady, you know, I've gotta get my licks in. Why don't we start with that pretty little nose of yours?" A twisted sadistic grin came over his features as he grabbed Azula by the chin and began to bring the knife closer to her face as she struggled to fight his bodyguard's grip. The four members of the bridge stood against the wall with their hands raised over their heads as Lectro stood before them with a blaster raised. "Now I just want to let you guys know, I am not a violent person. I abhor violence as a man of science, so I need you to understand that this is not personal. We are doing this strictly out of self-defense." He reassured them all. "Doc, you don't have to apologize to the guys who work for the man trying to kill us," Skeeve said as he worked the pilot's console. "I can't help it, I've never taken people hostage before." Skeeve ignored this as he worked. "Can't believe Setro did a blind jump. What if we hit a planet? That's not how extra-dimensional travel works. There's no physical objects for us to collide with." Yeah. Skeeve brushed off. "Looks like it's only a short jump. We should be exiting back into real space right about." The ship exited the tunnel of endless color into real space, with the sudden exit almost throwing everyone off balance due to it being an unconventional jump. The sudden turbulence threw everyone in the cargo bay off balance. With the abrupt entrance into the new star system, Azula felt the rush of power return to her from a yellow star. As her opponents got back to their feet, she made a sweeping kick toward Slater and sent a wave of fire hitting his sleeve, making him fall back in surprise as he patted it out. She broke free from the grasp of his bodyguard, sending fireballs into both of them as she rolled back onto her feet and sent waves of fire into the strike team member who was more protected by his tactical gear. Slater jumped for a blaster and fired at her, but Azula quickly swayed her arms to deflect the blasts around her, with the last one being sent into the chest of the final strike team trooper, killing him. Slater halted his fire, realizing that his blasts weren't effective, but kept his weapon trained on her while he studied her stance, trying to figure out what had just happened. Slater had been angry with how things were turning out, but the reveal of fire bending put a crooked smile of delight and curiosity on his face, as if he was a child being presented candy. "Well, ain't that something?" He lowered his weapon and pointed at her. "You've been holding out on me. Where was that before? Surrender your ship now, and maybe I'll let you walk free," Azula commanded. Slater laughed. "You really think a little fire is gonna dash?" She shot a fireball at his feet. "Do you really want to test me right now, Slater?" Slater's smirk never left his face, with gleeful defiance appearing in his gaze as he tossed the blaster aside and peeled his burned jacket off. "You know what? I think I do. I want to see what this is all about." The blue-striped organs on his arms contracted, sending golden lightning up and down his arms. "Why don't we settle this the good old-fashioned way? Little bare knuckle action." He hammered his knuckles together, generating sparks. "Your fire against ma electricity? Winner gets ma ship. What do you say? You're really going to try and fight me head-on?" Azula said, almost in disbelief. "Why not? I like me a good scuffle every now and again." He cracked his knuckles. There was no fear in his eyes. He knew that if she accepted his challenge, there was a chance that he could die. But that didn't scare him. Instead, it seemed to only invigorate him further, as he wanted to test his mettle against a truly worthy opponent. Azula welcomed the challenge, as she too was itching for a worthy fight to prove her own superiority. "All right, you better not disappoint me, Slater." Author's note: another action-packed chapter, and we are getting close to the end of the Gold Sun adventure, and not only that, but next chapter we'll get Azula versus Slater. This fight is one I've been brewing in my head for a while, seeing how Slater can use his electric powers against someone like Azula. Fun fact, when I started this FIC, the absolute hardest thing to write was Azula herself, as she is not my character, therefore I didn't feel like I had a good idea of how her thought process worked. To remedy that, I rewatched just about every scene she appeared in back in ATLA, along with her comic appearances, watched a whole bunch of character analysis videos on her, read a few really good fanfics on her as well, and used an AI chatbot to help write the first 2 or 3 chapters. Once I got a good grasp on her, I got more confident, and I feel as though I know the character as well as one of my own, at least the version of her I created for this FIC. The 4 members of the bridge crew climbed into the tubular escape pod, with their hands still raised, as Lectro stood behind them with a blaster. "Again, sorry we had to do this, but thank you for cooperating." After the door slid close, he launched the pod from the wall terminal, holstering his blaster, relieved that he didn't have to use it, and returned to the bridge. "Bridge crew has disembarked," he said, taking the co-pilot seat. "I still think we should have just shot them," Skeeve commented as he accessed the NAV computer. "That's a little excessive, don't you think? I just don't want any more surprises." Lectra decided to change the subject to more pressing matters. "I hope the others are doing okay." "I'm sure they're fine. If they weren't, we wouldn't have the ship. Still, it wouldn't hurt to check on them." Lectro accessed the camera feed in and around the engineering room, seeing what was left of the thugs and strike team in a firefight with Sev and Cetro. Sev continued to fire at the troopers as Cetro joined him. The tactically equipped strike team members began tossing smoke grenades down the hall and into the engine room, masking their presence. "Close the door," Cetro ordered. Sev did so and made sure to smash the panel to lock it in place. Now locked in the engine room, Cetro contacted the bridge. "Engine room is secure, for now. How are things on your end?" "Skeeve and I have successfully taken the bridge and sent the crew up here on their way," Lectro responded. "Good. Any trouble?" "No, it was fairly easy once Azula drew Slater and his men away." "She's not with you? Where's she at?" "I'm going over the security footage now and found her. She's back in the cargo bay with Slater, and by the looks of it, she's got her bending back. Good, she'll make short work of him while we take care of the stragglers on board. As he said that, sparks began to shoot out from one of the exits on the upper platform, said stragglers are now trying to torch their way in now. Electro looked over the control console of the ship. Is there anything we can do from here? Maybe you can seal them in where they're at and cut off oxygen. Cetro suggested. Sorry to cut in, but we've got a problem. Skeeve said. What is it? Electro asked, looking at the main viewing screen and seeing Gold Sun gunships appearing behind them. The very same ships accompanying Slater. Oh no. No, 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 no. Electro began to panic. What's going on up there, Doc? The other ships just showed up. They must have traced our jump signature. I'll focus power on the shields and engines. You two focus on getting us out of their sights. How do we do that? We're in open space? I don't know, figure something out. Cetro shouted before logging off the comms. Skeeve scoffed, figure it out, he says. He's not the one flying this thing. You'll also like. One of the screens flashed at the co-pilot station. They're trying to contact us? What do we do? Watch the master at work. Skeeve said with a confident smirk as he patched them in. Star Runner. What is going on with your ship? The gruff voice of one of the ships said. Star Runner? Electro asked. Guess that's us. Skeeve put on a headset. This is Star Runner speaking. We just had a little bit of engine trouble on our end. We're taking care of it. If it was engine trouble, then why did the extraction team get ejected? Bad motor on the cargo door. Gonna get that checked out when we land. He lied effortlessly. I want to speak to Slater. The boss man is busy right now. He's stringing up the engineers as we speak and made it very clear he didn't want to be disturbed. The self-satisfied grin never left Skeeve's face. It was almost too easy for him when it came to lying to these people. We picked up an escape pod that held the entire engineering team on it before you jumped, and they've said that the Star Runner was hijacked. Skeeve lost his grin. He didn't think Cetro would send them out an escape pod. Some more chatter came in with the voice returning with an uproar. We just got a signal from a second escape pod saying they're the bridge crew. Who am I speaking with? Skeeve remained silent, trying to think of a reasonable response as the gunships began targeting them. When he couldn't find one, he cut the transmission and boosted the yacht away as fast as the engines would allow, with the enemy ships boosting after them. Master at work, huh? Electro said sarcastically as plasma bolts started coming their way. Shut up and help us find a way out of here. Electro looked through the ship's systems. Don't we have torpedoes or something we can use against them? This is a pleasure boat. All we've got are point defense turrets. What's the nearest planet? Electro looked through the systems again, Birchan, putting in coordinates. The Star Runner shifted its direction and boosted towards a green gas giant. Azula and Slater had taken on fighting stances across from one another. Azula maintained a traditional firebending stance, while Slater stood with his electric fists raised guarding his face, elbows tucked and feet spread at shoulder length. He bounced off each foot as if he was ready to jump in any direction once the first strike was made. She kept her eyes on his fists, knowing they were the most lethal part of him, but was sure to shift her focus on his feet to be sure she can react accordingly for whenever he chooses to strike. So, how we planning on doing this? You first? Me first? Or do we want to throw hands at the same time and see who gets the first lick in? By all means, go right ahead. After everything we've put you through, I might as well be nice and give you the first strike. Oh well, that is mighty kind of ya, if I do say so myself. Azula thrusted her fingers forward, sending a blast towards his head. Slater quickly ducked, dodging into the attack, and closed the distance with a lunge and a crackling fist being thrown at her side. Unconsciously, Azula swatted the punch away, only to feel the shock as soon as she made contact. His quick attacks had thrown her off balance and put her on the defensive. All his jabs were fast like cannonballs being fired, with one always guarding his face. He left no room for her to retaliate and was forced to dodge each potential blow, making her hair stand on end. After ducking out the way of a sweeping elbow, she rolled out of his range, quickly shooting off some fireballs at him. He jumped out of the way and hid behind a stack of crates. "You sly dog, you. Caught me mid-sentence. Thought you had a little more honor than that." He laughed as he removed one of his gold chains. Azula approached the crate, fingers ready to fire. "I didn't quite take you for the honorable type." She jumped around the corner, sending a burst where he should have been, only to find the space empty. To her surprise, a gold chain wrapped around her firing wrist as Slater jumped out from behind the opposing stack and sent a surge of electricity into her. "If you ask me, honor is overrated. Honor is what gets you a plasma bolt in the back on the streets." He sent another rush of electricity through her body. "You don't seem like someone who cares for honor either. After all, you went for the cheap shot." She screamed at the pain as it caused her body to tense up until she sent her foot into his side, pushing herself away, snapping the chain and falling to her side. Before he could attack again, she sent an upward kick, generating a wave of fire that he narrowly avoided in a stumbled backstep that gave her just enough time to roll back on her feet and go on the offensive. From what she could tell, his electric ability was only deadly if he was capable of touching her. She didn't know if he was capable of shooting it out like she could, but considered it a possibility. For now, she just needed to keep him at a distance. She sent waves of orange fire towards him in quick succession, with him barely managing to dodge them, with one of his pant legs catching fire from the tail end of a blaze. The assault was too much for him as he dove behind another crate, quickly patting out his burning leg as he tried to figure out how to counter her attacks. Knowing she had the upper hand in this situation, he ran behind another stack of crates as she appeared, sending a jet stream down the row, with the flames brushing against the lock of the largest crate, melting it off and sending its contents of machine components and weapons spilling out, blocking the path. This fight was starting to become too one-sided for Slater's liking. He needed an edge against her, something to get past her flames, and he got his answer when he saw a fire extinguisher hanging on the wall. Undeterred by the mess of metal, Azula charged ahead, using her firebending to leap over the wreckage and having a clear view of Slater. "So much for impressing me, Slater," she mocked as she sent another cone of fire to engulf the man. However, as the fire was about to swallow him, he turned quickly, and the flames were met with a chilling cloud of smoke that smothered them before they could make contact. "Bet you didn't see that coming, did ya?" He laughed at her shock as he held the extinguisher in his hands before swinging it at her like a club. She dodged the blow, backing up as he invaded her space, swiping at her with an electric hand. She sent a jab to his face in hopes of momentarily disorientating him, only for her fist to collide with the hard metal extinguisher that he used to block her attack. Reeling from punching the extinguisher, she failed to notice Slater placing his hand against her stomach and sending a shock through her system, and followed with an attempt to plant the base end of the extinguisher into her head. After narrowly escaping the blow, she attempted more firebending, but Slater managed to counter it by blasting and covering her in the chilling substance. It distracted her long enough for Slater to deliver a swift kick to her side, sending her into a stack. With the upper hand now going to Slater, Azula backed away. The advantage of being able to attack from afar had now been rendered useless so long as he kept the bright red cylinder in one hand, and now knowing it makes a good blunt weapon discouraged her from wanting to risk close-quarters combat. He had a counter for just about everything she could throw at him. If her flames had their signature blue coloration and higher temperatures, perhaps she could overwhelm him, but she would have to wait to arrive on a planet for that, and wasn't willing to wait that long in order to finish this fight. Her best strategy now would be to try and take him by surprise. "What's wrong, Azula? Getting cold feet? Get it?" He laughed, then spritzed the air with the extinguisher to make his point. Her expression soured at the bad pun as she bolted into the rows of crates. "Oh, come on now. The joke wasn't that bad." The Star Runner flew through space as plasma bolts zoomed past them as they raced towards the green planet, several of which collided with their shields. Each collision caused the ship to shake, with Skeeve doing everything he could to avoid them. Don't they know that their boss is still on board? Lectro asked. They're targeting our wings and engines. They're trying to cripple us so they can board. Skeeve explained as he maneuvered them out the way of another oncoming blast. You got the turrets online? Lectro fiddled with his panel, activating them. On the outside of the ship, 3 turrets, one at the top behind the bridge, another at the base, and one at the nose, swiveled towards their attackers and began firing a barrage of yellow plasma that bounced off their shields. Better than nothing, I guess. Lectro said before contacting Cetro. Guys, how are you in engineering? Cetro kept a close eye on the console, making sure everything was running smoothly. Engine-wise, everything is good. My biggest concern is the rest of the crew still on board. They've been pretty quiet since we locked them out. Keep the doors to the bridge locked until we can do something about dash. One of the doors to the upper level was blown from its hinges as the troopers began pouring in and began firing. Alert! Alert! I am under siege. B3 announced as a stray plasma bolt grazed his metal plating, with the robot disconnecting from the console and taking cover, with Cetro and Seth following suit. Update: the problem got in. Cetro said, dodging a plasma bolt coming for his head. Do whatever you can to avoid us getting shot down while we take care of this, and while you're at it, tell Azula to hurry up with Slater and get here now. I don't know, she looks a little busy at the moment. Lectro responded as another blast hit the ship. He's just one guy and she can shoot fire. He can't be that hard? Azula hid behind a stack of crates as she nursed the electric wound on her stomach as Slater's footsteps echoed, with the ship shuddering from another blast. Oh, Azula. Where are you? Slater called out, you still here? I'd be disappointed if that's all you had to show me. He jumped out with the hose of the extinguisher ready to fire, only to find nothing there. So, how'd you do that fire trick of yours? Cybernetics, biotech, magic? Or maybe you're a lab experiment that got loose. He peeked over the corner of another row. Maybe not, you got too much confidence in ya. Plus you fight too well to have been raised in a lab. She quietly followed his voice and summoned a fire dagger. You think you know me? I guarantee you, Slater, you couldn't be any more wrong. He spun towards the direction of the voice and slowly crept towards it. I may not know you, per se, but I think I've got a good idea of what I'm dealing with. I'm a pretty good judge of character. She scoffed. Well, you're not the only people person here. I've gotten a good look at you, and I think I can surmise who you are adequately. Slater readied the extinguisher as he got closer to where he believed she was. That right? Care to share what you've figured out? Of course. She called out from behind him, catching him by surprise before disappearing behind another crate stack. You're a nobody who had nothing, came from nothing, and will probably die with nothing. Right now you might have power and prestige, but you flaunt it around like a child, trying desperately to show the world that you matter, but no amount of money or charisma can hide that you're actually just a small, insecure man. Slater took in every malicious word she threw, and to Azula's surprise, he just laughed. It took him a while to regain his composure, which led to him being wide open for an attack. She could strike now and end this once and for all, but she didn't. She was confused by his reaction. She was sure she had hit him in every point that would make him drown in his insecurities or boil over in blind rage, yet his laughter echoed throughout the room and she needed to know why. He finally calmed down, wiping away a tear. Damn girl, you didn't pull any punches. Went straight for the throat with that one, but yeah, you've got some of it right. I was born in the gutter, raised in the gutter, but I damn well ain't gon' die in it, and yeah, I like flaunt and ma stuff. Why have wealth if you don't show it off? I know what I am, and I ain't afraid to let the world know. He looked down one of the rows, seeing the crate that had been broken earlier, noticing a piece of chrome metal lying on the ground, and after squinting he could see the warped image of Azula, positioning herself behind the stack opposite to it, ready to jump out. He bent down and grabbed a smoke grenade that had rolled out, keeping his thumb on the activation button. Now that you've psychoanalyzed me, I think it's about time I do the same. Azula snorted. This ought to be rich. Do pray tell, Slater. Who do you think I am? She brought the orange fire blade up ready to strike. That tenacity and posh attitude, no doubt about it. You're someone who comes from money, born with an umbrella over your head to block the harsh rain of the universe, but something happened. The umbrella got dropped and you're soaked in the reality that you ain't at the top of the universe, slumming around with bottom-of-the-barrel mercs like the Crimson Storm just to survive. I may have come from nothing but that built character and I was able to claw my way out of it. But you started from the top and fell hard, and it's difficult to get back up when you've fallen so far. Azula listened to his monologue amused at first, but it soon turned to irritation as she realized just how well her opponent was able to read her. She thought she could gain control of the situation with her words, but, like Angara, Slater was an anomaly she couldn't dig her claws into. But you definitely ain't no defenseless little girl. I saw what Chud did to my men in the sewers. You've got some martial talent in ya. Talent wasted on the Crimson Storm. He armed the smoke grenade and rolled it down the row. So you want me to abandon the storm in favor of the Golden Sun? Thanks, but I'm not interested in becoming your underling. Well, that's a shame then. She failed to notice the smoke grenade stop at her side and in an instant dispense the area around her in clouds of smoke, forcing her out of hiding as she covered her mouth, coughing out, trying to escape the choking smoke. Before she realized it, Slater was on top of her and caught her in the chin with a backhanded swipe that sent her to the floor. Before he could strike again, she kicked her legs out, sending arcs of fire in every direction, too many for Slater to counter with his extinguisher, and forced him back. She rushed him before he could recover, resummoning a fire dagger, and swiped at his face, managing to land a burn across his cheek. She ducked under a retaliatory swing, getting behind him and dragging the fire dagger across his back before sending a flaming chop to his side. He blasted her with the extinguisher, blinding her long enough to hobble back. Once the smoke cleared, Azula had disappeared again. He had the extinguisher at the ready as his eyes darted around, waiting for her to appear again. He heard movement from above and found Azula had climbed atop one of the stacks and brought down a fist, sending a torrent of fire down on him. Slater barely managed to roll out of the way in time, with the shoulder of his shirt catching fire. She remained at her vantage point, firing another torrent at him, with Slater quickly bringing up the extinguisher and firing a counterblast, but blinded himself to anything else beyond. Azula had enough of this extinguisher and calculated on how to get rid of it. She carefully targeted the bright red cylindrical body and sent a small focused fire bolt, burning a hole that sent an explosive smokescreen everywhere. Now without a counter, Azula leapt down, sending a fiery dropkick to dissipate the cloud. Slater threw the damaged canister as she ducked out of the way and sent a series of punches and kicks interspersed with flames. Slater managed to dodge most of the fire but couldn't deflect many of the blows she sent. As she was about to send another fire-infused blow to his stomach, he caught the fist. She tried to counter with a fiery sweep with her other hand, only for this one to be caught by the wrist. Now with both arms disabled, he sent an even stronger surge of electricity through her arms, one so strong she couldn't hold in her cries of pain as he forced her down to her knees. One fatal flaw folks like you got is that you're overconfident. You don't think that someone like me could take you down until it's too late. He lectured her. His hands crackling brighter, burning her wrists until they suddenly stopped, and the burning pain of electric volts running through her nerves was replaced with a faint tingling sensation. The once swollen blue stripes that housed his electric energy were now thin and withered like a sponge, with all of its water squeezed out, and with it Slater's orange eyes widened as he realized he burned through all of his energy. Azula took notice and hit him with a leg sweep and pulled herself out of his grasp. The pain in her arms was great, but she ignored it as she shot blaze after blaze at the man. He no longer had any power at his disposal, so now she was going to revel in making him fear for his life. He thought he knew her, but now she's going to show him how much he doesn't know and make him regret wanting to fight her. It seems I'm not the only one who's overconfident. Within the engineering room, Cetro's face was being pressed against the main control console as he wrestled for control with one of the troopers. Sev continued his own battle with several troopers in a firefight as he hid behind machinery, his injuries and missing left foot keeping him from being more mobile. Setro managed to keep the trooper's pistol away from him as they continued to fight, but Setro was losing the strength to keep it away. B3 shot out of his hiding place, ramming his body against the trooper, sending him flying back. The trooper attempted to fire on B3 only for the robot to swipe the weapon out of his hands, grabbing the man and flinging him towards the upper level. Setro looked at the robot in surprise. "Damn robot, that's a pretty good self-defense protocol." "My designation is B3. The robot said calmly. The other Gold Suns members noticed this and focused their attention on B3. Sev took advantage, shooting through the floor of the upper level, then grabbed the trooper B3 knocked over and threw him at the last member at the opposite end of the catwalk, with both of them flying back and hitting the controls of the gravity core. Slater ran down the row and ducked behind a column of crates as fire rushed. He quickly peeled the outer layer of his burning shirt off once he realized there was no putting it out, and tossed them at his pursuer once she found him. He tried getting away from Azula, but with the loss of his electric energy emboldened the young firebender into pursuing him like a feral animal. She was completely different now than she was at the start of their battle. Before she was confident, calm and collected, but now she was wild with an unrelenting aggression, her eyes wide with a manic excitement and a sadistic smile stretched over her face. The same expression he saw through the trooper's helmet. "Come on, Slater." "I thought you like a good scuffle. Don't tell me without your electric hands you're nothing." She taunted, sending another blast over his head as he managed to escape the rows of cargo. As he recovered, he barely dodged a fiery foot lodging itself in the console controls on the wall that cracked and flickered. She followed up with a roundhouse kick that sent a wave of flames that cut through an exposed wire that shot sparks between them before going for a jumping strike. Slater was able to catch her strike and throw her off him. "You think I'm down for the count?" Slater grabbed the sparking wire, his face twisting in pain as electric currents traversed his body with the blue-striped organs swelling. He let go of the wire, his hand now covered in electric burns as electricity danced along his arms. "A little hiccup ain't gonna stop me." As Azula and Slater charged to continue their battle, the gravity shut off, sending both careening into the air. Azula used her firebending to stabilize herself in air as Slater inverted himself and used the magnetic plates in his shoes to cling to the ceiling. Azula shot herself towards him like a jet, taking advantage of the freedom zero gravity provided, shooting fireballs at him as he sprinted out of the way and pulling a ceiling panel free to use as a shield as she passed him by. As she readjusted herself, he flung the panel at her, catching her off guard long enough to launch himself towards her, grabbing her by the leg and flinging her onto a large crate before pushing himself off the ceiling, delivering an electric punch. She managed to jump out of the way as his fist dented the crate. She shot blasts of fire to maneuver out of his grasp and flew around the room, being sure to stay out of his range. He couldn't match her newfound mobility and range, with no strategy on how to counter it. He dived in between the rows as she swooped by, coating the area in flames, and when he made contact with the ground he saw one of the control panels on the wall for the cargo bay's magnetic locks. He lunged for the controls, pulling himself towards it as Azula made bombing runs trying to strike him until he managed to successfully make it. With the press of a few buttons, the magnetic locks keeping the supplies routed shut off, with all of the crates now free floating everywhere, hampering Azula's movements as they collided with one another, several of which bursting open, spilling their contents out, cluttering the air. The worst part being that she lost track of Slater in the process. She spun around, boosting her way through the debris, searching for him as her eyes darted around, expecting an attack from any direction. You should just admit your defeat, Slater. It's clear who the superior fighter is, so why don't we just end this before you run out of cheap tricks to save you? Can you blame me? His voice echoed out. That fire business of yours is one hell of a showstopper. I ain't got the range you got. Sure, there are some Chundry that can fling electric currents out, but I'm big enough a man to admit that I ain't got the skills to do that sort of thing. She couldn't pinpoint where his voice was coming from as she glided past several storage units. You know, you've got it, girl. What exactly? It. That spark of something great, both figuratively and literally. You're a damn good fighter, and you've got a good head on your shoulders. I wouldn't be surprised if taking Ma ship was all your idea. My point is there's a place fair people as gifted as you in the syndicate. Azula scoffs, and what makes you think I'd be interested in being Urette's puppet? Think about it. You want power, prestige, wealth? The gold sun is where you gon' find it. The Crimson Storm is tough as nails, but you ain't gonna go anywhere with them. At most, they'll make you a starship captain in charge of some old rust bucket being held together by the dream that someday you'll go further beyond, only to get blown to bits by a bigger, badder feller. But with the gold sun, you can find yourself amongst the finest the criminal underworld has to offer, rubbing shoulders with some powerful people. And if Uretta takes a liking to ya, well, you're set for life. She can give you your own fleet, a planet or two, and the finest luxuries the universe has to offer. So long as you stay on her good side. A tempting offer, but I'd like to hear this from her mouth. Empty promises from an underling mean very little compared to the one capable of providing them. His laugh echoed throughout the room. How do you think I got to where I am now today? Uretta plucked me out of the gutter and gave me the tools to be the crime lord I am today. I'm living proof of these promises. Don't you want to spend the rest of your life sipping the finest wines in a palace surrounded in opulence and the power to level anyone or anything that even looks at you funny, or are you set being nothing but a gutter rat fight in fair scraps? Azula still searched for him as she absorbed his words. She would be lying if she said she wasn't enticed, far more so than Skeeve's sorry excuse for an offer. Under normal circumstances, she would accept in a heartbeat if only to usurp his position and maybe take Urette's, but what kept her from taking it was one fact. Her ultimate goal is to return to Earth. However, the Crimson Storm are the only ones who know the coordinates to reach it. By accepting Slater's offer, she would end up cutting off the only line she has to her home. She scolded herself for not getting the coordinates before leaving. As she thought through this decision, Slater's magnetic shoes locked onto a floating crate outside of Azula's field of view. He quickly rummaged through its opening and found a long chain. He sent an electrical current through the links, finding it was made of a conductive material. Before Azula could come to a conclusion, the chain wrapped around her ankle, pulling her out of her thoughts. Took too long to answer. Electricity shot up its length, shocking her before he pulled her down, swinging her into the railing of the second level and sending another shock. With the chain now on her, she found that she was at his mercy. He could continuously shock her from a distance, and no amount of firebending was going to be able to make him stop. She only knew one way to get out of this: use his own electricity against him. The electric burn on his hand was proof enough that he was not immune to lightning the same way a firebender is not immune to fire. The biggest danger with this plan was the possibility that he could deflect it and put a hole in the ship, but now she was desperate. As lightning danced along the surface of the chain into her body, she fought through the pain, bringing 2 fingers to the current, redirecting the energy from her leg to her stomach until it started to dance at her fingertips as she raised it above her head, with it taking on a blue coloration as her own chi mixed with it. Slater's eyes widened as he saw this. You gotta be kidding me now. She flung the blue blast back at him. He let go of the chain and instinctively threw his hands up to catch it. He had no idea if this action could stop this, but it was too late for him to do anything else. He caught the electric blast with his own electricity beginning to burn his hands. He shouted in pain and defiance as he forced the blast apart, throwing the bolts to his sides. one striking his hover car, igniting it in a fiery explosion whose shockwave threw them back and sent every floating object colliding with each other. "Well, this is one fine and dandy predicament," Cetro said as he floated around aimlessly in engineering, unable to move anywhere. "At least we were able to take out the last of them," Sev stated, also stuck floating. Cetro flailed his limbs as if he was swimming, trying to move through the air to no avail. "You just had to throw the last guy into the gravity core, didn't you?" "How was I supposed to know that was where the gravity core was? Don't you have a grappling hook or something built into you that can fling me to the controls?" "My grappling hook is in one of my other left arms." "Well, that's just great. May I be of assistance?" B3 called out, clinging to the railing of the second level with the fingers of one of his legs. "Turn the gravity back on." B3 scuttled towards the controls and reactivated the device. Everything within the cargo bay dropped, colliding with the floor hard as crates fell open, splattering the floor with their contents and smashing anything else. Azula found herself plummeting to the ground, landing on her back and quickly rolling away before a large crate could crush her. The cargo bay was a mess as almost every inch of the floor was covered in crushed supplies and dented crates, with the smell of smoke filling the room as Slater's smoldering hovercar was crushed by a large storage unit. She looked around, seeing no sign of Slater. She hoped he was crushed by the falling debris as she carefully unwrapped the chain from her ankle, her flesh feeling tender from the scorching pain of being continuously shocked that would undoubtedly leave a scar. Her worst fear was confirmed. Slater, and by extension the entire Chundari race, was capable of redirecting her lightning. As far as she knew, the only one who could do so was Zuko and her uncle, but she never got the chance to witness this and therefore have no way of countering it. She heard movement from her right, quickly turning to see Slater stumble out from behind several crates in a daze as blood trickled from his head, several of his head scales chipped and damaged, with both of his hands severely burned. He finally regained some semblance of what was happening and took notice of her. "Well, ain't you just full of surprises?" She said nothing as she took on another fighting stance. Slater held up a smoking hand as he pulled himself up. "Nah. I'm done. Ship's yours. I know when I'm beat, and I know I ain't gonna be able to take another one of those." He took one look at Azula, noticing her stance was off, most likely from the pain of the chain. "And that she was out of breath, and from the looks of it you're done too." "I can keep going all day," she responded with false confidence as she could feel herself coming off balance. "So now that I've defeated you, what then? We take you as a prisoner and ransom you back to Ureta?" He let out a tired laugh that was followed by a coughing fit. "Nah. I'm gonna go to the shuttle bay or nearest escape pod and be on my way." "You really think I'm just going to let you waltz out of here after everything you've put me through?" Yeah. Unless you think you can stop me while keeping yourself from falling over." She couldn't really argue with him on that front, she was exhausted. "My offer still stands, Azula. You can come with me and be on your way to greatness." She eased out of her stance. "It is a very tempting offer, but I have my reasons for staying in the storm." He looked disappointed. "But," she said, catching his attention, "if I were to change my mind, how would I be able to contact you?" A smile split his narrow face. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a black and gold card, and presented it to her. "My card. I'll be expecting a call, Azula." She took the card, studying the golden alien text printed across its black surface. Slater turned and walked away towards the exit. "Hope you survive long enough to make that call." The ship rocked as it was struck again. "You're not going to call off your ships?" "Ha! Nope. Can't make things too easy for ya." "See ya around, kid," said as the doors closed behind him. "Almost to the planet," Skeeve announced as the green gas giant came into view. "You really think we can lose them in here?" "Positive. Gas giants are notorious for being difficult to fly in," Lectro said. On the dorsal side of the ship, just before the bridge, a pair of doors slid open as a small shuttlecraft ascended from the opening and flew off. Lectro followed the ship with his eyes as he looked out the window. I was unaware this ship had a shuttle bay. He contacted engineering. Hey, did any of you guys take a shuttle out of here? Maybe it was the last of the crew. Cetro's voice came through. Anyway, we took care of the engineering problem and are back at full speed. Where's Azula? Don't know, let me see if I can dash. The door to the bridge slid open with Azula walking in, tired and beaten. Never mind, she's here. He told Cetro before going to her. Azula. You're all right. What happened to Slater? She took a seat in the captain's chair. He got away. Said something about taking a shuttle. That was him? Skeeve said. That probably explains why they're starting to lock on their big guns. How are we going to lose them? She asked. By flying right into this planet. Skeeve responded as a wall of sea foam green clouds was quickly coming into view. Hang on to something, this is gonna be a bumpy ride. The Star Runner pierced the atmosphere, with the turbulence being the first thing they noticed as it violently shook the vessel. Azula could feel the full strength of her bending return, boosting her out of her post-battle exhaustion. Visibility outside was minimal due to the thick clouds, with the occasional lightning blast illuminating the way. Slater's shuttle was caught by one of the pursuing ship's tractor beams and guided to an airlock. Once inside, he took command of the ship as he sauntered into the bridge, taking the captain's seat for himself as the ship's medic attempted to treat his injuries. All right, boys, update me on the situation. The ship's captain spoke. They just entered the atmosphere of a Class M gas giant. This one in particular has been designated a no-fly zone due to unstable weather conditions. Should we pull back? Nope. We'll stay out here, but the rest go after them and make sure they're dead. The other ships heard the order and boosted into the atmosphere. The ship continued to rock hard, with the shields that were normally invisible could be seen flashing until it dispersed into particles. Shields are down, navigation is on the fritz, and our weapon systems are fluttering in and out. Lectro announced as his screen was filled with flashing red lights and alarms. The ions in the atmosphere are wreaking havoc on all of our systems. If we stay here too long, the storm is gonna rip the ship apart. Skeeve said as he fought for control. Have we lost them yet? Azula asked as she held onto the seat for life. No, they're right behind us and gaining. A bolt of lightning struck their ship, destroying their nose turret. We need to get out of the upper atmosphere fast. Their ship soared through the thick storm, shuddering as the winds beat against it, tearing panels from its surface and scratching the hull. The Gold Sun ships followed, finding it was just as difficult to fly as their shields popped. The heavier ships managed to fly through the atmosphere with minimal damage, but many of the smaller fighters fell prey to the harsh winds and lightning strikes. The Star Runner pierced through the upper atmosphere into a hollow of calmer sage-colored clouds that swirled into vortexes that blackened the further they extended, with strange ghostly calls reverberated. Visibility was still low, but at least they were able to see the rest of the ship. The Gold Sun ships emerged from the storm and immediately began firing. Plasma bolts struck the hull, punching holes along its surface. Torpedoes fired spiraled out of control, missing their mark entirely and detonating. Azula went to the window, watching the malfunctioning explosions as the ship rocked from another shot. What's wrong with them? Why can't they hit us? The same ions in the atmosphere messing with our equipment must be doing the same with them. If they want to hit us, then they'll have to get close. Lectro explained. Unfortunately, it's wreaking havoc on our own targeting systems, so our turrets need to be operated manually. Dibs on the ventricle turret. Seb's voice came over the comms. Where's the closest turret then? She demanded as she went to the door. Dorsal turret is outside in the hall on the right. She left, running to a glass tube where a chair sat in wait. After fumbling with the controls, the seat ascended into the spherical turret. She grasped the controls, and after test-firing it to familiarize herself, she felt she was ready for combat and focused on the holographic reticles that tracked the other vessels behind them. Sev fired at their pursuers, managing to destroy 2 fighters and deal damage to one of the larger ships. Azula wasn't as fortunate. The fighters zoomed past them, every shot missing its mark as their yellow beams scorched the dorsal side. Skeeve directed the Star Runner into a dive to avoid another attack run. Azula managed to blast one of the fighters out of the sky as Skeeve pulled up into a massive cloud for cover. She swiveled her turret around looking for another target, only for the targets to fizzle and blur. "I can't see anything." "Sev, do you see them?" "Nope. Clouds are too thick." "Lectro." Azula barked into the comms, "Navigation is murky, I can't find any dash." One of the larger ships rammed them from the side with its turrets swiveling and to target their bridge. Azula moved and fired before they could, destroying the turret along with scorching holes along its surface, forcing it to retreat. One of the other ships came from above, plasma bolts soaring past. Her targeting was still off but fired, her bolts tearing through the connection between one of the side engines from the main body, sending it spiraling out of control. The severed engine collided with a fighter following close behind. "Look at you, fire spitter. A natural sharpshooter," Sev said. She smirked as she watched the enemy vessel plummet in the distance. Naturally. They exited the cloud and were bombarded by a wave of something solid and blue. Azula swiveled her turret to face this, believing it to be the enemy, only to be met with a giant school of strange flying blue fish-like creatures the size of her head soaring around them and shimmering in what little light that pierced through the outer layer of storm clouds. Around the ship, billions of these creatures moved in synchronization in colossal skulls, reacting to anything that approaches them. "There are creatures that actually live in places like this?" she asked aloud, somewhat transfixed by the awe-inspiring display of these creatures. "You'd be surprised where you could find life in the universe," Lectro added. Their nature-watching session was interrupted as another plasma blast bolted past them. Skeeve accelerated towards another cloud in hopes of losing them. As Azula fired at their enemies, a strange call echoed, drawing her attention away, where she noticed a massive silhouette behind a wall of clouds that moved slowly, with whistles and ghostly groans following. The swarm of skyfish that moved within the clouds changed direction away from the silhouette, as if they were running away from something. "Lectro, what else is hiding in these clouds?" she asked as another howl rippled through the air. "To be honest, I have no idea, but the navigation came back online and found something massive up ahead," Lectro notified them with panic. "Did they bring a warship with them?" Sev asked as he continued firing. "Whatever it is, it's up ahead." Azula spun the turret to face this new threat, and when she saw the large shadow beyond the emerald clouds, she prepared to fire. What she didn't expect was the massive 3-pronged maw of an impossibly large whale-like creature to pierce the veil, the membrane between its jaws acting like a net catching the swarms of skyfish, that was followed by a low rumbling groan. It was the largest creature she had ever seen, with gray leathery skin, a series of large flipper-like appendages going down the length of its long body. Azula stared in shock and awe that such a beast could exist, that it was almost overwhelming. "What the hell is that?" Skeeve screamed as the maw got closer and began to close. "Get us out! Get us out! Get us out of here!" Lectro screamed, just as panicked as him. Skeeve pulled the Star Runner up as far as he could, with the ship boosting towards the edge of its mouth, escaping just as it gulped down the entire school, with one of the gunships being unfortunate enough to be caught by it. Skeeve struggled to keep control of the ship as its port side scraped against the beast's stony skin, pulling away in time to fly past its gargantuan eyeball, whose plus-shaped pupil followed them. The ship managed to stabilize itself, where they saw more whale creatures gliding through the air, feeding on the schools of skyfish, with their moans echoing in a ghostly symphony, many of which come dangerously close to colliding with their vessel or swallowing them whole. In their attempt to escape, they had found themselves in the middle of a mass feeding ground. What do I do? Where do we go? Skeev asked in a panic as his eyes darted about trying to take in all that was going on. I don't know, there's so many of them. Seb's voice came through, whatever you guys do, do it now. Suns are right behind us. Plasma bolts flew past them with one striking the engine, forcing them to boost into the feeding frenzy. The swarms parted ways for the ships as they came through with the stolen vessel dodging a whale as it dove out of the clouds, one of the larger gold sun ships crashing into its body. The ship skimmed across the surface of another cloud with the fighters staying in hot pursuit, with Skeev zigzagging from side to side dodging their blasts until their ship was pelted by another swarm being chased by a whale surfacing from the clouds, forcing them to ascend to dodge it. The whale caught its prey and in the process swallowed the fighters before disappearing beneath the clouds. Azula could barely keep the turret locked onto the target due to Skeev's erratic flying, but she couldn't blame him due to the sheer number of these creatures and their unpredictable movements. Trying to avoid them was growing too difficult. Somebody please get those fighters off our backs. Skeev hollered in the comms. Your poor excuse for flying is making that difficult. She responded, missing another one of her shots. Maybe if we cling to one of these creatures we'll be a little safer? Lectro said as the ship was pelted by another wave of fleeing skyfish. The last of the heavier ships gave chase with Skeev directing the ship to follow along the length of another whale from behind. The gold sun ships kept pace, firing at them and using torpedoes at close range, hoping to land a shot. The shockwave of their blasts rocking the ship pushed it to scrape against the whale's body. Sev saw the surface of the whale's body getting dangerously close as another shockwave forced it closer and retracted himself back into the ship just before the turret was crushed. Damn it, Skeev. You almost crushed me. Do you know how hard it is to fly in this place? He barked back. Azula. Seb's turret is out, looks like you are our last line of defense. Oh well, that's just great, she said as another plasma bolt struck them. Skeev directed the ship to fly between the multiple flapping fins of the beast, dodging the explosions of the torpedoes, but in the process clipped against the fin, taking out a portion of the starboard wing. One of the sun ships dove after them but hit the fin, knocking it off course and crashing into the main body. He pulled the ship up to another whale, clinging to its body as he followed its length and pushing through another swarm of skyfish. The swarm collided with one of the pursuing ships, obscuring its view as it was pushed away from its course, colliding with another. Only 2 ships remained from the Gold Sun. The stolen star yacht was battered and close to falling apart. Cetro's voice came on the comms, "Hey. Whatever you guys are doing, it's time to stop. The ship's structural integrity is at risk, any more abuse and we're done for. Guess that means it's time for us to pull out," Skeev said. "I'm gonna try and find us a safe route through the upper atmosphere," Lectro said as he began working at the navigation station. Skeev pulled the ship upward and shot towards the storm clouds, dodging the swarms of skyfish and their filter-feeding predators. The ship flying in between the closing gap of 2 whales about to graze each other. The ship accelerated as Cetro directed the power to its engines, managing to slip through the gap unscathed, with one of the gunships managing to follow behind while the last one was crushed. The star yacht soared past the remaining whales and pierced the veil of the storm, cutting off visibility once more as the storm rocked the ship while they dodged lightning strikes. As Azula continued to fire at the ship, she could hear the creaking and bending of metal and saw cracks forming around her turret pod. "Azula! Get back in the ship! Structural integrity is reaching its limit," Lectro shouted. The cracks got larger and began to spread. Azula quickly scrambled to the console, slamming on the exit key with the seat lowering as the canopy bursted and the emergency door closed above her just as she felt the overwhelming power of the decompression. If she had waited any longer, she would have been sucked out into the storm. The yacht flew through the storm, barely managing to hold together. The gunship had the same trouble with lightning striking the vessel, sparking a fire. As the sunship boosted after them, one of its engines gave out with the winds bending and pulling the wings off it before being swept away. The yacht shot through the upper atmosphere and into open space, now free from the storm and its pursuers. Slater watched as his ship appeared from the planet alone, in rougher shape than when it had entered, flying away. "Well, look at you. Girl must have been born lucky to get out of that," he said to himself. "They are out of targeting range. Get closer and begin charging the las gun," the captain ordered. "Belay that order. Take us back to Ginza," Slater said, waving him off. "But sir, they're severely damaged. We could wipe them out right now." "Son, if there's anything I've learned about our Crimson friends is that every time you think you've got them figured out, they surprise you with something unexpected." "We have wasted enough time and resources trying to catch him." He watched as the vessel regained its shields and made an extra-dimensional jump. "Sir, we're getting a transmission from Ginza," one of the bridge officers informed him. "I'll take it in the ready room." He left the bridge and took the captain's ready room for himself, where he found his second, Slick, making the call with a black eye and bandaged head. "We lost the Crimson Storm members, sir. They got past us somehow." "Trust me, Slick, I figured that out when they hijacked my ship," he responded nonchalantly as he leaned back in the chair. "That probably explains why I couldn't contact your ship directly." He mumbled to himself, what of the mission to find the ship thieves? Went up in flames the moment they took over the ship with any and all info we caught being on said stolen ship. "You seem less upset about this than I anticipated." "Well, let's just say I took a liking to one of them and am expecting to hear from them in the future," he said with a smile as he observed the electric burns on one of his hands caused by Azula. "But right now we need to come up with what we're gonna say to the boss lady about this whole fiasco." "Understood, sir. I'll compile a detailed report on the matter explaining everything regarding the Crimson Storm's involvement and the fabricator." "Hold it now. Do all that, but leave the fabricator out." "Sir?" Slick questioned. "If we tell Uretta that we found out Myrelle's got a fabricator, the first thing she's gonna ask is why we don't have it already, and you already know she's gonna be hella pissed after this blunder. Don't want to add more fuel to that fire." Slick didn't look too convinced. "Sir, Uretta does not take too kindly to being lied to. Just look at what happened to Kenzo." "Relax, Slick, we ain't lying to her. We're just holding on to some info until we can confirm that it's legit." "We also don't want anyone else from the syndicate sticking their noses in this, trying to curry favor with Uretta." "If that's what you want, sir," Slick said before going offline. The star yacht exited extra-dimensional space with its crew of 5 now scrambling about its corridors. Skeeve dove into the ship's controls, pulling out tracking hardware and software as quickly as he could. Cetro and B3 worked tirelessly to make necessary repairs to the ship. 7 Lectro were in charge of disposing of the lifeless bodies of the Gold Sun thugs, and Azula worked to suppress the fire still going on within the cargo bay. Once finished with these tasks, they reconvened within the bridge. "All right, all trackers are disabled, electronics are disconnected from the OmniNet, and repairs to make it back to base have been made. This ship is officially ours, and we are safe," Cetro said, sitting in the pilot's seat. "Finally! I'm so tired of being shot at," Skeeve said. "Says the guy who didn't get stabbed or is missing a foot," Sev said, presenting the torn metal ankle. "I say you and Lectro got the better experience out of this whole thing. Azula followed up, presenting the hand-shaped burns on her wrists. We should probably go to the medical bay and take care of that, Lectro said. Go do that. Cetro ordered, going to the controls. I'm going to set a course for Kazima and send a message to headquarters so they don't shoot us down. While I'm doing that, y'all get first pickings on anything you find. Both Sev and Skeev's faces lit up as they happily went to pillage Slater's personal belongings. Azula found herself within the medical bay with many scrapes and bruises, being treated easily. She lay on a medical bed as a metal ring ran along its length, with the electric burn wounds healing, leaving only faint scars. The device used was known as a tissue restoration unit, an advanced piece of medical technology used to heal burns, lesions and internal injuries by emitting particles that overcharge the body's cells, quickening the healing process for wounds that would take days or weeks to heal into a matter of minutes. It was an extraordinary piece of equipment that was very hard to come by, yet Azula felt nothing from experiencing such a miracle, as she had already grown desensitized to such things. You should be all healed up now. How are you feeling? She looked at her wrists, seeing the hand-shaped burns had almost completely vanished, leaving only a faint trace barely visible to the eye and an itching sensation. Like I'm back to full strength, minus my bending, she said, noting that they were currently traveling in extra-dimensional space. She felt a queasiness in her stomach as nausea overtook her, forcing her to cover her mouth and hold her stomach. Oh, space sickness, huh? It's rough because it usually shows up after taking a few trips instead of right away, but you'll get used to it eventually. Good thing I haven't eaten anything. She composed herself. That's good, we don't need you in any rougher shape. I didn't think he could do such damage to you given how skilled of a fighter you are, he responded, then stuffed his face with some rations, tossing the wrapper onto a pile of others. He knew I was the superior fighter, so he relied on tools and tricks to measure up. Although he was better than I had expected. He deflected my lightning. Wait, you actually shot lightning inside the ship? He asked in surprise with a mouthful of food. Why would you do that? The power you generate with that attack is strong enough to punch a hole through the ship. I was in a position where that was my only option. Or would you rather I let him shock me to death? She responded in annoyance. Okay, I get it. It was a situational thing, but in the future, please be a little more mindful so you don't cause an explosive decompression and kill yourself. She sighed. Very well. At least now I know for a fact lightning attacks aren't as useful against Chandri. That is very useful information. He put the bit of food in his mouth before grabbing a pen and some random paper before speaking with his mouth full. Tell me. Was dir anything different about your bending during your fight with Slater? In annoyance, she pulled the food out of his mouth. First off, do you know how annoying it is when you speak with a full mouth? And second, why are you stuffing your face like a porcupine? He swallowed his bite before answering. This whole experience has been very stressful on me, and when I'm stressed out I have a tendency to stress eat, okay? He snatched the food back. My bending was no different than before, she answered before making her way to the exit. I'll be seeing what this ship has to offer. Okay, while you do that, I'll be here analyzing what data B3 recorded from our experiments. Right, B3? The robot in question appeared from a corner of the room. Correct. I have successfully backed up all data regarding our experiments and am ready to dash. The robot paused with an orange light flashing from his body. Insufficient power. Shutting down all functions. Goodbye. All lights on his body flickered off as his legs retracted, turning him into a cylinder. I guess your trash can is broken, Azula said, not very surprised about what happened. He's not broken, he just needs to recharge is all. Just gotta pull out his universal charging cable and hook him up to an outlet, Lectro said as he opened a compartment and pulled out the universal charging cable, only to find that the plug had been crudely severed and replaced with a bigger, clunkier and less universal one. He remembered how Cetro had to kitbash his robot in order to get the sewer doors to open, and now felt an overwhelming sadness and frustration that the only thing to occupy his time didn't have the power to function. "Why does the universe hate me?" he asked, grabbing another ration from his pile and began unwrapping it. "I ask myself that question a lot lately and have yet to receive an answer," Azula said before leaving the medical bay. With her wounds all healed, Azula went to explore the ship. The corridors were stark white and smooth with no hard edges in sight. Lights came from recesses in the walls and floors rather than above, with portions of the floor made up of a marble material with gold veining to signify the more luxurious parts of the star yacht, such as the open bar just beneath the bridge that was large enough to host parties in, the atrium that seemed to be the nexus point for all levels of the ship, the various guest rooms that are available, and the spa and small swimming pool on the level just beneath the shuttle bay. This was indeed a pleasure boat first and foremost, not equipped to handle the stresses of battle as indicated by several corridors being closed off due to hull breaches, making her think of how much of a miracle it was that they were able to survive the chase with the ship still being able to function. Perhaps some of her natural-born luck was still with her. In her wandering, she found herself touring the spa area with its wood finish and low warm lighting, giving off a relaxing atmosphere. It was smaller and more modest compared to what she was used to, but then again a ship probably needed a majority of the space to function properly. As she walked the corridor of the spa, she noticed a familiar pair of mechanical legs detached and laid up against the wall. Her curiosity led her to peeking in the room next to them, where she found Sev soaking in a large hot tub with a drink in hand and clothes haphazardly scattered on the floor. "Hey Firespitter, how's it going?" he greeted her. "Please tell me you are wearing something under there." She looked away, not really wanting to see a shirtless cyborg. "Don't worry, princess, I've still got my undies on." "You come to enjoy the spa?" She rolled her eyes. "Later, I'm just touring our new ship. It's quite the magnificent vessel, although it's a little too posh for my tastes." "Better enjoy that posh while you still got it. Who knows what the captain will do with it once we get back home." "I suppose you're right. Myrelle doesn't strike me as the type who would enjoy a ship like this." "Nope. She's a military woman at heart, functionality over glam. She'll either scrap this thing or sell it." He then reached for a dial at the side of the tub, turning up the bubbles and letting out a relaxed breath, or just park it somewhere and keep the spa for herself while it collects dust. Hoping for that option because this hot tub is awesome. "Should you really even be in that thing, given that you were stabbed?" He waved her off. "I'll be fine. Got a waterproof patch on, and I'll stop by the med bay and use that tissue restorer thing Lectro was talking about." "Very well, I'm trying to find Slater's private quarters and see what expensive things he has that would look best on me." She noticed Sev was wearing several of Slater's gold chains around his neck. "And I take it you've already pillaged his quarters?" "Oh yeah, his room is at the nose of the ship," he said after taking a sip of his drink. "You know that Slater guy has like 1,000,000 of these chains. It's like he's got one for every day of the month." "Noted, I'll be on my way." She turned to leave, but before she was out the door, Sev called out to her. "Before you go, I gotta say, that hit and run we did back in the sewers was pretty fun. We should coordinate and come up with a better strategy for next time." She remembered the chaos she and him created in that dark enclosed space. The fear she was able to inspire in her enemies reminded her of the good old days during the war when both enemy and ally would tremble at her martial prowess. She then remembered how she had been pinned down and was at the mercy of their enemy, and how Sev came back for her, receiving an injury that could have been lethal just to save her, who was still a stranger to him. She supposed she can let her pride go for one moment. "Thank you, Sev, for coming back for me," she said, making sure to keep her back to him so he couldn't find any weakness that may show. It was difficult for her to say, almost having to force it out, but it was probably best to acknowledge what he did for her. Sev responded as informally as ever with a big dumb grin, "Don't worry about it, Firespitter. Just remember, we don't leave our own behind." She acknowledged this and left the cyborg to continue enjoying his soak. After having to take several detours due to ship damage, she finally managed to make it to Slater's private quarters. The room was like Slater, flashy and bursting with self-indulgence. Various expensive trinkets and personal belongings littered the room, a musical instrument of some kind with the signature of what Azula assumed was a famous musician hung over a desk. Photographs of Slater in his youth littered the walls, all displaying him in what seemed to be underground fighting arena, with most of them displaying victories and bloody opponents lying at his feet. With fighting memorabilia decorating other spaces surrounding a self-portrait displaying him in expensive dress wear. The wall opposite to the entrance was a curved panoramic window of the space before the ship. The floor was covered with clothing in cupboards, showing that Sev and Skeeve paid little attention to making a mess, like dirty peasants going through a nobleman's home they broke into. After glancing around, she found Skeeve still rummaging through his stuff, with him pulling out an expensive-looking suit from the closet. "Oh, now that is a sleek-looking suit. Bet the ladies back home would go crazy if they saw me in this," he said, trying on the suit that was obviously too big for him and posed in front of a mirror. "Oh yeah, nobody is resisting this. Still plundering, I see," she said, with Skeeve jumping and crying out in surprise. "Wow! Hey princess. How long have you been there?" "Long enough to see that pathetic display," she said bluntly, entering the room and studying a photo of Slater posing alongside a famous fighter. "I hope you and Sev haven't stolen everything of worth here, especially since I was the one who defeated him. Take your pick, he's got so much crap here I can't stuff it all in my pockets," he said while stuffing the suit pocket with a golden watch and some units. She went to his desk, looking at a gold device. "What's this thing?" "Looks like a personal computer. Let's see what's on it." She opened the device with a holographic image of Slater appearing. "This message goes out to ma beloved halfway across the galaxy. I know you miss your man, but in ma absence you can enjoy this recording I made for ya." The image made a kissing motion as he undid his shirt and romantic music started to swell. Azula slammed the device shut with a look of revulsion, throwing it back on the desk. "Too much. I'm learning too much about him." She backed away, wiping her hands on her pants and shuddering as if it was infected with some disease. "Dear Agni, I feel sick." "Well, least we know he's got a girlfriend," Skeeve said, rummaging through the drawers. In an attempt to rid her mind of the image she just saw, she looked around for something to loot. She didn't like any of Slater's clothes, especially since they were all too large for her. She didn't know enough about tech to gain the value of anything she found, and thought his various gold chains to be too obnoxious for her to wear. "I guess you were wrong in your prediction. Things seem to have worked out for us," she said, looking at another gold chain and tossing it aside. "We just got lucky this time. Don't think we're out of the woods yet. Slater is gonna be coming for us, if not Uretta herself." Skeeve shuddered as he said her name. "Especially since you blabbed to him about the fabricator." "That was extremely foolish," she said, holding up a silk orange shirt, thinking about taking it until she saw the gaudy design printed on it and tossed it over her shoulder. Skeeve groaned. "You still on that?" "I was just trying to make sure we survive." "Or you were just saving your own skin. Like you wouldn't have done the same." She rolled her eyes, knowing that she actually would. "Anyway, nothing changes what I said before. Myrelle has enemies, and now one of the biggest and baddest ones is probably going to be gunning for us now. If you're smart, you better pawn off whatever you find and use that cash to jump ship before Uretta burns Kazima to ash." Azula scoffs. "She can't be that powerful. She's a crime lord, not an empress." "Yeah, you're right, she's not an empress. She's a devil." Skeeve went back to rummaging around. "You heard what happened to Kanzo. She'll grind anyone she doesn't like to dust and stick that dust in a jar to display on her mantle like some kind of psychopath or a dash. Monster?" Azula finished feeling somewhat of a connection to the leader of the Gold Sun. Monster, devil, psychopath, they all fit Uretta. She looked beneath the bed, finding 2 cases, pulling them out. She opened one, finding a black and gold blaster with a few attachments stored within. Her face lit up as she admired the weapon, making sure it was on the safe setting. It was a bit larger than the handguns she had used before, with a rotating cylinder and vine-like engravings along its gold plating. "Ooh, fancy blaster," Skeeve complimented. "Mine now." She tucked it behind her belt. The second box was long and flat, that was wrapped like a present. She pulled the tag off, but couldn't read it, and instead presented it to Skeeve. "To my beloved, happy birthday." "Welp, guess she ain't getting this." Azula pulled the box open, revealing it to be a jewelry box filled with rare gems, gold and silver rings, circlets, and necklaces. "He seems to have fine tastes when it comes to jewelry," Azula said as she admired the shiny materials. "Very nice," Skeeve said, reaching for a ring, only for Azula to slam it shut, nearly clipping his fingertips. "Hands to yourself, rat." She tucked the box under her arm as she walked off towards a door at the far wall. The door led to a large open bathroom equipped with a large regal bathtub. She nearly dropped her newfound loot at the sight of it. She hadn't had a decent hot bath since her downfall at the end of the war. The asylum didn't allow her the luxury of bathing herself, and on the run she was forced to bathe in rivers like a peasant. One quick sniff made her realize she needed a bath badly. "Skeeve, get out," she ordered while he pulled the signed instrument from the wall. "Why?" "I'm still looting. I'm going to take a bath, and I would rather you not be here." "Okay, but let me get this thing first." He struggled to pull the instrument from the wall. She didn't wait for him and instead grabbed him by the back of his collar and tossed him out. "Wait! That instrument could be worth a fortune." She shut the door in his face and locked it. Now alone, she went back to the bathroom and checked her appearance, seeing that she wasn't as roughed up now as she was when she first fought Angara, but the cut under her eye was still present despite being healed up, with her strand of cut hair still lining up with it. She groaned at the constant reminder of her first battle with Angara. She shook her head as she shifted her mind to the bath, and as she pulled the upper portion of her jumpsuit, the card she received from Slater fell out of one of the pockets. She picked the card back up, remembering her exchange with the gangster and how he saw and appreciated her skill. The Gold Sun was definitely an organization she would thrive in, given her cunning nature. She just needs the coordinates to get back to Earth, then maybe she could contact him and enact her plan, although she also needed to learn how to read the alien text as well. A better organization to take over than this second-rate Crimson Storm. The vision of Ozai said, standing over her with his hands folded behind his back, "You've seen the power and resources at their disposal. The fools you ally yourself with pale in comparison. You're right, but if I abandon the storm now, I risk not being able to get back home. A simple solution. Get the coordinates and go to the Gold Sun." "It's not that simple." Azula shook her head and went back to the mirror. "The Crimson Storm are naive fools, but that's what makes taking them over so much more easier. Based on everything I've heard, Urette has a tighter grip over her subjects. That has never stopped you from obtaining what you want before," Ozai said in a velvety smooth voice. "You overthrew the Earth King in a matter of weeks from the inside. Yes, the Suns are a more challenging organization, but the rewards outweigh the risks." Her father was right, the Gold Sun had so much more to offer her. "The risk is far too great." Ursa's voice cut through like a blade from the corner of the room. Azula rolled her eyes as she undid her hair. "Great, you're here too, and why am I not surprised that you object? Taking the Crimson Storm is risky enough as is, and now you are considering going after an even larger and more dangerous organization." Ozai scrunched his nose at her. "She is more than capable of achieving this. She took over the Dai Li, turned them against their own master. That is what she will do to Urette. The Dai Li didn't have blasters or gunships. Ursa argued back, "You heard what Skeeve and the others say. Ureta is just as clever as you are, maybe even more so. She will be onto you the moment you join, and if she catches you she will show you no mercy. Don't let her fill your head with weakness." Ozai growled, "Your mother is trying to lead you astray just like your brother and uncle. I'm making sure that my daughter stays alive." Ursa argued back against Ozai before turning her attention back to her. "You don't know enough about Ureta or the Gold Suns as a whole. She will learn." Ozai scoffed, "This will be her greatest triumph and she will be able to take back everything that was stolen from us by Zuko. What does that matter if it gets her killed? She would have died in service to her Fire Lord and her nation." The two apparitions argued for control, conjuring up old memories of when Azula would catch her parents arguing in her youth behind closed doors. The memories were painful and she couldn't handle their resurgence or the noise of the two voices in her head any longer. "Shut up. Both of you." The visions of her parents went silent as she turned to them, speaking firmly, "I decide what will be best for me, not either of you." She looked to her father. "You may have my father's face, but I know that you are not him, so don't believe you have any sway over me." The vision of Ozai only looked down on her with a scornful gaze before she turned to her mother. "And you? Everything you have ever said to me has been nothing but lies and misguidance. You know nothing about me, so you are even further away from telling me what to do than him." Ursa's demeanor grew more solemn as Azula's words cut her. She held the card up to them as if to make a point. "My plan hasn't changed. I will take the Crimson Storm for myself and maybe contact Slater in the future in hopes for a collaboration in establishing the Fire Nation's rule in space after I've conquered the Earth. If however this plan doesn't work out, then the Gold Suns will be my secondary option. Now that I have decided that I want both of you to shut up and let me enjoy my bath in peace." Both visions remained silent for a while, with Ozai being the first to speak. "Very well. I still think you should forego the storm for the obviously superior power, but so long as our end goal of taking back the Fire Nation is achieved, I don't care what path you take. Just be sure you don't forget what is at stake." Ozai disappeared as quickly as he arrived, however Ursa remained. "I still believe you should forsake this needless quest for power," she said, folding her arms into her sleeves. Azula scoffed, walking past the vision and twisting the knob for the bathwater. "When have I cared what you think?" "I think you do, a lot." Azula ignored her, choosing to pretend that she wasn't there as she got ready for her long-awaited bath. Eventually, Ursa did disappear and she was finally able to relax. Meanwhile, Skeeve sat in the bridge and began poking through the files in the ship's database. Setro had gone to take a nap in one of the guest quarters after contacting the base, so he was free to go through as much data as he wanted. He found the information on the ship that was supposedly luring Slater's ships into a trap with a distress call, but couldn't make sense of the blurry image and moved on to other files. He found that the shipments in many of the lost ships were hand-held lasguns similar to the one built in Sef's right arm, capable of melting through armored plating easily, along with several shipments of red sand. Weapons tech like that was very hard to come by and would make sense for the Gold Suns to want it back. He decided to go through the ship's surveillance footage, watching the chaos they had caused after it came back online from Setro's reboot, notably the battle between Azula and Slater. Witnessing this fight, he saw just how deadly Azula could be and how effective her fire bending was in a fight. He was very impressed, yet also fearful, as Azula could easily kill him. His mind began racing on how he could possibly deal with her if her wrath was ever set on him. As he was going through the footage, he saw the conclusion of their fight and how Slater seemed to have surrendered to her, but what caught Skeeve's attention was the audio that it picked up. "My offer still stands, Azula. You can come with me and be on your way to greatness." Skeeve's ears perked as he leaned forward in interest. "It is a tempting offer, but I have my reasons for staying in the storm." "But if I were to change my mind, how would I be able to contact you?" Skeeve's eyes widened. It would seem Azula was beginning to make plans of her own. Plans that could conflict or benefit his own. He watched as Slater presented her with a business card and expressed his gratitude. He made a copy of this video and sent it to his personal device, then deleted the footage. He leaned back in the pilot's seat as he grinned in triumph. The gears of his mind turned to see how he could utilize Azula to his advantage now that he has excellent blackmail to use against her. Hours later, Myra looked out the window of the base, looking at the scratched-up star yacht parked outside in one of her docks with bewilderment as the four who had brought it in stood by her side. She pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a migraine come on. How, where, did you all get a syndicate-owned yacht, and why is it parked in my space station? Lectra was the first to speak. Well, you see, Captain, it's a bit of a long story. Gold Suns took over Ginza and found us. Had to steal a ship to escape. Cetro interrupted. Okay, maybe not that long of a story. Myrel sighed. So Ureta has Ginza now? Great. We'll need to find a new place to get supplies then. She turned to them, changing the subject. So, how did the trip go regarding Private Azula's bending? Well, I'm glad you asked, Captain. We were able to get some good data from the few places we were able to visit and found some surprising information. Lectro explained happily. I'll be happy to hear it then, but for right now, get rest. We'll discuss this later. They nodded and did as ordered as the captain approached Azula. How are you, Private? Hope this trip wasn't too exciting for you. Oh, it wasn't too exhilarating. All I did was fight a crime lord, fight his troops, without my bending, mind you, narrowly died several times and then stole his ship. Did I mention that it was my idea to steal it? She said with smug sarcasm. Myrel chuckled and patted her shoulder. At least you still have your sense of humor. Go get some rest, Private. The captain departed, leaving her and Sev to admire the torn-up ship floating outside. That thing looks like it's going to fall apart at any second, Sev said, looking at the various scratches covering its side. I'm surprised we managed to even get back here in one piece. Azula responded. No kidding. But still, I'm proud that my plan managed to get us a brand new luxurious ship, she said with an upturned nose and confident smile. That thing looks like shit. A familiar irritating voice came from her right, making her lose her smile entirely. She looked to find Angara standing by her side, looking out at the ship. Angara, Azula greeted with distaste present in her voice. Pup. The Kukyuvan princess responded nonchalantly. So you nabbed this thing from the Gold Suns, huh? Yes, we did. It was my plan to steal it right out from under the nose of the local crime lord. Wasn't that hard, actually. Really? Angara asked critically, looking at its damaged state. So what? You stole a yacht from some rich drug dealer. You want a gold star? I stole a Pandaren patrol ship from an Imperial storehouse a couple years back. Way harder to do than this. Azula's eye twitched at this comment. I see you've recovered from your self-induced hangover. Must have been agonizing to deal with. Angara's eye twitched. Heard you blew chunks a few times on the trip. Guessed space sickness decided to make you its bitch. Azula and Angara only glared at each other. I'm gonna go find Gax and get a replacement foot, Seb said, already sensing the hostility building between them and didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Author's notes: we have finally gotten to the conclusion of the Ginza adventure. Finally. I wanted to get this out before the end of the month, but it looks like I'll have to settle for a few minutes after. Action takes forever for me to write now that I've finished this action-packed adventure. I'll need to find a better way to streamline my process for writing action scenes. It's a little cliché having Azula's visions of Ozai and Ursa act as a sort of angel and devil on her shoulder, but I think this will lead to some interesting introspection, so like always let me know what you all think. Next adventure will feature Angara and Myrel, so look forward to that. This is a message to all of the readers who have stuck with this story since its first chapter and to the new readers who found something interesting out of this. I just want to say thank you all for taking the time to read this silly little fanfic, and I also would like to apologize for the incredibly long 3-month gap in between uploads this time around. I feel like I let a lot of you down for possibly making you think that this story was just abandoned or not making a new chapter in time, especially after missing the 1-year anniversary of this story. My day job had completely taken over my life, draining me of all my energy and drive to continue writing both physically and emotionally. This story will still continue, however, I cannot promise that the next chapter will come sooner or later, especially now that the holidays are coming up, so all I can say is that chapters will be finished whenever they are finished. All I can ask is that you stick around until the conclusion and that you leave a comment letting me know what you think if you have any opinions you feel you can share. If not, that's fine, I won't beg for support. I love Avatar: The Last Airbender, I love sci-fi, I love Azula, and I love this story that combines them all. It may take a while, but I will try everything in my power to do everything I want with this fanfic, and I hope you stay for the ride, because it's going to be one wild one. LOL. Thank you for your patience again. And now, with that out of the way, please enjoy the new chapter. Azula sat in her bunk writing in her journal, one of the very few items Azula brought with her when leaving Earth, and has been what has kept her grounded. It has been almost a week since my abduction from Earth, and I find myself still being surprised by what I continue to witness out here. My bending seems to take on different properties under the influence of different stars, something no firebender could have ever predicted. However, the experiment to see the limits of my bending was interrupted thanks to a run-in with a group known as the Gold Sun Syndicate. This group is no run-of-the-mill crime organization, as from what I can tell they hold major influence across the galaxy and have close ties with the Pandaren Empire. Allying myself with them could be very beneficial for myself in the long run. However, the more I hear about this group's leader, Ureta Sarino, the more I am uncertain this alliance will be mutually beneficial. For the time being, I'll keep Slater's card on hand as insurance, although that leads to a new problem. I need to learn the common tongue. It is quite frustrating being forced to wear this uncomfortable earpiece for long periods of time just so I can understand what everyone is saying. Same goes for having to drag that talking box around with me as well. I've already lost one, and it was a pain to speak with anyone. The visions still plague me, and they don't seem to be going anywhere for the foreseeable future. My only solace being the visions of Father. Perhaps he represents the part of my mind keeping me focused on what I need to do in order to keep what's left of my sanity. Mother still won't go away. She quickly dated the note, blowing the ink dry before hiding Slater's business card within its pages. She pulled a loose panel from the wall and hid the journal amongst the wires. She found this little hiding spot while surveying the room her first night, and it was an excellent place for her to hide it. They were able to translate her spoken language for the translators in a matter of weeks, so it wouldn't take them long to translate her writings, and the last thing she needs is for her journal filled with incriminating information to fall in the hands of the Crimson Storm. She couldn't let anyone know of the possibility she could switch over to the side of the Gold Sun, lest it cause her trouble in the future. The door slid open as Chani entered their room, prompting Azula to put the panel back in a hurry. You'll also like. Her alien roommate let out a tired yawn as she threw some paperwork onto the desk and stretched, before jumping in surprise when she noticed her. Azula. How have you been? Decent now that I don't have to worry about being chased by golden suns. Oh, that explains all the talk I've been hearing about that yacht parked outside. I'm glad you made it back safe and sound. Those syndicate people can be ruthless. Oh, I know. I received first-hand experience, but I have proven to be more ruthless than them. She proudly said, leaping off her bunk. There's also something I wish to speak to you about. She grabbed the jewelry box she plundered. While on Ginza, I was forced to part with the bracelet you so kindly let me borrow. So to make up for that, I thought I should share something with you. She opened the box with Chani's large eyes growing wider at the display in shock. Take your pick of whatever you want and I'll keep the rest. Azula said with a fake smile that anyone who truly knew her would have seen through. They're so beautiful. You didn't have to do this, she said, pulling out and admiring an amethyst necklace. Nonsense. It's just as I said, friends share our belongings with one another. Chani threw her arms around her, embracing her in a tight hug. I knew we would become good friends. Of course. That's what friends are for. The amphibious skin made Azula shudder a bit, making her have to regain her composure to keep the friendly act up. She pulled away from the hug. I also wanted to ask you something. Of course, anything. Well, you see, I've had to rely on these translators in order to communicate properly, and even then I still can't read or write the common language. You want me to teach you primary? Of course. I'd love to. Chani finished for her. Great. We can start today. I have the day off. Oh, not right now though. I'm just dropping off some things before going to the surface with my brother and Sev. You should come with us. For what purpose? Just to get out of the station and spend some time on the ground, breathing real air and feeling real ground beneath our feet. Azula scrunched her face. It sounded like a waste of time and she'd rather spend it sharpening her skills, maybe some other time. I need to train. What no, you've spent just about all of your time doing nothing but work and fight. Come into town with us, see the sights. Have a little fun. I did see the sights last time and they led me straight into a Kukuvon camp and then a jail cell. This time will be different. We'll stick to downtown and stay out of the slums. No really, I think I'll dash. She clenched her stomach and covered her mouth as a wave of nausea took over. Are you all right? Chani asked, coming to her aid. Space sickness, it's been coming and going for a while now. Oh, I see. A good home remedy for space sickness is hrandy fruit. A few slices should be able to help. Hrandy fruit? Got it. Azula said as she felt herself about to heave and ran out of the room. We'll be in Hangar Bay 4 if you change your mind. Oh, and for the hrandy fruit. Chani called out, however Azula didn't catch the last portion. She was more focused on not getting sick. Azula wanders around the station looking for the medical bay before she hurls her dinner. She finally did find it, only to find that Dr. Bevel was currently busy with surgery for someone who had broken their hands, most likely the person Skeeve replaced, and had to settle for waiting for one of the other medical staff to help. She had to sit in agony. Her stomach felt like a pair of hands was twisting and squeezing it, like trying to wring out a wet towel. What's wrong with you? The ever-so-blunt voice of Angara came from her side. She stood there now dressed in casual wear with a bloodied bandage wrapped around her hand. Space sickness. She replied just as bluntly, what happened to you? Cut myself while sharpening one of my knives. Azula thought that maybe putting Angara down will make her feel better. So clumsy with your own weapons? And here I thought you were a master. She felt her stomach lurch and caught her mouth, fearing for the worst. You blow chunks on me, I swear I'll give you a real reason to be in the medical bay. Azula managed to save herself this time. I'm really not in the mood to argue with you right now, so if you wouldn't mind pointing me in the direction of some hrandy fruit, I would really appreciate it. Angara chuckled with a satisfied grin at seeing her in such a sorry state. Oh, you mean this hrandy fruit? She said, grabbing the last fruit from a tray meant for anyone to grab. It looked like a bulb of garlic the size of an apple that was white and covered in green and blue spots. Great, hand it over. Azula reached for it only for Angara to pull away. Aha! I'm feeling a bit space sick myself, maybe I should eat this so I can feel better. I might be willing to part with 1 or 2 slices of this if you give me a good reason to. How about I don't torch you alive? That should be a good enough reason. Azula practically roared. Think you can firebend without puking your guts out? Angara challenged. Why don't we give it a try? Maybe later, pup, I don't have time to deal with you now. She shoved her out the way. Running away? Too scared to face a master duelist? She taunted, prompting the Kukyuvan to snap in her direction, ready to throw a fist, but stopped herself. You know what? You ain't worth it, pup. I'm going back to the planet to enjoy my day off, and I don't need you ruining that again. That wouldn't happen to be with Sev and Chani, would it? Yeah, so what? Wait, don't tell me you're tagging along. Chani invited me, I declined of course, but perhaps I could come along to pawn off my new trinkets. Hopefully I won't get sick all over you on the way there, unless you hand over that fruit. Angara growled, damn it, Chani. Gax should really talk to his sister about inviting people out of the blue. She grimaced before tossing the fruit, just take the damn thing. Pleasure doing business with you as always, she said smugly as she caught it. Whatever, just make sure you eat the whole thing or it won't do anything. Angara scoffed as she walked away. Now with what she came for, she figured out how to properly eat it, splitting it open, revealing green citrus innards. She ate a piece, finding it tasted sweet, almost like cherries, all the while failing to notice the devious smirk on Angara's face. After all, she left out a very important detail about Hrandy fruit. Lectro sat within his quarters as he watched B3 sit in his charging station with Myrel at his side reading over a report he had written up regarding his recordings on Azula's bending and Chani trying to convince him to accompany her and the others. Why not? She whined. Because I have a slew of data to analyze. It'll only be for 1 day, and besides you've been cooped up in here ever since you got back. It's making your inner thumb's color change into a dreary blue. Well, I like my dreary blue thumb, thank you very much. B3, how are we on data transfer? 42%, the robot said from his charging station. Chani pouted, Captain. Can't you make him get out of his room? Myrel never took her eyes off what she read as she answered, I told him he had the day off, if this is how he chooses to spend it then that's his prerogative. She pouted some more. Thermal vision? Interesting, maybe we can utilize her as a recon scout in brown dwarf systems. Myrel commented, putting the datapad down, red dwarfs might be an issue for her bending, so we might have to steer her away from those if we can. Lecter typed away at his computer, I just wished we could have been able to go to more star systems. But no, the Gold Suns had to ruin that. And now they have Ginza, meaning we'll have to get our supplies someplace else. She sighed, heavily cursing Yoretta and saying her silent condolences to Cetro's friend. Knowing he's going to throw himself into his work to keep his mind off it, despite her telling him to take some time off, she'll probably have to end up ordering him to do so. A good way to forget about that would be to come and hang out with us. Chani commented. Why do you insist on bugging me? Can't you see I have important things to do? Error. Data transfer interrupted. B3 announced. Lectro looked at his computer only to find that it had frozen, son of a piece of junk. I am long overdue for an upgrade. Well, you've got plenty of stuff you got from that star yacht. Why don't you pawn it off and get a new one? Myrel suggested. That's right. That would be a good excuse to get out of the station and liven up your spirit. Chani agreed. B3 beeped, do not worry, Doctor. I will continue the data transfer in your absence. The scientist sighed dramatically, Fine, I'll go to the surface with you. But only to buy a new computer. Chani cheered in triumph before wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. A knock at the door caught their attention, with Lectro telling whoever it was to enter. Azula came into the room, plopping the last bit of the brandy fruit in her mouth before greeting them all. Lectro, I was hoping to hear anything new about my bending. I would love to tell you, but unfortunately, I can't due to a technical error, he said in frustration as he closed his computer down. It's a sign from the outer world that you need to get out more, Chani said sweetly. I get out plenty. Myrelle deadpanned. Lectro, your idea of a day off is you sitting in front of a computer and analyzing data. When you do what you love for a living, you never work a day in your life, he retorted. Chani turned to Azula. How are you feeling? Did you find some brandy fruit for your stomach? I did, and I'm actually feeling a lot better. Great. So now will you join us? I'd still rather stay here and train, Azula responded flatly to Chani's dismay. Hold on. Myrelle interrupted. Azula, what have you done since you joined up with us? Azula raised a brow to the question, trying to find any hidden meaning behind it. I began learning the ins and outs of working here. Got into a fight with Angara that led to being chased by laugh cats, arrested, and narrowly escaped the clutches of a crime lord. And you did all of this in less than a week. Take some time off, don't think about training or doing any kind of work. Go hang out with Chani and friends and try to unwind a little. With all due respect, Captain, sharpening my skills is how I unwind. Myrelle rolled her eyes. Good lord, it's like I'm talking to Setro all over again. If you keep this work ethic up, you'll only burn yourself out. Ma'am, the only reason I am as good as I am is because of my work ethic, she argued back with a subtle hint of authority to her voice. Myrelle sensed this authority as a challenge. All right, I didn't want to do this, but you leave me no choice. Private Azula, as your commanding officer, I order you to take the day off and relax. Oh, and go do it with Chani and her group. She then returned to reading the tablet. Azula looked at her incredulously. Are you really going to order me into taking a day off? It's either that, or I could order you to empty the septic tanks. Before Azula could even formulate a response, she found herself in Chani's embrace once more. Yay. You can come with us and do some shopping. We can go to the Horizon City Zoo and the carnival at the beach. All of these things sounded like hindrances, but she had to respect the authority of Myrelle no matter how much she hates it. A sudden sharp pain in her stomach pushed her out of the hug. It wasn't a queasy nausea she was feeling before. What's wrong? Myrelle asked, seeing Azula's sudden discomfort. She grunted as her stomach made a strange gurgling noise. I don't think that brandy fruit agrees with my stomach all too well. How much of it did you eat? Lectro asked. All of it. All three of her companions gasped and gave her a look of shock. Oh, you poor thing, Myrelle said, pity visible in her expression. Why? What's going on? Azula's voice started to take on a menacing tone. Was it poisonous? No. No. Of course not. I would have never suggested it if it was, Chani stated. Then what's the problem? Well, there's no easy way to say this, but... Lectro fumbled his words as he scratched his head trying to figure out what to say. Okay, well, the juices found in brandy fruit are great for solving issues like nausea, but they are very high in soluble fibers, things that species with your type of digestive system can't digest very well, so when you eat a lot of it, those fibers tend to build up and basically... Lectro was very hesitant to continue, fearing how Azula would react. Meaning? She pushed him to continue. Lectro paused for a long while before turning to his robot. Pt.4, you want to explain this? Certainly, sir. The high concentration of soluble fibers will cause an effect within the digestive tract similar to that of a laxative. Azula's eyes went wide as the room was plunged into silence. Laxative, as in. Yup. Lectro confirmed, slowly backing away just in case fire began to spew out. Azula's eye twitched as the vein in her forehead began to pound in fury as her teeth grinded. Angara. The name left her lips dripping with venom. She said to eat the whole thing or it wouldn't work. Myrelle rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Of course she would do that. Azula began to pace. Maybe it won't work. I mean, I feel fine. I feel better than fine. Perhaps it doesn't have that effect on me? She said, no longer feeling her guts churning. I mean, it's a possibility. Lectro said, although his tone betrayed his words. Then there's a chance. My luck has always been high, so it'll definitely help me in this situation. I was born lucky after all. She kept a self-assured smile, believing she would get through this with no problem. Until a sharp pain in her stomach returned, almost making her double over. I guess not lucky enough. Myrelle said under her breath. Bathroom is down the hall, to the right. Before Azula could say anything, she bolted out of the room. I'm going to make sure she's all right, Chani said, going after her. Once they were gone, the room was plunged into another long, awkward silence until Lectro spoke to the captain. And those two are going to be working together? Seriously reconsidering it now. She put the tablet aside. I'm going to go find Angara before she immolates her. Myrelle left the scientist and robot alone. Shall I arrange for a sample to be collected, Doctor? The robot asked. I wouldn't. Sev walked around the hangar, testing out the mobility of his new foot with Gax at his side. They had just loaded Sev's large six-wheeled truck into the cargo bay of their ride to the surface and were waiting on the rest of their party. Sev did some quick kicks and stomped, feeling satisfied with its range of motion. Feels just like the old one. Chungada Jain. Yes, you always do good work, my little slimy friend. Gax gave him a crooked smile and 2 thumbs up in response. Angara came to their side, fire extinguisher in hand. Hands all patched up, and I'm ready to go, she said, leaning against the shuttle. What's the fire extinguisher for? Self-defense. Sev's metal brow scrunched. Against what? Angara let a mischievous smile spread. Let's just say, a very angry fire spitter is gonna show up at some point. Sev shook his head. What did you do? Nothing bad. I promise. She defended with a false innocence. I doubt that. Sev crossed his arms. Angara, Myrelle said, approaching her. A word, please. The Kukuvan princess rolled her eyes as both Sev and Gax teased her. Oh, you're in trouble, Sev taunted. Shut it. Angara addressed the captain, pretending she didn't know why she was there. Myrelle. What can I do for you? Brandy fruit, huh? Tastes great, but I'm not feeling space sickness right now. Why? Do you need some? Myrelle only stared her down with a neutral expression, one only a disappointed parent would use. Did you tell Azula to eat the entire thing without mentioning what would happen if she did? Angara looked away, knowing Myrelle would see through any lie. Maybe. Sev and Gax gasped, with the cyborg saying, that is just evil, while Gax shook his head and sked. Angara growled, it was just a little bit of hazing, that's all. And, maybe a tiny bit of payback for the hangover. The hangover you gave yourself? Myrelle deadpanned. Last time I checked, she didn't pull your mouth open and poured the mebeck down your throat. Angara opened her mouth to say something, but knew that Myrelle was right and only growled in frustration. So mature, Angara. Truly you are a paragon of acting like an adult. Sev sarcastically commented. Do you want me to hit you with this fire extinguisher? Myrelle ran a hand through her hair, trying to de-stress a bit while dealing with adults that like to act like children. Whatever it is, it ends here. No more pranks, no more hazing, and no more anything that'll make the princess torch the place. She rolled her eyes from being scolded. All right, Myrelle, I've had my fun, so I'll play nice. Just be sure you tell the pup about that. Sev cleared his throat. You know, if you actually sat down and talked to her instead of being the angry little maniac you are, you'd probably see that you two have a whole lot in common. Angara snorted. Oh yeah, like what? Well, for starters, you're both stubborn as all hell, you are both scary when mad, and are both great fighters. I still don't see it, she said stubbornly. Now you're just being a baby. Gresha Karari. You said it, buddy. Huge baby. She scoffed. Whatever. I'm nothing like that pup. Well, you better get ready, because when she finds you she's gonna dash. Angara! Azula screamed as she entered the space. And there's the inferno. Good luck. Sev and Gax took several steps back as Azula approached. Azula marched towards her with heavy footsteps, her eyes locked on target, steam rising from her head, her face a bright shade of red as spurts of fire shot out of her nose with each exhale like a deranged bull. Chani and Lectro trailing behind her in a vain attempt to calm her down. Azula! Your inner thumb is at critical levels of red, very not good for your mental being or your soul. Chani struggled to keep pace. If we could just take a few deep breaths and repeat a calming mantra, then maybe we could dash. I am calm. Lectro was next to try and calm her. Azula, getting upset over something as immature as this is beneath someone of your status. He tried a more diplomatic approach. This whole brandy fruit business is nothing more than just a little prank many senior staff do as a little hazing ritual for newcomers. From what I hear, Pendarins in the Imperial Navy do it all the time. His pleas fell on deaf ears as Azula pushed him out of the way. You gonna step in, Captain? Angara asked. Myrelle sighed as she stepped aside. I'll let her get some of that rage out and get involved when it gets too hairy. Angara brought the extinguisher up to defend herself. Hold it, pup. Any closer and I'm shooting. Azula paused a few feet away with her furious gaze still locked on the Kukuvan, her fists clenched so tightly that her already pale knuckles seemed to glow white as they shook in intense fury. She was silent for a while, as it took every ounce of her being to keep herself from burning the station to the ground and keeping her dignity. I have never been so thoroughly humiliated before in my entire life. Zuko, arguably the person I hate more than anything in the entire universe, has never sparked the amount of hatred I feel for you in this very moment than he has in my entire 16 years of living. Glad to see I made an impression. Angara sneered. You're not helping. Lectro shouted. I will never forgive this, and I will never forget it. Do you hear me? Good, call this payback. Now we're even. Even? Azula let out a humorless laugh that bordered on being unhinged. I don't play to get even. She stumped forward into Angara's personal space. I play to win. Azula may have been shorter than her, but she wouldn't allow that to make her look weak as she stared defiantly up at Angara, who met her with an equally intense gaze. All right, pup, you want war, then you got it. All right, listen you too. Myrelle interrupted. This whole song and dance of yours has gotten old. Like it or not, you two have to exist in the same space, and we all don't want to have to deal with this every time you cross paths. So instead of acting like a bunch of petty children fighting on the playground, act your age and settle things like adults. Without violence, without name-calling, or I'll be forced to discipline you like children, understand? She emphasized her point with a loud cracking of her belt, letting the two princesses imagine what she had meant by that. Do I make myself clear? Yeah, what she said. Sev said, now even further away and hiding behind the shuttle with Gax. They both agreed to her orders. Good. Now hug it out, you two. What? Angara questioned. Why? Azula followed up. You fight like children, so you'll resolve things like children. Oh, and don't even try crushing the other's spine or burning the other's rear. They both looked at each other with their own expression of disgust. Do we really dash? Myrelle cracked her belt like a whip, once more echoing loudly in the hangar, her eyes holding a hard, imposing look that could rival Ozai's, and spoke through gritted teeth. Hug it out. They swallowed their pride and awkwardly embraced each other. All the while they could hear the childish snickering of Sev and Gax in the background, Chani being happy that this ended well and taking a commemorative picture, and Lectro, who could still feel the tension between them. Spoiled brat, Angara whispered into her ear. Savage peasant, Azula whispered back. They both quickly pulled away from each other, acting as if they had hugged a rotting corpse. See, now is that so bad? Myrelle asked warmly, as if she didn't give them the most fear-inducing gaze either of them had ever seen. Now you two go down there and have some fun. Also stay out of trouble, I mean it this time. They awkwardly got into the shuttle, and within a few minutes it departed for the planet's surface, landing in Horizon City with the group taking Sev's truck. Sev drove the vehicle down the highway with Chani and Gax seated in the front passenger seats, with the latter sticking his head out the window like an excited animal, while Azula sat in the back seat with the rest of the group. This is fun? Right, you guys? Chani asked, looking to the back seat to find both princesses sulking as they stared out the windows, while Lectro sat awkwardly between them, feeling every little drop of resentment each had for the other. Yeah, fun. So, what's on the agenda today? He asked. Chani was more than excited to explain. I was thinking we should start today off with a shopping spree at the outlet downtown. Pawn off Slater's crap, Sev added. Yes, I believe there's a pawn shop there. Then I thought we could go to the zoo, they've got some new exhibits, and then end the day at the carnival by the beach. Azula grunted in annoyance. Wastes of time, she repeated under her breath. Angara heard this and wanted to make a comment, but remembered Myrelle's command to get along and forced the need to say anything back down, and instead chose to focus on something else. Sev, turn up the thrasher. Sev's head bobbed to the energetic beat. You got it. Azula winced at the sound of a riff from the electronic string instrument that was present in all Thrasher songs, that was followed by vicious screaming lyrics. Honestly, you call this music? It just sounds like noise. Sev chuckled. Thrasher ain't just noise, Firespitter. Thrasher is the music of nonconformity. It's about passion, truth, rebellion, it's about dash. This song is about getting high and stabbing law enforcement. Azula deadpanned after listening to its vulgar lyrics. Sev paused, trying to find the right words to respond. It's metaphorical. You just wouldn't get it, Firespitter. Thrasher is all about anti-establishment, and you are the establishment where I come from? She finished for him. Yeah, but given how you're in the grunge with us, maybe it'll rub off on you and you'll become a little rebel. I suppose I could chop off my arms and have them replaced with big unwieldy metal fists, she said sarcastically. If you're ever interested, me and Gax will hook you up. Azula rolled her eyes. Like she would ever willingly give up any of her body parts that could have a serious effect on her bending. It didn't seem like the growling, distorted sounds of Thrasher music didn't have an effect on the others, making her the minority. Even the bubbly feminine Chani didn't seem bothered by the obscene songs. She didn't seem like the type to actively listen to this, but more like someone who is used to hearing it. So, our first stop is the outlet, right? Angara changed the subject. Yes, after that the zoo is pretty much within walking distance. Let me contact someone to meet us there, they've got my helmet, Angara said, pulling out a transmitter. In the meantime, can we listen to something else? This poor excuse for music is giving me a headache, Azula said, covering her ears as another wave of growly screams came. It'll grow on you, Firespitter, just watch. But I guess I'll comply with the demands of the princess, Sev said, changing the station. The next station played a more mellow and upbeat song with lyrics that were easier to listen to about partying with friends. "Oh, I love this song," Chani said and began singing along with it. As she sang along, Sev soon joined in along with Gax, Lectro and even Angara after she sent her message, although it was only because she wanted to annoy her. Azula was now trapped inside this vehicle, forced to listen to this horribly off-key sing-along to a sappy happy song. The universe truly did enjoy torturing her. She covered her ears, looking out the window to try and find something else to focus on, with Ozai's face appearing in the window's reflection. "Bear through it, Azula. Do not waste this opportunity to gain their trust. Trust is for fools," she stated. "And you are surrounded by fools. Use it to your advantage." They arrived in the shopping district. It was a large open multi-level area filled with shops of all kinds. It was much more organized and clean than the market area in the ghettos on the city's outskirts, with its colorful architecture. Countless holographic signs, an open park area covered in lush vegetation, giving off the impression that it was a safer environment for people to spend their hard-earned money. "Hang on guys, I gotta meet someone real quick," Angara said before walking off. Azula watched as she left them and went to a street corner where she saw two familiar faces. The young Kukyuvan thug Taito standing next to the ever-mysterious mystic sitting with a vast array of trinkets before him. Normally Azula wouldn't care about whatever company Angara met with, however the mystic and his connection with the outer world drew her attention. She still had many questions for him. Taito stood there on the sidewalk ringing a bell to catch the attention of passers-by as he spoke in a less than enthusiastic voice that suggested he wanted to be anywhere else but there. "Come get a one-of-a-kind magic talisman to protect you or your loved one from evil spirits. Dirt cheap. Magic charms for sale. Come and get some magic charms. They'll save your hairline and help you find love. These charms are not made to save a receding hairline," the mystic corrected him. "They don't know that though." "Hey Tyto!" Angara shouted inches from his face after sneaking up to him and sending the teenager screaming to the floor. "Why? Why would you do that? Told you I was coming. How are you going to be a hunter if you can't see little Olmi sneaking up on you?" She bowed her head and greeted the mystic. "That's not funny, big sis," he said, pulling himself up. She flicked his forehead. "Not your sis. Let me guess, your uncle is making you help out the mystic after the trouble you caused?" Taito rolled his eyes. "Uncle thought it would teach me some important life lesson or something. Mischief is the nature of youth, however mischief left to its own devices can fester into greater troubles. Guidance of the elders can quell a child's trouble-seeking nature," the mystic said cryptically. Taito gave her a flat look. "This is what I've been dealing with all day." "Serves you right for putting your cousins in trouble again," Angara said, flicking his forehead again. "Yeah, whatever. So, you deal with that blue fire-breathing psycho yet?" "Blue fire-breathing psycho is still alive, thank you," Azula said, appearing at his side. Taito screamed out in even greater fright before hiding behind Angara. The Kukyuvan princess didn't know what annoyed her more, the fact that Azula decided to bother her, or that Azula elicited an even greater fear response in Taito than she did. What is she doing here? Clearly to piss me off. What do you want, pup? Nothing with you. Your mystic, however, I would like to speak to. Alone preferably. Angara growled, screw off. He's busy. She glanced at the various wares that look as though they hadn't moved since being placed. Doesn't seem so, not a lot of customers today from what I can tell. The mystic raised a spindly hand before Angara could bark back. There is always time for friendly words. She scoffed before walking off. Fine, let's go Taito. Right behind you big sis, he scampered off after grabbing a metal box. Now alone the mystic addressed her, you seem well, serpent of blue. I am well, thank you for noticing, she said, not really thankful in the slightest, only really saying it to get pleasantries out of the way. You've been on a journey since last we met. A dangerous one. I assume the outer world told you of this? He took a deep inhale from his pipe and puffed out a cloud of blue smoke. They speak of your encounter with the opulent fox, a dangerous foe. One that will appear in your future. She figured the opulent fox must be his way of referring to Slater. Has the pendant brought you good fortune? He asked, gesturing to the serpent bracelet still around her wrist. If I'm being honest, I completely forgot this was still here. It's done a lousy job. The thought of the brandy fruit came to mind. Some things that may seem unlucky may lead to roads that are. Do not be too quick to dismiss the unfortunate events of today. She rolled her eyes at his overly dramatic use of words and refocused the conversation. So they can tell you the future? She asked, a bit skeptical. The voices share tidbits of possibilities, but I do not believe that is your main reason for wanting to speak. It could be one, but for now I have a different question for these voices of yours. The voices of the outer world are open to you. I will interpret their will and answer to the best of my ability. She had many questions, however, there was one that rattled in her head for a while. Can the voices tell me about my father, Fire Lord Ozai? I wish to know of his status. Very well. The mystic lowered his head and grew as still as a statue for a few minutes before stirring back to life. He still remains on the world of the bridge, caged by the scarred brother. But the fires of ambition still burn within him. Azula let out a breath that she didn't realize she was keeping in, almost as if she was relieved to hear that last part. So he hasn't given up. Good. Is there anyone else you wish to know the whereabouts of? She thought for a moment. As much as she didn't care for Zuko, she couldn't pass up the opportunity to use the mystic's abilities to keep tabs on him. What is my idiot of a brother doing right now? The mystic went still again and returned even quicker than before. The scarred brother governs the nation of fire. She was somewhat annoyed that he didn't go into specifics, but took the information. What of your mother? Do you wish to know of her? The mask of calmness Azula wore cracked at the mention of her mother. No. Are you certain? Would it not be prudent to face the one who haunts your mind? Her voice took on a threatening edge. Perhaps another time. Very well, what else do you ask of the outer world? I want to know of any threats that will come in the near future. Truthfully, she wanted to know the outcome of her entire plan, but given how the outer world would shut itself off, she didn't want to waste her time with something far into the future and focus more on the threat that is Cortex. The mystic murmured to himself as he took another drag from his pipe. A storm of vengeance and rage drifts towards you. A son who was robbed of a father seeks retribution and will leave a trail of destruction in his wake. Take caution, Serpent of Blue, and be wary of those who speak with a false tongue. False tongue? You should be familiar with this, Serpent of Blue. Have you not spoken to many using a false tongue? She clearly knew what he meant and chose to ignore that comment. When will he come? Soon. Could you be any more vague? This is all that the outer world will share. I guess asking for specifics is out of the question. She sighed in discontent. Leave it to the spirit world to be as ambiguous as possible when it comes to fortune-telling. Was it too much for the spirits to be direct? Hey, Fire Spitter. You coming or what? Sev called out to her. Your friends call to you, Serpent of Blue. Perhaps you should join them and enjoy the calm before the storm. She snorted, turning back to her group, seeing them smiling and laughing amongst each other. The sight reminded her of the time she, Ty Lee, Mai and Zuko burned down that house on Ember Island 2 years ago. The thought of it left a dull ache in her chest. It was a fond memory, the last time she and everyone she truly cared about were happy. The last time she felt happy. She pushed these feelings down and the memory out of her mind, wanting the heartache to stop. They were her pawns that she would discard when they were no longer useful. They are not my friends. Just a bunch of fools trying to distract themselves and me with trivial little things. The mystic let out an old croaky chuckle from the back of his throat. One cannot be too rigid as you are. Our time amongst the universe is short, serpent of blue. Embrace the role of a fool for a day, and enjoy these trivial little things when they occur. They often have the greatest impacts on our lives. She scoffed as she stood back up, reiterating her feelings. Colleagues, not friends. She returned to the group with Sev being the first to speak with her. Was that homeless guy bothering you? No, he's just a delusional old man. Angara stood in the alleyway between two shops with Taito. He handed her a box. Here's your helmet. The armorer replaced the visor with reinforced glass, so even if you get shot in the face again, it shouldn't melt all the way through. Also, he says, don't get shot in the face again. Angara pulled the helmet out to inspect and found that it looked almost brand new with a fine polish. She was grateful that her mother's helmet was back to being in good shape. Tell him thanks and that I owe him one. Can do, he said, holding a hand out expectantly. What, you want a high five? No, my courier fee. Courier fee? Ha! That's rich. She laughed and ruffled his hair with him slapping her away. Come on, big sis, I'm trying to make an honest living here. She flicked his forehead. Not your sis, and this coming from the boy who used his two kid cousins to pickpocket people. They're not here rummaging through people's pockets right now, are they? Of course not. They're back at camp doing chores with my aunt while I'm stuck here helping the mystic sell his junk. You reap what you sow, dummy. Whatever. He waved her off. So, why's the fire girl still alive? Angara rolled her eyes, knowing she was going to get this question eventually. Because I don't have a good reason to kill her yet. Don't have a reason? Sis, she knows who you are. I think that's plenty of reason if you ask me. Have you also forgotten that she and I work for Myrel and that she doesn't approve of employees killing each other? Besides, I'm keeping an eye on her. Taito gave her a skeptical look. Word around the camp was that you were supposed to kill her in her sleep. What happened to that? Angara snarled at him, then grabbed and yanked his ear hard. I don't have to explain myself to you. So why don't you worry about hauling the mystic's junk around, and I'll worry about my issues. Okay. Okay. Just don't tear off my ear. She let him go. Just make sure that psycho stays away from me. What, you scared of her? Yeah, I am. She shoots fire and lightning out of her hands. That's not normal. Pendarins shouldn't do that, but she does. She's not a Pendarin, dummy, and don't worry, if she gives you trouble, I'll put her in her place. She corrected, already making her way out of the alleyway. Taito scoffed, muttering under his breath, yeah, right. She snapped her head back at him with a glare. What was that? Taito realized his mistake and immediately tried to backpedal. Oh, nothing. No, you said something, so out with it. The mystic is calling me back to help him with something through that psychic thing he does. Why, you know. Gotta go. He's, surprisingly impatient. He fumbled, trying desperately to get out of there, only for Angara to grab him by the collar and yank him back into a headlock. He can wait. Now why don't you tell your big sis what's on your mind? She said in a way that was supposed to be friendly and inviting but ended up sounding like a threat. I thought you didn't like being called big sis. He struggled to break free, only for her arm to tighten around his neck. Spill it, brat. She began dragging her knuckles against his head, making him cry out in pain. Okay. Just let me go. She did, letting him get back on his feet. It's just, well, you said you'd take care of her back on the train, then you showed up to camp with her, and then you fought her only for her to beat you. I guess I just thought she was someone you can't beat. I beat her on the train, damn it. Angara shouted, making him jump back. I didn't see that though. She growled some more. Anyway, I really should get going. Taito quickly left as Angara fumed, allowing her to return to the group. After visiting the local pawn shop and gaining some spending money, the group separated, with Lectro going to find a new computer with 7 Gax tagging along with him. Chani insisted that the girls get together to bond through shopping, with both princesses being apathetic to the idea but soldiered on. Azula found herself dragged into one of the many clothing shops by Chani, perusing the wares. Azula stood by Chani's side holding various outfits the pink girl had picked out for her. "This one matches your inner thumb so much," she said, holding out a deep red top and adding it to the pile. "This one is in season now." She added a chrome-colored reflective vest, and this could tie so many things together. She excitedly added hot pink pants. "I appreciate your willingness to help me shop, but..." Chani added an obnoxiously bright yellow jacket to the pile. "Don't you think this is a little much? I don't even think I have enough money for half of these. We're just trying a few things on and seeing what works." Azula took a glance at the large stack she was carrying. "Yeah, a few things. I think we have enough. Let's try them on." Chani pushed her towards the changing rooms, where she helped her in creating her outfits. "Oh, this should be good," Angara commented as she put away a spike-studded leather jacket. The first outfit had Azula dressed in a metallic chrome-colored coat, white top, baggy metallic pants, platform shoes, and a pair of large blue sunglasses. "What do you think? The chrome look is really popular in wealthy circles," Chani asked. Angara squinted her eyes into space at how obnoxiously eye-catching it was. "That outfit is so loud I need earplugs to look at it." Azula observed her appearance in the mirror. "I can see the appeal, but I don't think this is me." The next outfit saw her wearing a bright blue crop top sweater with extremely long shoulder pads, a green top, black trousers so baggy she felt she was wearing a parachute, and open-toed heels that made her stand a few inches taller. "What about this outfit? Long shoulder pads are the big fashion statement now." Azula stared at her reflection, observing the outrageous clothing with a critical look. "I look ridiculous." Angara didn't hide her opinions about it as she laughed loudly. "There's something we can agree on." She flicked one of the pads. "There's no way I could possibly fight in this outfit. These pants are so loose I feel like I might trip over them, and these pulls on my shoulders limit my movements by a lot," Azula said while trying to stretch. "Ideally, you wouldn't be fighting in this outfit though," Chani said as Azula attempted another action move, only to strike Angara in the eye with one of the shoulder pads that was followed by a string of long curses. "I think we should try something else." Azula stepped out of the dressing room once more, clad in a pink sweater with a fuzzy white cowl and an opening that left her midriff exposed, a teal skirt and white wedge heels. "This one definitely looks good on you. This outfit is all the hot styles right now." Chani beamed with excitement. "Yeah, you look like every other preppy teenage girl," Angara responded. Azula didn't share in Chani's excitement, finding the outfit to be garish. It honestly looked like something Chani would wear. She noticed that her sweater had an extra pair of sleeves dangling under her arms, clearly indicating that this was meant for a 4-armed species. "I think you picked the wrong sweater for me. I only have 2 arms. Right now, girls your age are wearing shirts with extra sleeves and tying them behind them. It's a big trend right now," Chani commented as she tied the extra sleeves behind her into a neat bow. "So what do you think?" After turning around and getting a good look at the outfit from every angle and giving her answer, "No. Just no." "You don't like it?" Chani asked, slightly hurt by her blunt words. "No. All of these outfits so far have made me look like a clown." Azula began removing the various accessories. "All right, fine. Azula, what do you want to wear?" Chani sulked. "Something that isn't ridiculous, for starters. Perhaps something regal." Angara snorted. "Sorry, Pop, but regal isn't in our price range." Fine, then something practical, and maybe a little less colorful. I feel like a rainbow vomited all over me. Then why don't you pick something for her, Angara? Chani suggested. Why would I do that? I refuse, Azula said after stepping back into the changing booth. Oh, come on. You two seem like you would have similar tastes in fashion. Why not give it a try? Think of it as some way you two can bond without violence. Azula poked her head out from behind the curtain. After the little brandy fruit incident, I can't trust anything she does that could be in my benefit. Angara couldn't help but chuckle at how she was able to manage that. Oh, come on, pup, you're still mad about that? That's all in the past now. The mischievous grin she held told Azula otherwise. Besides, Myrelle told us to get along. So I'll take pity on you and help your primitive tasteless self find some style. Azula only gave her a deadpan look at the backhanded compliment, but supposed the Kukyuvan princess may actually be able to help given she had a preference for outfits with practicality in mind. You swear you won't make me look like a clown? I swear, princess, she said with a mocking tone. Swear on your honor as a Kukyuvan warrior. Angara's brow twitched at that. Fine, I swear on my honor as a Kukyuvan warrior that I, Angara, will not dress you up like a clown. There, happy? Very. She went back into the booth before shouting her next command, now go get me something to wear, preferably something red. Suddenly being ordered around like she was a servant made Angara regret wanting to help her. After gathering the necessary garb she returned, tossing them into the booth. Is this a jacket or a pincushion? Azula asked from behind the curtain. Just put it on, pup. Azula stepped out now clad in a heavy black leather jacket covered in metal spikes along its shoulders, a bright red shirt with an incomprehensible scribbled graphic covering it. Pants covered in a red splatter pattern with torn holes and spiked combat boots. Hang on, one more thing, Angara said before pulling the ribbon from Azula's topknot and letting her hair flow free. There we go, now you look somewhat decent. Just got to slap some dark makeup on you and it'll be complete, Angara said, pleased with her choice in attire. Well, it matches your aggression, Chani said, not knowing how else to compliment her. What are your thoughts? Azula took a look in the mirror and began her harsh criticism. You didn't make me look like a clown at least, instead you made me look like some common thug. You don't like it? Angara asked, almost offended. Not in the slightest. Are you serious? I give you gold, and this is how you repay me. Gold is stretching it. More like very rusty copper. Azula inspected her torn pants. I should have known you would have made me look like an idiot. I mean, look, you couldn't even get me a pair of pants that weren't ripped. Those rips are on purpose, she defended. They're supposed to make you look tough, like you just got out of a scuffle. The realization for Azula kicked in that Angara was being serious with her claims and was genuine in believing her idea of fashion was good. Are you saying that you would actually wear this garb? Yes, I would. As a matter of fact, give me that jacket. It's too good for you anyway. Take it. Let's see what other questionable choices you've given me. She stepped out of the booth now wearing a dark red sweater that left her shoulders exposed, dark short skirt and shoes, all splattered with skull-shaped markings. Skirts aren't really my thing, but I figured why not give it a shot with you, Angara said. Ah. You look so cute, Chani followed up. Azula held onto the edge of the skirt as if she was trying to hold it down with her face slightly red from embarrassment. It's too drafty, and I don't like how exposed this makes me feel. Should have figured, but I see where you're coming from. Don't much care for skirts unless it's plated and attached to my armor, Angara said before tossing her another outfit. If you don't like this last one, then you're on your own. After one last change of clothes, she exited the booth now in a plain red tank top, black pants that seemed to be made of some elastic leather, sporty shoes and a black crop top jacket with the sleeves rolled up. Please tell me you're happy with this, because I'm getting tired of playing dress up, Angara said. She tested her movements, finding she had excellent flexibility. The design itself wasn't anything flashy, but at the very least she didn't look ridiculous or like a thug. She seemed like any other commoner. Congratulations, you managed to pick an outfit I don't hate. I actually quite like it. Thank the outer world, because if you didn't, I would probably strangle you with a shirt or something. You look really sporty, like you're ready to take on the galaxy. Chani cheered on, right Angara? Meh, she looks passable. The nicer girl pouted. Would it kill you to say something genuinely nice to her? Honestly, it probably would. With her new clothes now purchased, Azula wore it out visiting a menagerie of other stores until Chani seemed mostly satisfied with her shopping and thought it was a good time to find the boys. I think today was a great day for us. We were able to find some great deals and everything. She declared with a big grin as she swung her bags around as she walked. Did you guys have fun? It was fun, I suppose. It has been a long while since I was able to spend the day shopping, even if most of it was questioning why anyone would wear some things. Azula admitted while holding an uncharacteristically humble amount of bags. It was all right. Angara grunted, only having a single bag. Most of those places didn't have anything my style. Except for that jacket that you could probably use as a weapon. Yeah, because it looks awesome on me. Azula rolled her eyes, to each their own, I guess. Ah, look at you two actually having a civil discussion for once. Chani teased with both princesses making a noise of disgust. They turned a corner and almost ran into a parked police vehicle. On the hood of the vehicle, a teenage alien was pressed against it as the head of planetary security himself, Proxley, applied a pair of cuffs to his wrists. This is police brutality. You hear, police brutality. The teenager shouted. Really, it's considered police brutality to arrest shoplifters, huh? Proxley asked in a snarky manner. I didn't do nothing. You can't prove anything. So you didn't get caught stuffing this here unpurchased communicator into your book bag? Proxley held out a small box with said item. That's not mine. The teen's disposition changed. You can't prove I did anything. We have video evidence of you shoplifting, so save it. Get him out of here. He then shoved the boy towards one of the other officers as he lit up a cigarette and noticed Azula and her companions. Well. If it isn't the Crimson Storm's finest. Not shoplifting like this one, are you? I only ask since I know you two like breaking my laws. Sorry to disappoint, officer, but all my purchases are legal. I even have the recipes if you would like to view them. Azula said sassily, holding out one of her bags to him. She didn't forget how rude he was the last time they spoke. Careful, pup, the dirty cop here might plant some evidence. Angara sassed as well, so what's the head of security doing down here arresting kids? Thought you would be sitting at a desk filing papers. Not grunt work. Angara scoffed. I do that as well, but being cooped up in an office dulls your skills. I need to keep myself sharp for whenever you lot finally get out of line and the governor brings the hammer down. He said, pleased with himself as he watched the hover car leave with the arrested teen. And your answer is to try and relive the glory days of arresting petty criminals and harassing onlookers? Bravo, I'm very impressed. Azula said while giving him a sarcastic clap. He bent down to her level. Better watch it, little girl. I still got my eye on you. You may be a kid, but as you just witnessed, I won't hesitate to throw the book at you. Unless the bribe is big enough. Angara muttered loud enough for him to hear. All three of them continued to glare at each other like rival predators fighting for territory until Chani cleared her throat, making her presence known to him. Excuse me, sir, but if you don't mind. We are just on a simple shopping trip and have done nothing wrong in the eyes of the law. We are not suspects in any case, so your questioning and harassment of us is unwarranted, so I kindly ask that you be on your way and let us continue to enjoy our day. She spoke formally as she looked up at him. Her diminutive stature making her look like a child compared to the 7-foot-tall monstrosity that was Proxley, but she stood erect with confidence, not allowing him to intimidate her. He sent a scornful gaze her way. And you are? A concerned citizen who is afraid that an officer of Kazima's law is getting too comfortable with his position and could be abusing his power. Sir. Proxley growled, turning back to his vehicle in annoyance, stay out of trouble. And remember this. I'm always watching. His vehicle ascended and joined the air traffic, leaving the three of them alone. After he left, Chani exhaled dramatically, falling to her knees as all of the bravado left her. That was scary. I thought he was gonna try and arrest me. I have to say though, I'm impressed that you even managed to say anything that would upset that ego. Azula admitted. My brother always says, the best way to be brave is to look like you are. But someone had to say something. She got up and brushed herself off. That was the first time I met him, and Myral was right, he's a bully. One of these days he's gonna push his luck too far and find an even bigger bully that'll put him down. Angara spat, hopefully it'll be either me or the captain. Let's find the others and get a move on. The trio found the rest of their group within the tech store, gathered around a computer. This is a nice portable computer, and it's at an affordable price. Lectro said, pondering the device. Then buy it. Sev said. But, my current one is still running pretty good. Then don't buy it. However. Gak screamed out in frustration, pulling at his head fins while muttering to himself. What is he dash? Violence. He's threatening violence if you don't make up your mind soon. Sev deadpanned as the three girls arrived. What are you three up to? Azula asked, looking at the device sitting on a display table. Waiting for the doc to decide if he's buying something or not. Nice new look by the way, fire spitter. This thing costs a lot, okay. I'm just weighing the pros and cons. Lectro argued back, although, I think I did see the same computer on the OmniNet for a cheaper price. Then buy it on the OmniNet. Angara suggested. But shipping costs will jack up the price and then I have to wait for it to show up, and this one is right here. Doc, I'm about to start threatening violence if you don't make up your mind soon. Sev said. Azula remembered hearing about the OmniNet several times and has yet to receive any explanation of it. Now may be a good time to get one if it requires these devices. Tell me, what is the OmniNet? They all looked at her in surprise, with Sev being the first to speak. No one tell you what that is yet? I asked Cetro while we were cleaning mines, and he said something along the lines of, ask someone else, I don't have time to explain every little thing to you, she said, doing her best impression of the grouchy engineer. Of course he'd pawn that off to someone else. Lectro said, well, now is the perfect time to explain that, given that we are in a computer store. He drew her attention to the device before them. So, think of the OmniNet as a digital realm of information that can only be accessed by devices such as this that are able to connect to it. With a proper connection, you can access just about any type of information you want, send messages across the galaxy, or see anything you want that others have uploaded. So what you're saying is that by accessing this OmniNet, I have a treasure trove of information at my disposal and can speak to anyone in the universe? So long as they have a connection, yeah. So these devices send the signals we use to communicate across the universe like a high-speed messenger hawk. That is quite fascinating. Well, not exactly. Our communicators use different kinds of signals. Signals like that can travel through space at high speeds, but due to just how massive the universe is, it will take years, if not centuries, for it to travel from here across the other end of the galaxy. Then how are you able to communicate? What's the point of communicating with someone across the universe if the message only gets to them years after I die? That's the neat part. Tell me, how do we get from point A to point B when traveling through space? Azula crossed her arms, slightly annoyed that he was being as indirect as possible. Extra-dimensional space. Exactly. Extra-dimensional space, and it can send more than just ships across the universe at faster than light speeds. You see, in each and every device meant to connect to the OmniNet, there is a component called a distortion generator that creates a microscopic rift into extra-dimensional space that sends and receives signals through, meaning we have instantaneous communication no matter where in the universe you go. Well, so long as you can receive them. So the OmniNet exists partially within our space and partially in extra-dimensional space. She concluded. Yup. Look at that, you blew her primitive mind. Angara commented, can we go now? Hang on. I still haven't decided if I'm going to buy it or not. Lectro said. Buy it. Azula commanded, I'd like to learn how to use this device and I'd like to have the latest and greatest hardware. Wait, but isn't this about me getting a new computer? Azula looked at him with a smile that would have looked sweet and innocent on any other person, but on Azula was meant to portray that anything she requested was non-negotiable lest she feel the need to get ugly by it. Lectro, now feeling he was under the gaze of a predator, decided that it was probably best he oblige. Oh, okay. I guess buying it here and now is a better option. With the computer purchased, the group left the shopping district and went to their next destination, a large gate with a statue of some strange animal displayed in the center of a fountain. Azula looked up at the large sign displayed above it, completely unable to read it. What is this place supposed to be? This is the Horizon City Zoo and Aquarium. Chani answered. It's been some time since Azula visited a zoo. The last one she saw was in Ba Sing Se when she took a tour after overthrowing the Earth King. She had heard the Avatar built it and was curious, and she needed something to do with Ty Lee while Zuko and Mai caught up. She supposed she was also curious as to what the fauna of the galaxy was like, especially from a safer distance than her first experience. Hey guys, check it out. They're taking scans of guests. Sev pointed out. Oh. We should take one. It'll be nice to have a souvenir. Chani said excitedly as she went for it. Isn't that what gift shops are for? Angara said less enthusiastically. Oh come on, a commemorative scanner isn't going to kill you. Lectro said, following her. Azula followed them to this scanning machine where she saw an alien family of 4 standing together posing on a platform as 2 rectangular machines rotated around them. Before Azula could ask what this device was, she found herself pulled into it by Chani. Everyone smile and remain still. The machine's operator said before activating it. Azula did not smile as the 2 machines spun around them in a perfect circle. What even was that? Her question was answered once they reached another machine nearby. Within a glass compartment, they could see several gray statues being made in a similar way to the fabricator functioned, with several arms appearing and spraying paint on them. After several minutes, out came 6 miniature statues of all of them posing on the platform in surprising detail, despite it being only large enough to fit in the palm of Azula's hand. Crap, I think I blinked. Lectro complained, seeing that his figurine's eyes were closed. Gara ka men. Gax said mischievously. You are not using that for target practice. His sister snapped at him. Azula admired her own figurine standing in the center of the group, seeing once again in awe at how much detail it captured, almost as if they had been frozen and shrunken down. So it's like a fabricator, only it prints souvenirs? Kinda sort of. Sev responded. Except it only uses plastic and wax. Lectro finished. Now we all have a fun souvenir to remember this day. Now let's go see the animals. I heard they've got a new exhibit for gas giant creatures. Chani beamed as she led the group. The zoo is larger than any Azula had ever visited, large enough to accompany a small village, with long walkways snaking between exhibits of Kazima's diverse array of wildlife and exhibits of creatures from other worlds. They saw great beasts of the wilds, from the six-legged rhinos, the Cucuvon mounted to well-fed laugh cats that lounged about on rock outcroppings, toured the aquariums that housed dozens of strange fish within lavender-colored water, walked through tunnels where low-gravity dwelling balloon-like creatures from gas giants drifted like jellyfish. They participated in attractions to feed large long-necked and humpbacked herbivores from platforms, and visited the petting zoo where both Azula and Angara laughed at local children getting chased by the animals for pestering them. What Azula saw was mostly local wildlife, with her noticing that all animals native to Kazima had 6 limbs, which made her speculate that the Tharks from the Cucuvon camp must have been brought over from another planet, likely Tanbani. As much as Azula would prefer to train, she had to admit that she was having some fun in learning about this strange planet and wonder about the ecosystems of others. It also made her realize she hadn't had a true break from action since she had escaped from Zuko into the Forgetful Valley. In all that time, she had been constantly looking over her shoulder, plotting, managing incompetent underlings, and trying to survive. Before that, she was locked up like a caged animal, similar to how these beasts are, except they seem to be satisfied with their living situation. For now, she'll enjoy this time away from peril. She separated from the group, wanting to take a break from their shenanigans, and looking down into a pen where several large reptile-like creatures sat in a mud pit with skin that resembled stone. She tossed a nut from the bag she had purchased at a vending machine at one of the creatures, hoping they would react and do something, only to be disappointed. "Why are you standing here alone and not with the others?" the hallucination of Ozai demanded, as if he were the real thing. "The whole point of wasting your time here is to gain their trust." She sighed, tossing another nut at the creatures. "I am doing that. I have been doing that since I got here. I just need a break." His brow tightened. "Did you take a break when learning the dancing fire ferret form, or when you learned how to bend lightning? What about when you chased the Avatar? You don't take breaks, you've always powered through it until you've gotten what you wanted. Now is the time to continue the plan. The sooner you manage to establish trust, the sooner we can overthrow Zuko." "I know that. I already have Sev and Lectro in the palm of my hand. It won't take long to get the rest," she argued back. Normally she would never so much as raise her tone to her father in fear of how he would react, however, knowing that this wasn't really him emboldened her to be able to speak more firmly to him. "The walking tank and the scientist will be useful in the future, but you should focus your efforts on the frog siblings. The sister is a financial advisor, and as you've seen, money makes the world go round. She could put the Crimson Storm's entire treasury in your pocket, and she's far too trusting. It'll be almost too easy to manipulate her." As for the brother, Ozai glanced back at Gax hanging off Sev's shoulder, swatting at a bug in his face before shooting a long tongue out and eating it. "Honestly, I can't tell what goes on in that one's head, but I'm sure there's a purpose he can serve." "You're forgetting one. Angara." Ozai's expression tightened. "Yes. The troublesome princess. She won't be swayed so easily." Azula threw another nut at the head of a sleeping animal. "She's not entirely unable to be manipulated, however she already seems suspicious of you. You should just kill her at the earliest opportunity. If only it were so easy. She's the best bounty hunter in the storm, and I need to learn how to be one if I am to be useful." Ozai stroked his beard and thought, "That is an annoying prospect. Are you even sure she is capable of being a teacher? What if she just treats you like an errand girl the entire time? Then I'll remind her who she's dealing with." Azula punctuated by snapping her fingers and summoning a small blue flame. "So quick to choose violence?" Ursa said, now at Azula's left. "Did the captain not order you two to get along?" She humiliated her in front of her pawns. "Such an act against our family deserves no lesser punishment." "Oh, I haven't forgotten. I just need to find an even worse humiliation for her." Azula tossed another nut. You also humiliated her twice already, or do you not remember how you made her admit her loss to you in front of the others? It seems she's willing to forego that one now that she was able to do that trick with the fruit. There shouldn't be any more trouble unless you cause it, Azula. Azula groaned. As much as I appreciate the pep talk, having both of you here defeats the purpose of being alone. She tossed another nut at the head of another creature, with it stirring awake. It looked into the direction of the sun before opening its five-pronged mouth, displaying its vibrant purple coloration. This weird transformation made it resemble a large fleshy flower and made her wonder what its purpose was. You know you're not supposed to feed the animals, right? Angara said, appearing at her side. Azula only rolled her eyes, just wanting them to do something. Although, I don't suppose you know what that is? Angara looked over at the fleshy, purple flower creature, seeing several others mimicking its behavior. Back at the camp, we call them flower lips. They're cold-blooded. In order to warm up, they use that mouth of theirs like a solar panel to soak up the sun's energy. I was being sarcastic. Although that is rather interesting. I didn't think you would actually know that. All Kukuvan hunters need to know how to survive in the wilderness. One of the basics of that is knowing about the beasts around you, like how these things use their flowery faces as traps for smaller animals that like to drink nectar. Fascinating, Azula said in a disinterested tone. So, pup. You, got a favorite animal or something? She said awkwardly, as if she was forcing herself to speak. Azula turned to her with a raised brow. She couldn't help but wonder why Angara of all people would be trying to start a friendly conversation with her. Especially one as mundane as that. What? Angara barked, not liking her accusatory stare. She studied Angara, hoping to find some kind of hint of deceit for some prank. What do you want? To know what your favorite animal is? No, what do you really want? Angara growled before forcing herself to speak. I'm attempting to be friendlier to you. We're going to work together, and I'd rather not have the urge to gouge your eyes out every time I see you. Is that some kind of apology for the Hrendi fruit trick? She asked, still incredibly angry about that. Do you apologize for giving me that hangover? You did that to yourself. You did it in an indirect way. You should have been the responsible adult and not fall for such obvious bait. Angara growled further, fighting the urge to toss her into the enclosure, before calming herself with a deep breath. Like you said before, we don't have to like each other, we just have to not be hostile towards each other. Azula let out a chuckle. Funny how you come around now that I know your little secret. Angara snarled further, I'm not just doing it for that. The captain wants us to get along, so I'm complying with orders. Azula only remained silent and ignored her. Angara quickly changed the subject. My favorite animal has to be the Black Canyon Adler. It's a big flying creature from Tanbani. We used to see them flying through the skies all the time with these huge wings that had all these neat patterns on them. We rode them all the time when I was little. A hint of sorrow overtook her expression, but now I guess they're all gone. Azula said nothing. Angara scoffed, annoyed that she was being ignored after sharing a small part of herself, and went to rejoin the group as they discussed the new aviary exhibit. Coexistence is possible, Azula. Perhaps if you got closer, you'd be able to become good friends. Ursa said. I agree. Ozai responded. Her brow raised in confusion at hearing that the hallucination of her father agreed with her mother. Why would you ever agree with her? Think about it, Azula. If you can become friendly with her, she'll lower her guard around you, inadvertently revealing her weaknesses to exploit. Case in point, her favorite animal. How does her favorite animal reveal anything? It's a creature that reminds her of a home she cannot go back to. They're creatures that can be ridden, therefore she has happy memories riding them, and given how close these Kukuvan are with one another, she probably rides them with friends or family who are long dead. Ozai explained eloquently, don't you see, she's homesick, she longs for something that she can never have again. You can use this against her, taunt her with the fact that there was nothing she could do as a princess to save her people and that there is nothing she can do for them now. Or you could use this information to uplift her, make her see her true worth as a princess and rally her people to become a furious fighting force under you. Because of her honor, she will be indebted to you, she will have no choice but to follow you. The idea was a great one. After all, Angara would make a more useful tool if she followed her instead of being dead. Do not listen to your father, his words are poison. He's trying to turn obvious facts into pointless schemes. Ursa urged her. Ozai glared at Ursa. I am making her aware of any opportunities to get ahead of Angara. She still poses the greatest threat to the plan. What have you done for her? All your words have ever achieved was to confuse her, lead her astray from her destiny. Enough. Azula said, both of you are giving me a headache. I swear you two never argued this much when I was younger. Who's to say we didn't? Ursa responded solemnly, you've always been a perceptive child, you knew there was no love in our marriage. Not even for your daughter. Azula let slip out. You know I love you, Azula. Ozai chuckled, there she goes lying once more. I'd say you picked it up from her, but then again she wasn't really there for you in your formative years like I was. Unconsciously, Azula found herself moving closer to the apparition of her father, glaring daggers at her mother. He was there when you never were. The weight of those words came down on her. They made her remember how true they were. Whenever Azula did anything great, Ozai was there to let her know. Whenever she failed at something, he was there to set her straight, and when she was upset and in need of guidance, his words were the ones that drove her forward, not Ursa's. Hey, pup! A hand coming down on her shoulder brought her back to reality, making her cry out in surprise. Angara stood by her side with a brow raised in confused suspicion. We've been calling you like crazy. You coming with us to the aviary or not? All right. Let's go. She rushed past her and rejoined the others, all the while Angara eyed her suspiciously. The aviary was a large series of domes connected together that housed a lush forested environment that was sectioned off into separate enclosures for various species of flying creatures. In the opening area, the flying creatures were small and allowed to walk freely and interact with the guests. The birds of this planet weren't even birds, but instead four-winged rodents whose long incisor teeth jutted out of their mouths resembled beaks. Various flying creatures soared around them as they traversed the path, with Chani and Lectro stopping multiple times to collect pictures with their communicators, with some of them perching onto Sev, much to Gax's dismay. Angara and Azula stuck to the back of the group, admiring the animals from a distance. They followed the path that led to the enclosures that housed the more predatory creatures that flew through Kazima's sky that weren't meant to interact with due to their more aggressive temperament and long talons. The path continued to the upper levels of the aviary, where they had to traverse catwalks encased in cages. Clearly something much larger was meant for this section. This place is new. I don't remember the aviary having this section open. Sev said as he looked through the bars, searching for whatever it was that was meant to be housed here. Lectro walked ahead of them with a map in hand, says here on the guide it was just recently finished and is supposed to have, wait, that can't be right. What? Angara said, don't tell me you led us somewhere we're not supposed to be. No, it's not that, it's just what's housed here is supposed to be extinct. What is? Azula questioned. Her question was answered when a sound like a foghorn came from above and a large shadow passed overhead. They were all stunned by the sudden noise, none more so than Angara, who rushed to the nearby viewing platform, her eyes widened in disbelief. The creature that startled them glided down to a rock outcropping to rest. It was a large avian beast with long leathery wings that folded up neatly by its side, a long forked tail like that of a swallow, short clawed legs that had a sturdy grip on the rocks beneath it. A long-billed head held up by an equally long neck and was black in coloration along its dorsal side. It was a majestic creature that was large enough to allow for someone to ride along its back, but despite its great size it had a gentle demeanor. I can't believe it, Angara said in astonishment. After studying the animal's appearance, and by Angara's reaction, Azula quickly deduced what it was. Wait, that isn't a dash. Black Canyon Adler. Angara finished as another one landed on top of the catwalk, with its weight shaking the cage as it peeked down on them curiously. I don't get it, how are they here? Sev looked at a plaque reading it aloud. After the destruction of Tenbani, it was believed that the Black Canyon Adler had gone extinct with the rest of Tenbani's wildlife. However, 13 Black Canyon Adlers were rescued from extinction thanks to the efforts of the Intergalactic Wildlife Preservation Society, who managed to keep these adlers in an off-world zoo for study. It is the hope of the society to preserve this marvelous species through breeding programs with other rescued populations and cloning so that the adler may continue to roam the skies. The adler above them squawked loudly, leaping off and glided down through the forested environment, being joined by several others. The one on the outcropping preened itself, flashing the group with its striking sky blue underbelly covered speckles and stripes in darker shades of blue and purple. Angara was at a loss for words at the sight of these creatures, completely transfixed by their beauty, believing she'd never see it again, so much so she didn't even notice Azula by her side. I thought they were gone forever, that I would never hear their calls or see their belly patterns again. A tear ran down her face as the one before them flapped its wings and dove down to join the rest. You know that last time I rode one I was probably around your age, pup, maybe younger. Back on Tenbani, I had just earned my tattoos, and to celebrate Kaori took me to the Adler stables of the Great Plains and let me ride one on my own for the first time. A serene smile came over her as the memories returned. I remember it like it was yesterday. I almost fell off like 3 times. We flew across the golden fields and forgot that we were at war. Nothing else mattered but just seeing how far, fast, and high we could go. I haven't felt like that since I was a child. Azula didn't know why she was telling her this. Angara probably didn't know either, but perhaps seeing these creatures brought so many feelings that she just needed to express it to someone, anyone, and she just happened to be there. She didn't like hearing sappy stories like this. They always made her feel strange and uncomfortable. She would always just say something mean to anyone who told them to her, just to dissuade them from doing so in the future, and she wanted to do that now, but something about Angara's revelation kept her from doing so. Maybe they are more similar than she had thought, as Azula has had many moments where she misses her home greatly, so much so that she couldn't bring herself to sour the moment of someone else who felt the same. Dragons. She then said, catching Angara's attention. Dragons are my favorite animal. They are great and powerful beasts that represent the element of fire. It was said that the first firebenders learned how to bend from them. Some of the greatest firebenders were even able to tame them and would fly across the world on their backs with them, breathing fire down on any who would dare go against them. Angara wiped the tear, finally noticing it. Must be nice to have one of those things to fly around in, she said with no hint of malice. Maybe it would be, if any were still around. Azula bowed her head, as it was the one thing she believes the Fire Nation should be shameful for. Dragons have been extinct for over 100 years now. My great-grandfather Sozin started the tradition of hunting them for sport. I understood why he did it. Power is everything, and if you can display yours by slaying the beasts that are fire, then you yourself are the master of it, but it has always felt wrong to me. Especially since Sozin owned his own dragon. She went back to admiring the adlers as they flew around them, the beating of their wings sounding like drums. Unlike your adlers, I've never seen one before, not alive that is, and I never will. Wow, that's just depressing, Angara said, not really knowing how to react. Azula just shrugged her shoulders. It's nothing, the dragons were becoming a problem to my people anyway. It was said at the start of the war 100 years ago, all dragons suddenly began to grow aggressive towards my people. They started burning down villages, eating livestock, and striking at their owners. It had become a necessity to hunt them. She remembered all the lessons her private tutor told her about in her younger years that justified their extinction. Besides, I may never see a dragon, but I have seen things no human has ever seen before, she said, looking up through the aviary at Kazima's ring. I've spoken with aliens, rode in ships that sail through stars, and got to see these adlers that were thought to be extinct. Seems like a fair trade-off if you ask me. Angara looked back at the animals. Guess that's one way of looking at things. This moment of peace made Azula aware of just how tired she was of their back-and-forth arguments, and perhaps making peace is the best option, for now at least. I suppose burying the hatchet between us would be best. But if you ever do anything like the Hrandy fruit thing again, I swear I will not hesitate to blab about your little secret. Angara exhaled a chuckle. Okay. Can't think of anything worse than the Hrandy fruit anyway. Azula was relieved to hear that. They remained silent as their group continued to admire these animals and go through the rest of the zoo. They saw all of the animals present within the span of a few hours and were ready for the next event. The Horizon City Carnival. And we got through a new chapter. With the Ginza adventure being almost nothing but action, I felt Azula needed a much-needed break, and we also got to check back with some other characters from earlier. Playing dress-up with Azula was fun and took a while due to all of the various strange outfits I came up with, and I wanted to go into greater detail with some of the creatures we saw at the zoo, but figured it would probably be best to leave something to the imagination. Little fun fact, the souvenir scanner at the zoo is inspired by a real-life piece of technology in China I saw online called 3D photography. Really makes you realize that we are living in the future. LOL. Also, if you are interested, I had drawn out some more sketches of some of the original characters such as the Mystic, Slater, Duratax, Copello, Shawl and Soldan. I was able to draw them out quickly and post them on my Instagram and DeviantArt. Hi. Sorry for the lack of uploading. My dad had a stroke. I went from using DoorDash as my main source of income to getting an actual job. That job is causing me stress, and I've been trying to figure out what to do with story. I really do want to turn this into a brand, an actual business that'll rivals the likes of Disney, Studio Ghibli, and others. But it's been tough. I have a habit of procrastination, and that is rearing its ugly head. When that happens, I fall into analysis paralysis, and I come up with plans and ideas, over and over again, never doing anything with them. Heck, I've even gotten into the habit of looking at other people's Patreons. Seeing some people make 5K to 10K plus, I wouldn't say has me envious or jealous, but at the same time it does. Losing my original Reddit, some people are fucking stupid, as well as losing my original Patreon, that is my fault. Doesn't help. I have a new one for both, I just need to get back to making content. That's my main issue. As much as I would love for you guys to support me and give me 5K to 10K a month, I know I haven't earned it. From the quality to the frequency of my content, it's not worth that. If I want it to be worth that, I need to be more active and make it worth that. I will always remember what Barbara from Shark Tank said. You do what you can until you can hire someone to do what you can't. I've been meaning to do this, but now that I have money, I hired people off Fiverr to help me ghostwrite stories. I want to start a series with those, called Rewrite, where I take a story that I found or I paid someone to write and rewrite it. For instance, I want to rewrite The Familiar of Zero and turn into a race play Ice Guy, and I want to rewrite the whole Star Wars sequel trilogy, as well as others. I also will still post other works, not to take credit, but to share and give you guys more stories to listen to. I will still encourage you to support the original authors, and I'll still do my best to give credit to them myself. I plan on selling my works on Audible or itch.io. I have a new Patreon, with a Discord on the way. Also, I have a subreddit. I'm only posting, I might open it up, I'm not sure. I'll also get back into reading and reacting, commenting of mangas and manhwas. On the hub, I plan on getting back to play adult games. On YouTube, I'll use game footage to make more stories. I hope you can continue to support Story in the future. Thank you for listening. The group had arrived at the Horizon City Carnival, located on the beach. The line to get tickets was long, so Sev, Chani and Lectro agreed to stand in line while Azula and the rest waited at a local arcade. Azula stood at the controls of a fighting game, her eyes glued to the screen with manic glee as she mashed the buttons and made her digital character throw a relentless assault to her opponent, stunning them in place and giving them no hope of recovery. With a final uppercut, she demolished the last of her opponent's health bar with alien symbols meaning victory appearing on her screen and defeat flashing on the screen of her opponent's machine. Ha! Once again, I am undefeated. She shouted in elation before looking over to face her victim. Tell me, peasant, how does it feel to know that you will forever be a mark of shame in your family's history? Her opponent, a small alien child that resembled a newt, looked up at her with large glossy eyes that began to water with his lips quivering as he started to cry. The child's older sister appeared, soothing him, and scorned her. What is wrong with you? He's only 5. She then escorted the boy out. You're only encouraging his weakness by coddling him, she shouted back as they left before turning her attention back to the machine. Well, that was fun. Who's next? The other players in the area shied away, not wanting anything to do with her after witnessing her unsportsmanlike behavior that only fed her ego. Come now, is no one brave enough to face the mighty Princess Azula? Congrats on beating a small child in a game of street brawler. You must be so proud, Angara said as she clapped sarcastically. I am. Thank you. I just need to humble and remind those under me that there will always be someone better, she said in a self-aggrandizing way. You stun-locked him into the corner and wailed on him till you won. That's not being better, that's using cheap amateur tricks to win a fight. In a fight, it's best to use any strategy you can to achieve victory, she argued back. You do realize this is an arcade game, right? And its main purpose is to have fun, not fixate on winning, right? Life is one big competition. No matter how big or small, everything determines a winner or loser, and I intend on being the winner. Besides, you can have fun while winning. Angara only rolled her eyes. You're welcome to take a shot at stealing my victory streak, Azula said, still high on her win against several children. I don't really like street brawler, so no. But you know who's really good at this game? Gax. Why don't you try taking a shot at a master? All right, fine. Where is the little toad? Gax stood at a claw machine carefully trying to catch a cute pink plushie for his sister, only for it to slip out of the machine's claws. He cursed while pounding the glass in protest before an idea came to mind. He looked over his shoulders, making sure the coast was clear before jumping down to the prize slot, opening it and sliding his long tongue up into the compartment and carefully grasping his target. You'll also like Gax, Angara shouted, prompting him to panic and pretend he wasn't doing anything despite his tongue still stuck in the slot door. The pup here needs some bullying. Show her what a real master is like. He swiftly pulled his tongue free with the now acquired plushie and made his way to the opposing machine. They both selected their characters. Azula stuck with the large muscled red fighter because he looked to be the strongest, while Gax selected a slimmer green snake man. The match started with Azula going to rush in an attempt to corner him, however Gax's character whipped at hers with his tail, giving him a greater reach that kept her at bay before lunging at her and striking her character with a series of combos that made her fly through the air and would continue to hit her with upward strikes, keeping her in the air, all the while hitting her with a taunt before finishing her off with one last combo. The screen flashed with bright red words with a deep gutturally voice saying, "Finish him." Gax's character grabbed hers and ripped them in half in a brutal display of pixelated cartoon violence that was then followed by the announcer saying, "Total carnage." Azula sat there with her mouth agape at how quickly Gax managed to defeat her, along with the brutal execution of her character that she didn't even know could be done, all while he laughed and danced victoriously. You're right, pup. Life is fun when you're winning, Angara taunted. She side-eyed her. You weren't the one playing. This feels like a win to me. She disregarded Angara's comment. I demand a rematch. Just then Sev entered the arcade with tickets in hand. Got the tickets, let's get to it, guys. Chun Pashi, Gax announced, leaving the game with no intention of following Azula's request. Hey! Wait a minute. I said I demand a rematch. Gex turned to her and shrugged his shoulders before saying, "Womp womp," before walking off. "Quite being a sore loser, pup. Carnival is calling to us," Angara said, passing her by. Azula half-heartedly followed the group, still wanting that rematch, and observed the carnival around them. Rides of various shapes and sizes sat around them, with lines of people following their length, with others weaving through them with food from stalls or prizes from game booths in hand. "Hey, Fire Spitter," Sev called out as he made his way to her from a food stall. "You hungry?" They had a discount on fresh Javros. He held out a large golden-brown grub-like creature that was covered in some sort of sauce wrapped in foil. The main thing that caught her attention was that the creature was still alive, with its pincers opening and closing rapidly. She looked at the supposed food item with disgust. Does it have to be alive? Yeah, once these things bite the dust, their meat starts to decay fast, so you gotta eat them fresh, he said with a mouthful after biting the head off of his own. Make sure you bite the head and chew it up quickly, because these things bite back and they bite hard. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. The giant grub that was held before her hissed loudly, letting its discontent be known. "Sev, I appreciate the offer, but I am not eating that thing." "Suit yourself." "Hey Angara, you want this?" "Yeah, I do. I'm starving." She then bit its head off, chewing it up quickly, causing Azula to gag at the sight of it. Any semblance of an appetite she may have had was gone. "Those things can't be good for you," Lectro commented. "What should we do first?" "The lines for the attractions aren't that long today," Chani said. "Gut buster," Gex shouted, catching Azula off guard with how it was the only thing that left his mouth that she could understand. "Nah, we need to do the tower drop first," Sev responded. Azula observed the various rides around them, seeing that many were lower tech than what she had seen before and a bit rusted, looking as though they could fall apart at a moment's notice. "Are these attractions even safe to be on?" "Don't worry, Fire Spitter. This place has been operating for decades without incident. Everything here is completely safe," Sev said. A roller coaster passed overhead, and with a screw coming loose, landing before Azula's feet, not giving her any confidence in his words. "Why don't we just steer clear of this particular ride?" Lectro suggested. They were interrupted by Chani, who excitedly pointed to a ride with a smaller line. "Guys, let's go on this one." The ride itself was a cart-like contraption resting at the radius of a circular arena attached to a metal arm in the center. The line for it was truly not very long, as they didn't need to wait. The vehicle could only house up to 4 people, with Azula taking the front seat with Chani, while Lectro was pushed behind them by Gax. Sev and Angara opted to hang back to finish their meals. "Why do I have to come along?" Lectro asked as he locked in his seatbelt. "Because you're a stick in the mud who needs some thrills," Chani responded. Azula looked around the contraption, trying to ascertain its function as the compartment began to lift off the ground. "So, what is it that this dash?" The cart suddenly accelerated as it spun around the arena, the speed of which forced her back against the seat as she gripped the armrest, holding on for dear life, while Chani and her brother threw their arms in the air, crying out in glee. Lectro cried out in terror as the ride elicited memories of the car chase on Ginza. She gripped the seat hard as the ride continued to spin, feeling the speed push her against the seat as it moved faster until slowing down to a steady halt. They exited the ride feeling dizzy, with Chani and Gax high on the adrenaline rush, while Azula and Lectro weren't so enthusiastic. "Y'all have fun?" Sev asked, delighted by seeing their dizzy forms. Azula stabilized herself on the nearest object. "It felt as though I was being shot through a cannon." "That's not even the worst of it, pup," Angara chuckled. Azula was dragged around the amusement park, forced to partake in various rides such as tower drops, compartments that were launched into the air, hover roller coasters, bumper vehicles, and various spinning rides, all of which wore her out. After taking part in the various adrenaline-inducing rides, the group walked amongst the stalls filled with games meant to win various prizes. "What ride should we try next?" Chani asked the group. Maybe we can ease up on them for a while. Lunch is threatening to come back the way it came, Lectro said, holding his stomach and mouth. I think we just about went on all of them, Sev said. Chikari Ga Rahita. You're right, brother. We should try the House of Mirrors. Chani translated. I don't know about that. Those mirror hallways are kinda cramped for guys like me, Sev said. If you plan on going to that one, then leave me out of it, Azula said. Given that the first manifestation of her hallucinations was in front of a mirror, the idea of being trapped in a maze made of them sounded like torture to her. I think I want a break from the rides for a while, Angara said. Sev agreed, yeah, let's try winning some prizes instead. I feel like schooling this clown in a few games. He pointed to Gax. Gax raised his slimy brow to him as he issued a challenge, Gashi wa Crocky na? Yeah. I know I can win more prizes than you, and I can do it without the use of my augmentations. Oh. Shoshgarinia Ko Sherry? Yes, I will put money on that, you little turd. Sev sassed back as the two best friends ran to one of the booths like children. Chani saw a booth with a mystical fortune teller present. That person over there is doing palm readings. I wonder what the future holds for me. Sounds like a scam if you ask me, Lectro said. Chani gasped at him, the outer world is no scam. Maybe if you had a little faith your inner thumb would take on a more pleasant color. I'm just saying fortune tellers are like professional liars. They just tell you what you want to hear. All right, then let's hear what they have to say about your fortunes. Chani wrapped her arms around his and dragged him towards the fortune teller as he protested, leaving Azula and Angara alone. They both scowled at each other. It seems the outer world really wants us to hang out, Angara droned. Azula answered back with an unenthusiastic, hooray. They separated to the various booths with Azula and Angara waiting their turn to partake in a shooting game. It was very similar to the holographic targets on board the station's shooting range, only this one had more family-friendly decor littered with holographic cartoon characters flying across what looked to be a space pirate-themed backdrop. Angara grabbed herself one of the electric blasters, spinning it around in her hand like a sharpshooter. Bet I can get a higher score than you, pup. Azula tested out the aim of hers. Don't celebrate too early. I've been getting better with these as of late. Think you're a sharpshooter like Myrelle? Not quite, but she has given me a few pointers. Azula punctuated by firing at a moving target, managing to hit it. Angara scoffed, lucky shot. She quickly drew her toy weapon, blasting 3 targets with pinpoint accuracy while shooting a smug grin at her opponent. Azula grimaced at her cockiness as she took aim and fired, managing to take out 4 targets. This escalated in the two princesses doing everything they can to one-up each other and score the most points. Azula managed to keep pace, however, it was clear by the various trickshots Angara was showing off and by how easily she was able to hit the more difficult targets that she still had a lot to learn when it came to gunplay. Ultimately, Angara won due to her many years' experience handling a blaster, managed to score the highest and won a giant egg-shaped stuffed creature as large as her torso. Azula sulked at the loss quietly as they exited the booth. You only won because you have more experience than I do. Duh. Is de Whittle Primitive Baby mad because she didn't get a prize? Angara teased back with a babying tone. Azula only huffed as they walked. You know, pup, if you learned to lighten up, you'd be able to have more fun. She scoffed, I don't need to lighten up in order to have fun. I'm perfectly fun as I am now. Angara gave her a mocking laugh as she turned to her with her giant stuffed animal blocking her view as she spoke and gestured through it. Pup, you're wound up tighter than an industrial compressed spring. I can practically feel the tension coming off you right now. Why do you care? I don't, you're just killing my vibe. Azula rolled her eyes as they reached the edge of the pier and sulked. If you want, we can go at it again and you can try to win yourself a stuffed, whatever this thing is. I think it's supposed to be a cartoon character or something. No, I'm done with these stupid games. Come on, pup. Come get your ass hooped again. Angara said, holding the stuffed toy closer to her and adopting an exaggerated cartoon voice that fit the toy and poked at her with its stumpy arms. Is the Fire Princess scared that she's gonna keep losing to Whittle me? She didn't react to her teasing and chose to remain silent. Ha! Angara poked her in the arm. Azula continued to ignore her, knowing she would get bored eventually. Ha! Angara poked her again in the shoulder. Azula still refused to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. Ha! Angara poked her in the face. Something in Azula snapped and she grabbed the toy, then threw it into the water. Angara lost her playful energy and only looked on in discontent. Smooth pup. Real smooth. You shouldn't have had it so close to my face. Angara rolled her eyes as she thought of how to get it back before the waves took it out to sea. You're a real sore loser. You know that? That wasn't me being a sore loser. That was you being an annoyance. And here I thought you were going to honor our little truce. Angara said as she ripped a loose board from the dock and attempted to guide the stuffed animal back with it. I was honoring it. You were the one who provoked me. That was just some light teasing. I literally do that all the time to Sev and Gax all that time, and they don't throw my stuff into the ocean. Well, Sev doesn't at least. Really? That's your idea of friendship? Yes. I know you and I aren't exactly friends, but that's what they do, mess with each other. Didn't any of yours ever mess with you? No. My former friends knew their place and that it would be unwise to provoke me. Angara managed to pull the floating plush close enough for her to grab. Can you even call that a friendship? At this point, why even have any? Azula didn't answer that, but it wasn't entirely true. After all, she did allow Mai to get away with many of her sarcastic remarks, many of which would have been severely reprimanded if spoken by any other. What went on in my personal life on Earth is none of your business, she said, annoyed. Where are the others? I'm ready to move on. Angara wrung the water out of it. Just relax, they're probably still playing games. We'll just wait for them. Azula groaned, who knows how long that will take. By the outer world, just shut up and relax. You're making me anxious. She rolled her eyes. I can't help it. I was raised to be diligent, to always be ready for surprises, and to complete any tasks that needed to be done as soon as possible. It's not in my nature to just sit around and do nothing. And what are you gonna do instead? Make plans on how you're gonna take over your planet? That is exactly what she planned on doing, but she wasn't willing to admit that and instead gave her a list of other things. There are dozens of things that I need to do. For instance, learning to speak without the use of these translation devices that hurt my ears and are a chore to carry around. Understanding technology that is far beyond my understanding and learning about everything else that goes on in the galaxy. There is so much for me to learn, and if I am to adapt, I need to understand it all as quickly as possible. The cook Yvonne shook her head. You sound just like Myrelle when she gets worked up. Always going on and on about how to fix and plan around every little problem she can think of. And she wonders why she doesn't sleep well. That wasn't something Azula ever considered about their leader. Myrelle seemed so calm and in control at all times that it was difficult to imagine her letting anxiety get to her or as an insomniac. Really? I never would have guessed she was like that. You have no idea. Getting Myrelle to relax is like trying to saw through wood with a dull blade. Shul tells her to take a vacation all the time, but she's always got some excuse to not go on one. That woman's a workaholic. The way she acts, it's like she's planning to take on the whole empire. Well, this Cortex character has been running amok on everyone's mind, and given what I've heard of him, he's not an opponent to take lightly. Don't remind me. He's probably gonna show up at the worst time imaginable, which is why I ought to knock Myrelle out myself just so she can be well rested enough to deal with him. It was here Azula realized something and wished to be clarified. I've noticed something. You dislike Pandorans, for very justifiable reasons, yet you seem to harbor no ill will towards Myrelle. Why is that? Angara finished wringing out the plush. Trust me, when we first met I had nothing but ill will for her. After all, we met on the worst day of my race's existence. Honestly, thought she saved us just so she could give us false hope and space us all personally. We weren't expecting her to go AWOL, and all she asked in return was that some of us work with her to build up the Crimson Storm. Azula watched the sun set off in the eastern horizon. I can't help but notice that there aren't any other Kukuvan around. Kaori and some of the others pitched in to get the storm afloat, but once that was done, they left feeling their obligation was done. I stuck around mostly because Myrelle was able to figure out who I really was and didn't want her blabbing about it to the Empire just in case she ever changed her mind. Plus, at the time I felt I had a duty to uphold by helping the woman that turned her back on her own nation for us. After all, none of us would be here if she hadn't helped us. Still took a while for me to not want to shoot her and all the other Pandorans in the crew, but after hanging around her for a while I saw that she's not like most of those Imperial types that constantly look down on us. Lesser races. She actually cares about others and isn't brainwashed like most of her kind. Can't say the same for some of the others. Well, maybe except for Saren, I guess. Who? Another bounty hunter. You don't feel those duties now? She refocused the conversation, not wanting to go on another tangent. Angara's expression tightened once more. Drop it, pup. I mean it this time. Oh, come now, Angara. We're both of royal descent. I'm probably the only one in the universe who can relate to you right now. I'm sure you have some royal grievances you'd like to share. Azula saw this as an opportunity to gain Angara's trust once more and pounced on it. I'm not royalty anymore, and you are the last person I'd ever want to share my personal feelings with. Not even a little? I'm hurt. Azula teased, and quit it with that defeatist talk. Not royalty, you are. You should own it. Being royalty is the pinnacle of society that one must be lucky to be born in or have to claw tooth and nail to achieve. Where's your fire, your anger? I've seen it directed towards me, and I must admit you are quite a terrifying foe, and that's not something I admit lightly. If I were you, I'd be mustering every ounce of strength I can get to return to the fight and take revenge on the Empire. Angara only gave her a hard stare and a cold response. You don't know me, pup. You don't know what I've been through. Maybe not, but as sickening as it is for me to say this, I do believe you are better than just sitting out here on the sidelines pretending to be nobody. Angara said nothing and instead stared off into the horizon, pondering Azula's words. Besides, as a princess you shouldn't have to live in such squalor. I mean, really living in a spaceship in one of the Sakor's hangars? That's no way for one of royal blood to live. Azula continued on. However, it seemed to have less to do with Angara and more to do with her own personal grievances of not living the luxurious life she once knew. For instance, I would claim the most comfortable room on the station for myself, like the ship I just so happened to take from Slater. Then I would also have over a dozen servants at my beck and call. She continued on a tirade of her personal complaints about living as a peasant that caused Angara to zone out halfway through. Until she spotted the others on their way. All the while Azula was still going on about her list of princessly demands, while occasionally bringing up Angara's princessly status. Not wanting the others to suspect her royal origin, Angara did the only sensible thing she could think of, firmly plant her boot in Azula's rear and kicked her off the dock. She resurfaced in surprise and anger. What in Agni's name is wrong with you? The others came by their side, seeing everything, with Chani being the first to say something. Angara. Why did you do that? She had a bug on her butt, got it. Angara lied, unfazed by what she did. I think you could have handled that differently, Lectro said. And here, I thought you two were starting to get along, Sev said as Gax laughed hysterically. Chani helped pull Azula back up, now seething as steam began to rise on her. You think you're real funny, don't you? Like I said, pup, you had a huge bug on ya, and I just reacted. Sorry. She wasn't really sorry, and Azula knew it. Sev placed a hand on her shoulder. The important thing now is that she's sorry. Ain't that right, Angara? She shrugged her shoulders, not really caring. And now that you've said you're sorry, I feel that now I have to say it to you as well. Angara raised a tattooed brow. Why? For this. Sev quickly grabbed both of her arms. Fire spitter. Quick, grab her legs. Wait. Sev, what are you doing? She panicked as he lifted her. A devilish grin spread across her face when she realized what he was doing and quickly ran to her as she began kicking her feet until she was able to wrap her arms around both legs and successfully fight back against her struggling. Don't you guys dare. Angara warned. On 3. Sev grinned. I'm serious. If you guys throw me in, I'm gonna. 1. Sev said. Chani. Lectro. Do something. Lectro couldn't hide the smile this image was generating. I think this is kinda earned. Don't you think, Chani? Right. Chani agreed as she pulled out her communicator and started recording. This will make a fun memory. 2. Azula said. At least empty my pockets first. 3. Both Sev and Azula shouted. Wait, empty my pockets. Empty my pockets. Angara screamed as they threw her into the water. She resurfaced, being met with the laughs of the group, with none laughing harder than Azula. Okay, fine, I guess I deserved that. More than you know, Azula said. After being pulled out of the water, both princesses stood in a drying station, an open booth that shot hot air at them in all directions as a convenient way for beachgoers to get dry quickly. They waited there to get dry before heading back to the spaceport until Sev returned to them with a flyer. Hey guys, check this out. Someone was handing out flyers for a party down at an old warehouse not too far away from here. He handed them the flyer. A party in a warehouse? Azula questioned. Clearly it's not a good one if it takes place there. That's where you're wrong, Fire Spitter. Underground parties are the best kind. Sev responded. Yeah, this ain't your stuffy rich people type of party. This is a rave, something that'll probably blow your mind. Angara said, taking the flyer as she stepped out of the booth. Chani peeked over the Kukuvon's shoulder. I've been to some of these parties before, they're really fun. We should go, it'll be a fun way to end the day. It sounds more like an illegal get-together between low lives. Azula said. I have to agree, this does sound kinda sketchy. Lectro added with Gax, repeating what he said in a childish mocking way. Fine, then you guys can sit in the truck while we have fun. Might be best anyway, I don't think the pup could handle it. Azula narrowed her eyes to her. I just survived being trapped on a planet without my bending from a ruthless crime lord. A party is child's play. I just don't see you as the raving type. What, with that gigantic stick up your rear? I do not have a giant stick up my rear. Right, Sev? Sev looked away, scratching the back of his head. Fire Spitter, that stick is so long I can grab it and wave you around like a flag, he deadpanned, earning him a kick to the leg from Azula. Have you ever even been to a party before? Angara questioned. Azula scoffed, stepping out of her booth, now trying to comb her frizzy hair. Of course I have. As princess, I was expected to attend many formal gatherings with other members of the nobility. No, I don't mean one of your so-called formal get-togethers where all you do is stand around looking high and mighty. I mean a real party with music, dancing, and people having a good time. She searched her memories, with her last vacation to Ember Island coming to mind. Once, my brother and I, along with my former friends, pretended to be commoners and attended a house party. We ended up burning it to the ground. Dang, Partied so hard you burnt the place down? Didn't think you had it in ya, fire spitter. Sev laughed, patting her on the back. Yes, that's just how fun I am. Azula lied, trying to boost her own confidence as memories of her attempts at flirting came to mind, making her feel less enthusiastic about attending what her companion's definition of a party was. All right, since you're so confident, let's get to it. Yeah, party time. Sev cheered with Gax as they jumped back in the truck. Just don't cramp our style, pup. Angara said as she rub-braided her hair. You took the words right out of my mouth. And stop calling me pup. They all entered Sev's truck excited for the party, all except Lectro, who was still against the idea. They left the carnival and arrived at the old warehouse just as night fell, finding it was packed with other vehicles of those attending. Before entering, Azula could hear the rhythmic beats of music and see the flashing lights from every opening. Inside the warehouse it was loud, louder than any interior space should be, with a crowd of young people of various species dancing to the fast-paced electronic beats, ethereal lyrics and synthetic noises that passed for music. Lights that were crudely put up flashed and changed color, reacting to the music as a DJ stood in a raised platform surrounded by speakers in the back, operating a strange array of equipment to control the party. She was expecting something informal, however, this was far away from what she thought. Still think you can handle this? Angara asked smugly. Azula held her chin up. It's not what I expected, but I can adapt. Shall we? She followed the rest in as they intermingled into the crowd and started moving to the beat. Chani seemed to fit right in as she danced with the other partygoers easily, with her brother following suit in his own manic way. Sev showed off his own surprisingly coordinated moves while minding the crowd so he didn't accidentally club anyone with his heavy limbs, and Angara had more subdued movements, easing into the atmosphere. Azula stood awkwardly at the sidelines, unable to pierce the wall of people. She tried politely to ask them to move aside before demanding they move shortly after, but the music drowned out her voice and her audio translator wasn't loud enough to alert them of her presence. Instead of making a scene, she resigned herself to sticking to the edge of the crowd. She didn't know what to do, and she couldn't try and mimic what others were doing, as no one person moved the same. It was all too hectic, wild and unorderly, with her personal space being invaded constantly as aliens of various shapes and sizes bumped into her, not paying attention to their surroundings, like a troop of hog monkeys acting out in excitement. She had been taught many things by many great artisans and masters, however the art of dancing was not one of them. Paired with the loud music and blinding lights that made it difficult to find the others, she was quickly becoming overstimulated and had to pull herself away. When exiting to the sidelines that were more vacant and saw that Lectro was hanging there as well, so she decided to join him just so she wasn't alone with all of these strangers. You're not going to dance? Lectro asked, trying to make some small talk. We don't really dance in the Fire Nation. I'm not much of a dancer myself. I generally prefer to stay away from such loud and crowded spaces, but it seems like we got dragged here anyways. Indeed. They stayed quiet for a little while longer before Lectro broke the silence once more. So, did you have a good day? She shrugged her shoulders. I suppose. It wasn't the worst day ever. I could have been arrested again. Thankfully that didn't happen. I'm also glad you and Angara are somewhat getting along, minus her kicking you off the pier. I got her back, so we're fine. So is this what most people in space consider fun? For some, I guess. I'm more of an indoorsy, analytical person. Chani exited the crowd with Angara as the song died down. There you guys are. I was wondering where you went. Thought you said you could handle this, pup? Angara asked smugly. I can. I just partied too hard and needed to rest for a bit. She quickly lied. Angara was not convinced. A deep, heavy bass signaled the start of another song. Oh. I love this song. Chani grabbed Lectro's hands. Come on, let's dance. Lectro's body stiffened as he tried to prevent himself from being pulled onto the dance floor. But I don't know how to dance. You don't have to know, just do it. She laughed as she successfully pulled him along and grabbed Azula's as well. You too. No, it's fine, Chani. Dash. She felt Angara's hands land on her shoulders. Come on, pup. You're a party animal, right? Show us your moves. She quickly shoved Azula before she could protest. Azula could only groan as she was dragged onto the dance floor with 7 Gax moving to the beat. Lectro danced awkwardly with Chani trying to match her movements in an awkward manner, but as the music went up in pace and he received more encouragement from Chani, his confidence grew and he slowly began to dance in a way that made him look ridiculous, but he didn't seem to care and was just having fun. Azula didn't follow suit and instead stood uncomfortably. You're gonna dance, or what, pup? Angara asked crudely. I'm dancing. See? She stuttered as she began bobbing and swaying to the beat in a very stiff manner. Angara only gave her a look of pity as if she was watching a sick little animal struggling to walk. Look, pup, I know I give you a lot of crap, but if you're that uncomfortable you can just go hang out in the truck. You don't have to force yourself to be here. Azula gave her an indignant glare. What makes you think I'm forcing myself to be here? I mean, have you seen yourself dance? What's wrong with how I dance? She was completely oblivious to her clumsy and unrefined movements. Angara didn't answer, not that she didn't want to, but if she was honest to her it would have felt like kicking someone while they're already down. Azula didn't like the pitying look Angara gave her and abruptly stopped. Okay, fine. I admit it. I don't know how to dance. Go ahead, make your jokes and laugh. I would if it wasn't so sad. That response only made her angrier. Angara sighed and eased out of her dance. Guess you need some lessons. Just follow my lead. I don't need your help, I can figure it out for myself. Azula said stubbornly. Okay, fine. Embarrass yourself further, I don't really care. Angara shot back, going back to enjoying her night. Okay, fine. Just take the lead already. Azula quickly said, feeling self-conscious after hearing Angara's critiques. Angara moved her hips to the beat, followed by the swaying of her shoulders with simple foot movements. Try and keep it simple, you're not looking to be the center of attention. Angara instructed as her pace quickened with the music. How is my footwork? When do I focus on my legs or arms? Azula asked. Angara rolled her eyes. You're thinking about it too hard. It's not rocket science. Don't think, just do. What do you mean just do? Do I have to spell it out for you? You're too stiff. Loosen up, follow the music. Do what feels right. Azula sighed as she copied her. As she mimicked every movement she couldn't help but feel embarrassed that the most feared warrior of the Fire Nation was moving in an uncoordinated way. Something her father would have reprimanded harshly. This is stupid, I look ridiculous. Don't think about it, just do it. Angara repeated. Easier said than dash. Don't think, just do. Okay. Stop shouting at me. Azula stopped arguing and made another attempt, this time closing her eyes, remembering what she said about doing what felt right. Not thinking, just doing. The beat was energetic, so it would dictate her pace. The synthetic melody caught the movements of her shoulders, with her arms following suit. And the digital bass sending sound waves reverberating through her body made her feel disconnected from the world around her as the music took her over. Before she knew it, she was flowing with it like everyone else, caught in a trance of lively youthful bliss. Now you're doing it, pup. The sound of Angara's encouragement briefly snapped her out of it, allowing her to see she was matching with the Kukuvan's movements well. She felt more confident and danced harder, not wanting to be outdone by her. Angara sensed the challenge and with a smirk went even harder. Both princesses let the music seize them as they let loose, with the rest of their group matching them as they enjoyed the evening, dancing the night away. Angara was so absorbed in the dance that she felt restrained by her braid, choosing to undo it, letting her maroon hair flow untamed as she flung it around. "Undo yours!" Angara cheered. "Why?" "It feels great. What's the point of having hair that long if you don't throw it around?" She wanted to argue back and explain how a topknot was a sign of a firebender's pride and status, but knew that she would be rudely interrupted if she did, but she did think about it. It was expected for a firebender to keep their hair up at all times for all to see throughout the day and only be let down in personal settings. However, she was no longer in the Fire Nation. She was not bound by the strict societal laws of her home. No one here would judge her or even bat an eye in her direction if she were to let it loose. Reluctantly she abided by Angara's request, undoing the ribbon. Thankfully she didn't bring her hairpiece this time so as to not get robbed again, and made undoing her hair much easier, letting it flow freely once more. "There, happy? I will be when you cut loose," Angara said as she headbanged. "Come on. Fling those locks around like a maniac." Azula didn't have anything to say back, but decided to follow her lead and threw her head, throwing her hair around like she was waving a flag around proudly. It felt liberating, as if all tension within her was being thrown out of her body, and she couldn't help but smile and laugh without a care in the world. She felt something she had never felt before, like she could breathe easy. The weight of responsibility lifted from her shoulders, the worry of maintaining her composure was gone. Schemes and plans for the future weren't important, and the best part, her mind was silent. No intrusive voices telling her what to do next or trying to manipulate her. This feeling was new and alien to her, like she had taken a breath of invigorating fresh air for the first time after spending her whole life breathing in smog. She felt at peace, she felt free. Sev momentarily paused his dance once he saw the two princesses dancing together with barely a hint of malice for one another. "Hey, look at that, they're actually getting along." Chani couldn't help but smile as she continued her dance. "I knew those two would get along eventually. I wonder how long it'll last." Chani lightly slapped his side. "Don't say that. This is the start of a beautiful friendship." This didn't last long, as the music was suddenly cut off as the doors were kicked open, revealing Proxley and his band of law enforcers as he made a declaration. "This party ends here. You are all trespassing on private property and in violation of Horizon City's noise curfew laws." The first reaction anyone had was to flee. What was once a room filled with dancing youths devolved into a stampede as people pushed each other out of the way, trying to avoid the officers that began arresting the partygoers. The DJ even abandoned his equipment to escape out an old window. "Wait, so this was an illegal party after all?" Azula asked as Angara grabbed her by the arm and pulled her away. "Time to go. I'm not getting arrested again." "How are we getting out of here?" "They're blocking the main entrance?" Lectro cried as his anxiety took over. Sev looked around and locked onto a particularly weak-looking wall. "I've got an idea." Before anyone could ask, he charged into the wall, using his mass to smash through it with ease, with the others following before law enforcement could notice. They ran back to his truck, piling in and taking off as more hovering police cars arrived. In the chaos of fleeing partygoers, they managed to escape without catching any attention and made their way back to the spaceport, taking the shuttle back to the station. Back on the station, the group found themselves in the galley, enjoying a late dinner. It wasn't as crowded at this time, with only a few other members of the Storm hanging about, and none were as lively as this group. "So your first thought was to just run through a wall?" Azula asked as she tied her hair up into a ponytail. "You had a better idea?" Sev responded by stuffing his face with food. "No, but I don't think that would have been my first option. If I had my armor, I would have jettisoned my way out of there," Angara said. "The rest of you would have been on your own." "Chagata ka raka," Gak said while punching the air. "Brother, Proxley would have eaten you if you even tried that on him," Chani said. "I'm just glad we got out of there before he caught us. I'm pretty sure Myrelle wouldn't be too happy bailing all 6 of us out," Lectro added. "She was super mad at just bailing me and the pup out last time, so she'd probably blow a gasket." Angara laughed. You know, I really wished you would stop calling me that. Azula said, annoyed. Too bad, I'm already used to it. Angara said before biting into what looked like a purple chicken leg. You could just use my name. I like Pup better. Pup, she said smugly before taking another bite. I think it sounds cute. Chani beamed. Cute isn't a word I would describe the Azula. Sev said, you know she only calls you that because you don't like it. True. Angara confirmed. Why don't you come up with something for her? I have a feeling you are pretty good at coming up with nicknames. Lectro suggested. You think I haven't tried? She just takes any insult I throw at her. Not like Zuko, who screams and shouts over any little comment I make. She reminisced. Something tells me you were an annoying little brat to him. Angara chuckled. Azula laughed. That is an accusation I cannot dispute. But I just couldn't help it, he made it so easy. Reminiscing on how she would tease poor Zuko brought a nostalgic smile to her. From the times she'd blame Zuko for all the bad things she did while making herself out as a pure little angel to embarrassing him with her exemplary firebending skills. Good memories. The one thing that never fails to rile him up is when I would call him Zuzu. Oh, he hated that. Always made me think he was going to burn something down every time I even breathed the name. Good times. The memory of their Agni Kai reared its ugly head, causing her to lose her smile. Think he'd still get mad if you called him that now? Lectro asked. Undoubtedly so. Although now I'd have more than an annoying nickname to say to him. Damn traitor. She quickly downed her drink. Sensing Azula's change in attitude, Angara decided it was probably best to steer the conversation away from her brother. You said you fought in a war, Pup. Got any good war stories? I only fought in the final year of it, but I managed to gain some stories from my experience. That's right, you conquered a city, right? How'd you manage that? Sev said, leaning in with interest along with Gax, who was just as interested. I suppose I could share how I conquered the Earth Kingdom capital. She said smugly, it started with me overseeing our first attempt to breach the walls with a giant drill. It was probably as big as the Sakor. Lectra's interest was caught. Really? So your people managed to construct a massive structure despite your primitive status. Tell me, what was it powered by? From what I understand, coal and steam engines. Fascinating. A steam engine to power such a structure must have taken years, no decades, to complete. Yes, and thousands in taxes that ended up getting flushed down the drain. It was destroyed due to an unforeseen factor. She groaned at the thought of the avatar. The drill, though great in concept, took a colossal amount of resources to make and power it. A colossal amount of manpower only for it to end as a colossal failure. So I took it upon myself to infiltrate the city. Gashka Rami Namana? Gax is asking why you didn't send spies in the first place. Sev said. We sent countless spies over the years, yet we never heard back from any of them, and I quickly found the reason why. Daily agents. Elite earthbenders that were the secret police keeping order within those walls. Nothing happened without them knowing about it, and guess who was in charge of the city instead of the king? The timing of my arrival couldn't have been any more perfect. The leader of the Daily had been deposed once his king wisened up to his scheming and was in Qian's. Needless to say, he wasn't very happy with where he was and was willing to aid me in my plans. In the end, I managed to get Ba Sing Se's greatest protectors to hand me the city on a silver platter. I get it, you took advantage of the infighting. Smart. Sev said. Can't imagine this alliance lasted long? Angara said. No. After we overthrew the king, the head of the Daily immediately tried to betray me, except I was a bit more persuasive with his men than he was, and they saw me as an even greater leader. Chani was genuinely impressed. Oh wow. Maybe we should get you to negotiate contracts for us. Charisma like that could really help us. What happened after you took the city? Lectro pressed. After we took Ba Sing Se, the war was practically over. I came home a war hero, and all that was left was to clean up the remaining resistance forces and counter a feeble little invasion I managed to learn about. There were still the northern water tribes that needed to be dealt with, but I'm sure they would have submitted once we put a little more pressure on them. The way she had worded that last response sent a wave of caution down the others, as it sounded very similar to what an Imperial Pandaren would say. Angara in particular arched her brow as if an alarm had gone off. The mention of small resisting forces being crushed by a larger enemy brought up her own old memories. Dark memories of hardship, pain, and loss. I have to say, that was fascinating to hear about, particularly the drill. Lectro continued his enthusiastic praise with Azula proudly soaking it in, completely oblivious of how the others reacted. Angara washed her meal down and slammed the cup hard, cutting off the praise. Just out of curiosity, what was this war being fought over? She asked with a hard and determined look. The look was apparent to Azula. It was one of a challenge, one she didn't appreciate but answered truthfully as she had nothing to hide regarding that question. 100 years ago, my great-grandfather had a vision of a united world. We are the pinnacle of civilization on Earth, and he wished to share our greatness to the rest of the world so that all 4 nations could live as one. The other nations wanted to reject this gift in favor of stagnation. We just needed to show them the errors of their ways. Angara's face tightened as her voice took on an edge. So you thought your way of doing things was the best way and tried to enforce it on everyone else? Just like the Pandarans. The accusation was clear, and the light, friendly atmosphere of the table quickly faded away. What happens when people just want to live the way they want instead? Azula's brow tightened as she answered back with her own edge. Our way is the way of progress. It's the only way. If they want to obstruct our path, then it's their own fault if they get trampled. Angara growled, spoken like a true Pandaren. Both princesses began to glare daggers at one another, with the tension at the table beginning to grow before Lectro decided to step in. Now hang on. Let's not go throwing accusations around like that. Every species has a history with empires expanding and whatnot. These are just universal concepts. Angara ignored him, couldn't help but notice you said the 4 nations, but you only talk about fighting 2 of them. What happened to the 3rd one? Did they push the hardest against you, or were they just the first to be stuck under your boot? Chani tried to butt in as well, trying to bring back the friendly atmosphere from before. Come on guys, we were having a really good time. Let's not fight. The air nomads posed the greatest threat to us. We had to get rid of them. Azula spat back, ignoring Chani's pleas. Angara scoffed, you couldn't control them so you killed them all. Just like how the Pandarans tried to do with my people. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that evil like them can develop on primitive worlds too. Azula slammed her hands on the table as she rose from her seat. Don't try to compare your squabble with the Pandarans with the conflict of my world. It's not the same. It is the same. You're trying to micromanage and subjugate people who don't want you shoving your ideal down their throats. Saying that you're the arbiters of how things should be done when you're just a bunch of narcissists who think the universe revolves around them. My people brought order and innovation everywhere we went. It's not my fault they couldn't see the good we were doing for them. Did they ask for your help? No, they probably didn't, so instead of acting like a controlling parent, you should just leave people be. Order isn't something that can be imposed by others. Azula was growing tired of being on the receiving end of Angara's words and decided to end this with her own remark that she guarantees will end the conversation. If a nation has the power to spread and share its greatness with those inferior to them, then that's their right. Perhaps if the Kukyuvan king knew his place and heeded the will of a superior power, then maybe his own brother wouldn't have had to stab him in the back. Angara exploded with rage, standing up so fast that her seat flew out from under her. You have no right to say anything. Sev jumped in front of her as she rounded the corner of the table like she was going to pounce on her like a berserk animal. You don't know anything about what happened that night. You don't know pain, the suffering that night caused all of us. Tears welled up in her eyes that housed an unrelenting fury unlike any Azula had ever seen before, a mix of anger, sadness, and pain that cut her deep to her core. Pain she could not share the true extent of with anyone present, and Azula knew this. Okay. I think dinner time is over. How about we turn in for the night? Sev grabbed Angara and began pulling her away as she continued screaming obscenities and graphically detailed threats, with Chani following, attempting to calm her down. Azula smirked. She finally managed to say something to trigger a decent response from her. It may have been a low blow, but at least it put her in her place for now. The others at the table were not as enthused as they sat there awkwardly. Lectra drummed his fingers for a bit before breaking the silence nervously. Well, I think that's enough excitement for me today. B3's probably got all that data transferred by now, so I think I'll go and see that. Night, everyone. He quickly ran out of there before anything could keep him there any longer. Gak sighed, making a remark that Azula couldn't understand before waddling off on his own. Azula was alone. All the people he was having a good time with left her behind, and it left a strange feeling in her, like a big empty pit appeared in her chest. She should feel happy to put Angara in her place, however her happiness faded quickly. The silence was deafening. She couldn't stand sitting alone, so she went back to her quarters, all the while thinking about this strange feeling. She always felt better after insulting someone, especially as deeply as she did now. So why didn't she feel any better? She decided not to dwell on it and instead sat in bed writing in her journal, recording the events of the day. I believe I may have managed to establish some trust between myself and my group within the Crimson Storm. However, I think it may have been all for nothing, all because of that stupid brutish woman Angara. I swear she manages to make any form of enjoyment fade away. She's worse than Zuko sometimes. To think that things actually started out quite decently when our trip to the planet started. I found myself having fun with the little group I found myself in. Clothes shopping was a bit of a pain, as most of what is considered fashionable out here is downright hideous on Earth, but the experience wasn't so bad. I found the zoo trip to be enlightening. The various oddities that place called animals was very entertaining. I wonder how much chaos they would bring if one were to set them free. I was a bit mixed on the carnival though. Some of the rides were entertaining, however some were stress-inducing. It was especially annoying having that wretch Angara kicking me off the pier, but I was able to toss her in thanks to Sev, so I suppose things turned out great in the end. And the rave, as they called it, that we visited was more fun than I had anticipated. Who would have known that dancing around to music that was entirely too loud would have been such a liberating experience? I guess I see why so many Fire Nation youths began starting illegal dance parties towards the end of the war. Everything had been going great until dinner time. They asked me about the war, so I told them the goal of the Fire Nation, but Angara didn't seem to like my response. She accused both me and the Fire Nation of being like the Pendarans, like it was a cardinal sin to be the dominant power. The Empire is the dominant force, so why shouldn't I admire their strength? Of course a weakling like Angara would be jealous of such a power and others like it. I made sure she knew it with a rather sharp response that made her throw a temper tantrum like Zuko. However, I felt strange afterwards. I felt no satisfaction from what I said, and I don't understand why. I finally managed to put that brute Angara down, yet why do I not feel good about it? Angara is my rival, one who had just humiliated me in the worst way imaginable earlier today. I shouldn't feel anything but elation that I hit a nerve, but it feels hollow. Do I feel bad about what I said? No, that can't be. Feeling bad for someone is beneath me, and I'm sure if given the chance she would say something similar. She looked at the small statue she got of herself and the rest of the group at the zoo. staring at her neutral expression in the center of the group as the rest of them stood around her in various poses and smiling, except for Angara, who also held a neutral expression. Despite how things ended up at dinner, she had to admit, she had fun today. It was the most fun she's ever experienced in her entire life, and she was somewhat sad about how things turned out. She shook her head of these thoughts as she tossed the statue aside. She was too tired to deal with this, physically from the dancing and running along with mentally from dinner. She'll just sleep the night away and try to forget what happened. Myrelle walked the hallways of the newly acquired star yacht with Cetro as members of the engineering team assessed the structural integrity and stripping it of all non-essential equipment. I must say it is quite impressive that you all managed to take this ship without suffering any casualties, she said as two engineers cleared their tools out of her way. I count the stress it caused me as a casualty, Cetro said as he stepped out of the way of two engineers dragging some thick cables. How are you holding up, by the way? I know you and Kanzo were close. His 4 eyes darted away as he didn't want to look her in the eye when discussing such a thing. I'm holding up as best as I can. Can't say I'm surprised though. He always did like to play with fire. I just need to get back to work. Are you sure about that? Why not take some time off? So you can mourn properly. Cetro grumbled, now you're starting to sound like my son. I appreciate the sentiment, Captain, but the last thing an old man like me needs is to be alone with his thoughts regarding mortality. I'll mourn my own way, and that's by staying busy. Myrelle sighed tiredly, knowing she wasn't going to change his mind, if that's what you want. Besides, you need someone who's worked this overly priced hunk of junk to tell you it's worth. He changed the subject as they entered the atrium. If you want my opinion, I say we should gut it. Salvage everything we can and sell the rest. What can you tell me about its performance? This thing is decently sized, has a cargo bay that almost spans the entire length from nose to engine. She's fast too, faster than any ship this size should be. Good fuel storage, so she'll be running for a good long while before refueling, and has one hell of a scanning range. Myrelle nodded, liking everything she's heard. Why am I sensing but coming? She's brittle. This thing was not built for combat. It only has 2 self-defense turrets that are both broken, by the way. Shield capacity ain't nothing to speak highly of. Hull might as well be made of paper, and it's filled to the brim with redundant crap. He traveled up the steps and pointed to the abstract statue that acted as the centerpiece. I mean, look at this thing. What's the use of having this stupid thing here? Myrelle folded her arms and observed the looped artifact closely. I believe it's to make the space look nicer. Well, it's getting disassembled and used as material for the fabricator. He leaned over the railing and barked some orders towards a few engineers. Hey, melt this thing down and put it with the fabricator pile. They entered the bar area as the alcohol was being taken for the galley, and they took a seat at one of the tables. I'm not too sure we should scrap it just yet, Myrelle said, grabbing a bottle from a crate as one of the crew members walked by. We have been looking for a new recon vessel for a while, and based on what you just told me, this thing sounds like a perfect fit. Think you can fix it up, put some bulk on it so it can take a hit, and maybe install some heavier weapons? She signaled one of the crewmates to bring them 2 glasses. Cetro scratched his chin as he thought about it. With the fabricator repairing it would be a whole lot cheaper than buying a brand new ship. I can improvise something, but it won't be pretty. If you can make it functional, then that's all that matters. Get rid of all non-essentials like the pool, the onboard sauna, and use up the guest rooms if you have to. Jacuzzi too? Myrelle thought about it long and hard as she poured herself a drink. Get rid of all non-essentials except the jacuzzi. I might want to try that out at some point. Noted, Cetro said before downing the glass she poured for him, only to recoil in disgust. Pandaren whiskey? I don't know how you can drink this stuff. Myrelle downed her glass. Reminds me of home. I think I'll stick with squig. Myrelle poured herself another glass. Also, before I forget, tell me about this distress call anomaly the Gold Suns tried to blame on us. Right, that someone or something out there is luring people in with fake distress calls. Sun's lost a few ships to it, and they'd probably lose this one if we didn't cut the feed and give away their trap. Sensors didn't get much of it before it disappeared. Myrelle took this information in trying to decipher the mystery behind it, but had too little information to work with. That is concerning to say the least. I'll get with Shawl and Suldan to put out a warning to all our ships about false distress calls. Hopefully whoever it was wised up and decided to stop that. She downed another drink. One more thing. How was Azula during this whole mess? Didn't behave suspicious in any way? No. If anything, that girl was the reason we got out of there in the first place. It was her idea to take the yacht when my plan failed. She's a little rotten brat, but when things took a turn for the worst she kept a cool head, was adaptable and was able to handle her own in a fight. Then again, I don't think the Suns were expecting to get blasted in the face with fire. She even managed to hold her own against Slater down in the cargo hold. Guess that explains why it's a huge mess down there. Myrelle commented. If you want, we've got her whole fight with him recorded on the ship's security log, although it cuts out towards the end. Probably damage from when we went through that gas giant. I'll check it out later. I've got a billion other things to do, one of which is finding a job to send her on. Her communicator buzzed as a call came in from her second that she answered. Hello Shawl, what have you got for me? His voice came through on speaker. I've been searching through our requests for a beginner-level job as requested, and I believe I've found one. Sending you the information. She read the request on her screen quickly. This'll do perfectly. And with this chapter comes an end to this little side adventure for Azula, with a new adventure coming to the new year. The rave was probably the most fun thing for me to come up with, and listening to loud EDM music really helps with the vibes, so I encourage you to do the same if you think you'd like that type of immersion. The conversation between Azula and Angara on the dock went in so many different directions and iterations that it was mainly what held this chapter back for a while, but thankfully I was able to get it down with a hilarious ending, and sweet only for it to end with the princesses hating each other once more by the end, and with an even greater intensity for Angara. Now that Azula has had some time to breath, it will be on to the next adventure coming in 2025. See y'all then. Merry Christmas and have a Happy New Year.